A 30-year-old man was hit by a truck and died. He had been working all his life just to get by because he didn't have any special skills or talents. But everything changed in an instant when the truck-kun hit him. When he opened his eyes again, someone was calling him Lord Jink. He was confused because his name was Saito Jinkuro. Suddenly he woke up, and the woman who was calling him Lord Jink was crying tears of joy. She told him that he had collapsed in front of the crown prince. Not only was he removed from the crown prince's guard, but he was also banished from the country. Jink didn't understand what was happening, so he asked the woman to explain where he was and who he was. She revealed that he was actually a 14-year-old named Jink Norland, the heir of Duke Norland. Since he was young, he had been serving as a guard for the crown prince of the kingdom of Rosalta. However, earlier that day, the crown prince had ordered him never to come before him again. This was because the Norland family was known for producing skilled spearmen, but Jink didn't have any talent for it. Feeling pressured, he had gotten into delinquency. After many mistakes, the crown prince had enough and took away his title and position. Jink let out a heavy sigh, realizing he had been reincarnated as a troublesome kid. Memories from his previous life started flooding back slowly. Now, he had 2 sets of memories. The maid noticed Jink seemed calmer today, perhaps because he had fainted earlier. Jink realized that Jinkuro's traits were becoming more prominent in his personality. As Jink got up from the bed, he remembered the maid mentioning something about his banishment. It shocked him, and he asked her to confirm if he heard correctly. The maid nodded, explaining that upon learning about Jink's dismissal from the guard, the master disowned him. Lord Esther was chosen as the new successor. Jink was given only a month to leave the country. Knowing that the world beyond the capital was filled with monsters, Jink understood that this exile was essentially a death sentence. He felt upset that he had reincarnated as an outcast. Turning to the maid, Elsa, he asked for her help in dressing him. Suddenly, he noticed a status screen next to him. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at it. It seemed like he was the only one who could see it. As he focused more, he could see the statistics in detail. Based on what Jink knew about this world, only people with incredibly rare magic eyes possessed this ability. He concentrated intensely on checking his own status and managed to succeed after a few attempts. To his surprise, he discovered that his swordsmanship rank was S. His spear skills were graded F, while his proficiency in water and recovery magic ranked S. His mastery of earth magic and alchemy was graded A, and his skills in fire and wind magic were rated B. What truly stunned him, though, was that his enhancement was graded S. Based on what he knew, there were only 3 enchanters worldwide, so he believed he might be the 4th. This made him feel excited because having such a rare ability could be valuable. With this power, he could make various things stronger, which might help him survive in the world. His thoughts were interrupted when his younger brother Esther showed up. He apologized to Jink for not being able to assist him earlier in front of the crown prince. Esther then brought him some money and a spear. Jink expressed his gratitude and asked if Esther could gather some travel supplies for him in exchange for the items he didn't need. Esther agreed, and Jink gave him a list of the things he required. The next day, Esther showed Jink all the stuff he had asked him to buy. Esther wondered how his brother would manage to carry so many goods by himself. Jink told him he had a trick to share, something even their father didn't know. He demonstrated the skill of creating an item box, and a door magically appeared. Esther was amazed and peeked inside to find a huge empty space. He praised his brother for having such an extraordinary skill. Jink noticed that Esther's status also indicated a small item box, but Esther seemed unaware of it. Jink wanted to tell him about it, but he decided to keep his ability to appraise things a secret. He thought of a subtle way to let Esther know and asked him if he could fetch a small bottle of his red body fluid. Esther agreed without hesitation. Jink also requested Esther to accompany him to the Adventurers Guild for registration, and Esther, being the supportive brother he was, agreed. As Jink and Esther walked through the streets on their way to the guild, they heard the commoners talking badly about him. Jink felt it was understandable that they disliked him because of his previous rude behavior toward them. The only ones who stood by him were Elsa and Esther. Elsa, who had been his wet nurse and had cared for him since he was a child, naturally supported him. However, Jink couldn't understand why Esther admired him. His memories didn't offer any insight into this puzzling situation. They arrived at the guild and completed the registration process. The staff there were rude to him. In the evening, Jink practiced sword training because he had a high rank in swordsmanship. He thought about how things might have been different if he had discovered his abilities earlier. During training, he felt light and performed exceptionally well. At the dinner table, Gordon Norland, the head of the family, told Jink that it would be his final meal there. Jink acknowledged this, excusing himself to get ready for the next day. In his room, he enchanted some gear, including an outfit and accessories, totaling 27 levels. When combined with Jink's base level of 25, his overall reinforcement level reached 52. Using this ability tired him out. To replenish his energy, he drank a mana potion before beginning work on Esther's gift. The next day, Esther and Elsa were at the capital's west gate to see him off. He thanked both of them and gave Esther a card and a box as a present for helping him. He told Esther to drop some blood on the card secretly later. He advised him to open the box when he had left the country. Esther cried as Jink said goodbye to them and left. Jink was determined to start his adventure as he looked at the mountains outside the capital. Jink's first goal was to reach the border, but there were many cities in between that took days of traveling. He thought of using his enchant-boosted body reinforcement. After activating the skill, his body started running crazy fast. He got excited, thinking that now he could reach the destination way sooner. He stopped at a place after an hour. No matter how much he ran, he did not run out of breath. He was extremely satisfied with the enchanting skill he possessed. He suddenly caught sight of several bodies lying around injured. He got startled and started screaming. He calmed down after a few moments, but some goblins appeared to attack him suddenly. His body reacted fast to the attacks and started moving before he could think. With enchantment, he easily defeated all the goblins. After the fight, he sat down by a tree and deduced that he could level up properly. Jink had to calm himself down a little after the battle because there was a gruesome scene before him and he wasn't used to it. In this world, it was normal to take equipment from people who had been defeated in battles, so Jink took some stuff from people lying on the ground. If he brought back the remains to the guild, he could get some rewards from the surviving family, but he preferred to be out of the country as soon as possible. He got to dissecting monsters after that. The subjugation proof for goblins was an ear and a stone near their heart, which could be turned in at the guild for money. Jink was very bothered by the dissection process, but he did it anyway. Jink confronted a lot of goblins and kobolds on the way to the post town Rio. He got used to battle by the time he reached the town the following morning. He checked his status and noted that he had leveled up a lot. He took out a bunch of extra weapons from his item box, as a piece of equipment could only be enchanted once. Jink traveled a bit further and then stopped at a spot where adventurers rested. There were several adventurers nearby. He drank a mana potion to recharge when suddenly some injured men appeared shouting for assistance. They needed an X potion desperately. Another adventurer nearby mentioned how rare and precious X potions were, doubting anyone would give one away. One of the injured men dropped to his knees begging. Jink stepped forward announcing he had some. Judging by their appearances, the injured men didn't seem dangerous, so Jink decided to help. They gave an EX potion to one of the badly injured men who was immediately healed. Jink was surprised by how quickly it worked. A man from the gang thanked Jink and introduced himself as Alec Thunder, the leader of a group called Dragon's Tears. He gave some money to Jink and apologized for it not being enough. Alec explained that they had encountered a powerful red ogre, a high-level monster, which left them badly injured. He bowed to Jink and offered to become his slave to repay him for saving their brother's life. In this world, slavery was common, but Jink refused Alec's offer, not wanting him as a slave. Suddenly, a horde of orcs appeared, attracted by the scent of blood. These orcs were lower-ranked monsters, so Jink believed they could handle them. However, the men who had faced the ogre were still recovering and their equipment was in disarray. Jink retrieved various weapons from his item box and distributed them among the men to prepare for the fight. Jink swiftly dealt with some of the orcs while the others joined in the battle. Out of nowhere, a group of men was suddenly knocked out by a single powerful blow, delivered by an orc general with a B rank. Jink attempted to take on the orc alone, but the general easily pushed him back with one punch. If Jink hadn't been protected by an enchantment, that hit would have ended the game for him. The orc attempted another strike, but Alec intervened, attacking from behind. With the orc's attention now on Alec, Jink seized the opportunity and stabbed it in the head. Despite the difficulty, he successfully managed to decapitate the monster. Seeing their general defeated, the remaining orcs fled the scene. Alec praised Jink and asked if he was a high-ranked adventurer. Jink replied that he was only a beginner with a G ranking and managed to defeat the monster with Alec's help. Other adventurers nearby overheard Alec mentioning Jink's name and wondered if he was the same Jink Nonland who had been exiled. Jink decided there was no point in hiding, so he confirmed his identity. The adventurers were surprised because Jink didn't match the rumors they had heard about him. Jink then asked Alec about his plans. Alec said they were heading to Morbiburg, but now he considered himself Jink's slave and would follow him anywhere. Jink felt pressured by Alec's insistence. To keep Alec safe on the journey to Morbiburg, Jink suggested they travel together. Once they reached the capital, Jink planned to introduce Alec to his brother, Esther, and give him something to repay him for becoming his slave. Alec burst into tears and hugged Jink tightly to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, 3 people watched them from a distance, including an elf woman who found Jink intriguing. Jink's party had to battle the remaining orc hordes to cross the border. Eventually, they reached the Goblins' Forest. As the name suggests, the only creatures here should be goblins, which Jink can handle easily. He takes out many of them without much trouble, but their numbers are overwhelming. The rest of the party joins in to defeat them all. After the fight, everyone is exhausted and resting on the ground. One person asks Jink why he's the only one not badly injured, even though he was on the front line. Jink nervously chuckles and explains that it might be because of his strength advantage. Technically, he's not wrong because his ability to enchant objects with magic has boosted his physical capabilities. The elf girl from earlier interrupted him and called him impressive. She introduced herself as Karen, the leader of the party Sacred Flame. A man with her introduced himself as Bogard. The third person of the party took a good look at Jink and figured out that he was an enchanter. This suddenly put a smile on his face and he excitedly introduced himself as Will. Jink shook Will's hand and checked the status of their party. He noted that they were an A-ranked party with highly skilled members. Will had the skill Weapon Appraisal mentioned in his status. Jink wondered if this was how Will figured out his enchanting ability. He asked Will how he knew that. Will replied that he saw that all Jink's equipment was imbued with Physical Enhancement +8, which was a feat achieved by enchanters only, as it was challenging to enhance multiple pieces of equipment with the same value. The adventurers around him heard the conversation and started bombarding Jink with questions. Will inquired if Jink would be willing to enchant something for him at a reasonable price. Jink answered that certain conditions had to be met for performing this ability. The owner's blood had to be dropped on the object to be enchanted. In that case, only the owner could use the enchantment effects on the equipment. Alternatively, Jink would have to go through Morbaberg. Jink forbade the party from telling anyone about this ability until he was officially on the same level as them. The party members agreed to his terms. Will stated that they were all adventurers of Qual, and they would have loved to have an enchanter in their country. Jink was open to any price for enchantments because he had never met enchanters before, so he didn't know the usual prices. He offered them some cards and explained how each could be used. Will was shocked to learn that Jink could provide appraisal, magic bag, and alchemy magic with his rare ability. All three members had their equipment enchanted. The only card left was an appraisal one for all three. However, Jink was very tired by this point. He kept drinking mana potions to stay energized. The members dripped some of their blood on the cards to enchant them. Will was pleased with his appraisal card. He asked Jink if he knew their talents since the card only listed their skills. Jink replied that talents were uncertain. Some people's talents might never develop, so they weren't listed on the card. The adventurers of the Sacred Flame gave Jink a hefty sum of gold and valuable items in exchange for enchantment services. Will found it odd that Jink, who possessed many rare items, was traveling without a caravan. When asked, Jink revealed that he had been exiled. This revelation shocked them, prompting inquiries into the reason. Jink explained that he had always been shunned by others, so being falsely accused was inevitable. He had kept his abilities secret, even from his own family. Fearing exploitation by those in power, he harbored distrust toward everyone. Will expressed gratitude for Jink's honesty and invited him to accompany them to the Qual Kingdom, assuring him of a warm reception. There were many monsters on the border, but with Jink and his companions together, getting through them was easy. Jink agreed to join them, and they began their journey. They quickly arrived at Morbaberg. Since no one recognized Jink there, he decided to go shopping. Jink happily purchased various items, including an armor suit and a spear for Esther. The shopkeeper was surprised to see such a young boy buying expensive items. Jink paid for everything and took all the items with him. He did his best to enchant the items intended as gifts for Esther. Jink consumed many mana potions and spent the entire night enchanting. The next day he handed a package to Alec to take to Esther. He also gave everyone cards showing their statuses. He practiced a lot of enchanting magic because he wanted to level up his skills. He said goodbye to Alec's group and headed to the border with Sacred Flame. Back at the non-land residence, Esther was put under house arrest for 50 days. His father declared Esther as the new heir and told him to forget about his brother. Alone in his room, Esther cried as he remembered Jink. After Jink left, Esther's father would often beat him when he found out Esther had been doing things he didn't approve of. Esther would get scolded for going against his father's wishes, and as punishment, he was confined to the house for 50 days. His father even declared that Jink was no longer part of the family. Locked away in his room, Esther worried about his brother's well-being. Despite the situation, he had faith that Jink was still alive and doing all right somewhere out there. Meanwhile, in another country, Jink was busy fighting monsters. He would often mention Esther's name, expressing how hard he was working. Jink was joined by members of the Sacred Flame who fought alongside him. Will, using his windcutter magic, effortlessly sliced through a giant monster. Jink was impressed by Will's A-ranked skills and was told that he would soon level up with his enchantment skills. Will admitted he was better with flame magic, but the forest restricted its use. Karen and Bogard finished off the remaining monsters. Curious if lower-ranked adventurers could now cross the border since they had cleared out most of the monsters, Jink asked Karen. She explained that this area was still off-limits for adventurers ranked C or lower. When merchants crossed the border, they usually had guards ranked A or B with them. Going deeper meant risking encounters with wyverns, which scared Jink a lot. Jink and the party had reached the country's border. Massive gates stood before them, guarded by several guards. Jink wondered if they could pass through smoothly because it was said that nobody exiled had ever slipped past the border. Karen and Bogard reassured him, promising to intervene if things didn't go as expected. A ranker was treated like an earl or count, while an S ranker was like a duke. Inspectors there were ranked up to viscounts at most, so their party had authority over them. A guard suddenly appeared and requested their IDs. He was shocked to see Jink's ID, realizing he was Jink Norland, who had been exiled. He asked how Jink had managed to get there in just 5 days. Karen stepped forward and asked why it mattered. She pointed out that he had been ordered to leave the country and he had complied, so there shouldn't be anything to complain about. The guard got offended and yelled at her, questioning how a commoner could speak to him like that. Karen shoved her ID in the guard's face and he started sweating when he realized she was an S-ranked adventurer. Karen threatened him, saying she would test her weapon on him if he didn't shut his mouth. The guard got scared and ran away. A higher-ranked guard showed up and said sorry to them for his subordinate's behavior. He asked why people from the Qual Kingdom were traveling with someone like Jink, whom he described as a disrespectful man. The guard said Jink had apparently tried to poison the head of his family to get their money. Jink was shocked to hear this new accusation of attempted murder. He figured his family must have really disliked him to make up such stories. Will explained to the guard that they were only escorting Jink because they heard he had been exiled. According to the kingdom's rules, when someone gets exiled, they had to leave the country within a certain time and never return. Jink followed the rules, so nobody should stop him. But the guard thought the time Jink took was too quick, which seemed suspicious. Will stood up for Jink, saying that they'd been traveling together for 3 days and had no issues with him. The guard tried to argue more but eventually gave up and let them go. They reached the territory of the Qual Kingdom. Jink thanked Will and the others for their help throughout the journey. Will asked him if he had ever considered how the Rosalta Kingdom would react if they found out he was an enchanter. He explained they might try to take him back or even eliminate him. That's why he suggested Jink register with the Qual Kingdom. If he found a job in town and leveled up regularly, he could eventually reveal he was an enchanter on his own terms. The people of Qual would support him, and as long as he was registered with Qual, Rosalta couldn't harm him. Jink agreed to the idea and decided to visit the guild. Will gave Bogard some instructions that Jink didn't understand. Later, Jink excitedly told Karen he had enchanted a healing card for her, and she happily accepted it. When Karen and the guy reached the Adventurers Guild, everyone glanced at Karen. They seemed fascinated by her presence. Some looked envious that she was accompanied by a new guy. They asked the receptionist for registration details. The guy then asked Jink to display the things he had hunted previously. Jink suggested they move to a larger area for this. Then they all moved to the guild's backyard. Jink took out some bags from his item box. The bags were filled with goblins' ears. He didn't have time to dissect orcs, so he brought their bodies with him. He angled the opening of the item box towards the ground, and numerous orcs started falling. The guys assessing him froze in their places, their mouths hanging open. Converting all the stuff into money made a total of 24.3 million yen. Jink was elated that he had earned this much money. He could never dream about getting his savings up to 6 digits when he was Jinkuro. He had accumulated enough points to rank up to level C, but he still had to pass a rank-up test to attain that level officially. He was going to have a mock fight with the examiner for that test. He got guided to the battleground. A man appeared behind him and introduced himself as the Guildmaster Snow. He stated that he would be the one fighting Jink. News quickly spread throughout the guild that the master was personally testing someone. People were curious about the challenger's skills. At the testing area, the referee announced that they would combine rank D and C tests to save time. The guildmaster expressed interest in testing the challenger, Jink. Despite warnings from the referee about the risks, the guildmaster was eager to participate. Karen reassured him from the crowd, offering to heal any injuries. This drew anger from some men in the audience who resented Karen's attention towards the guildmaster. The referee signaled the start of the fight. The guildmaster attacked first, charging fast at Jink. Jink barely dodged in time. The master began a series of attacks that Jink tried to dodge. He was so swift with his attacks that Jink couldn't keep up and got a minor hit on his cheek. The master mentioned that usually opponents gave up after 3 minutes, so it was impressive that Jink was still standing. It had been a while since he faced this kind of resistance. This time, Jink tried to initiate an attack, but the master easily dodged it. Jink noted that his swordsmanship level was 104, so it wasn't surprising that he was this good. They continued trying to attack each other. The audience was impressed by Jink for keeping up with the master. The guildmaster started to get tired, but Jink remained unfazed. He applauded Jink for holding up against him for so long and declared that it was time to finish this. Both of them charged at each other simultaneously. Using his enchantment, Jink ducked down, avoiding the master's attack, and landed a hit on his torso. The audience was shocked when they saw the match's outcome. The master fell to his knees, admitting defeat. Karen rushed over and offered to help heal him. Weakly, the master said a potion would do. Karen then turned to Jink, poking his cheeks, saying she'd heal him instead. Jink blushed, saying he wasn't even hurt. Will approached, clapping, impressed that Jink had defeated the guildmaster. He asked for the secret and Jink hesitantly confessed he had redone the enchantment on his gear. Will then loudly announced that Jink had been an enchanter all along. Everyone at the venue was shocked by this revelation. The guildmaster couldn't believe that Jink was an enchanter because there were only 3 in the world. Will assured him of Jink's ability, mentioning his membership in the Sacred Flame. He showed the master his appraisal card to prove that Jink also had the skill. Sweating, the master tried to process everything. Jink reassured him, saying he was strong and wouldn't have won without enchantments. The master nervously chuckled and declared Jink a temporary C-ranked adventurer. Jink celebrated at first, but then he started to worry when he realized his rank was just temporary. He asked Will why he wasn't a full rank yet. Will explained that enchanters automatically start at S rank, but until it's official, he's stuck as a temporary C. It was important for the guild to see his abilities in combat, because if he wasn't good enough, the government would send guards to watch him all the time. Jink wondered why Will was helping him so much. Will was surprised by the question but then grinned, saying he wanted to see what kind of story Jink would create. He promised that with his enchantment and assessment skills, Jink might even reach SS rank, which is higher than S and comes with freedom from authority. Jink could become like a feudal lord if he succeeded. Will asked if Jink was up for the challenge, knowing it would take a lot of effort. Thinking about all the unfair treatment he endured, Jink saw this as a chance to prove himself with his enchantment. He was determined to work hard and achieve SS rank. Jink sat inside a carriage surrounded by guards as he studied hard for an upcoming entrance exam. About halfway through the month, a commotion erupted outside. Jink, hearing the chaos, exited the carriage to assist his guards. Kobolds had launched an attack and the guards were engaged in combat. Thinking it was an opportunity to test his water magic, Jink conjured a water ball and hurled it at the kobolds blocking their path. However, the water merely soaked the kobolds without harming them. Realizing his mistake, Jink fled, focusing on making his next attack stronger and faster. Concentrating, he created a larger, more powerful water ball which swiftly overwhelmed the kobolds in its path. After they managed to defeat all the monsters, a guard asked if Jink had used enchantment for the previous attacks too. Jink clarified that he already had an aptitude for water magic. The guard apologized to him for interrupting his studies and letting him fight, even though they were there to protect him. Jink reassured them that it was alright, and that it helped him get some magic training. 2 weeks earlier, Will and Bogart had taken him to a count's mansion, saying that they would stay the night there. Jink protested a little, thinking that staying with a noble might not be a good idea. Will defended Count Brand, saying that he drew a line between himself and the snobbish nobles and had helped Will when he started out too. Jink gave in and entered the palace. Count Brand respectfully shook Jink's hand and introduced himself. Jink politely responded to the Count's greeting. The Count had prepared a meal for them, so they all headed to the dining table. Jink felt excited when he saw all the food because he had been surviving on preserved foods for a while. During the meal, the Count asked Jink about his future plans. Jink explained that he planned to travel through Qual while trying to rank up. Eventually, he aimed to leave the Qual Kingdom and settle in the Kingdom of Yamato. He intended to enroll in Yamato Royal Academy, but he achieved S rank much faster than he had expected. The Count reassured him that his high rank guaranteed his status now, and he didn't need to go all the way to Yamato to avoid interference from Rosalta. Jink insisted that he wanted to explore the world and have more adventures. The Count suggested he visit Qualarut, the capital of Qual, where the esteemed Qual Royal Academy is located. It's quite challenging to get into, but with Jink's status it would be easier. For a thrilling experience, the Count recommended Gamel, a city built atop Qual's largest dungeon, rumored to have over 80 floors filled with various monsters. Karen mentioned that Jink would need to pass an entrance exam to get into the academy. Jink decided he would study during his travels to Qualarut. The Count proposed having an adventurer party accompany him, taking a route through friendly territories as much as possible. Once in the capital, Jink could stay at the Count's estate. If he ran into any trouble, he could use the Count's name for assistance. Jink didn't understand why the Count was so willing to help him. The Count explained that he had a son Jink's age who was currently preparing for the exam, and he saw this as an opportunity for his son to make a new friend. Reflecting on his life as Jinkuro, Jink realized that he had been stuck in the same routine for so long that he had forgotten what it felt like to be passionate and excited about something new. But now, those feelings were coming back to him. Jink thanked the Count and the members of the Sacred Flame for their assistance. They shared their own plans and wished him luck on his journey. Returning to the present, throughout the journey, all Jink did was study. He met many people, fought numerous monsters, and even enchanted items for his escort party and the nobles he encountered, all while studying. Dark circles had formed around his eyes by then. A guard informed him that they had reached the capital. Exiting his carriage, he exclaimed excitedly when he saw the enormous border wall, which was twice as big as Rosalta's border. Jink wanted to explore the city, but his guards stopped him and asked him to wait until all official procedures were completed. After they crossed the wall, they arrived at Count Brand's house. Count Brand's wife, Maria, and his son Chris greeted them warmly. Chris immediately offered to give them a tour of the house, while Maria suggested that Jink should take a rest. Chris insisted it was fine and asked Jink to come along, but Jink collapsed from exhaustion. Chris and Maria became worried and called for a doctor. While lying motionless on the ground, Jink realized that his appraisal level had reached its maximum. Meanwhile, at the Qual Royal Palace, news spread that an enchanter had entered the country. The king, seated on the throne, asked if this information was confirmed. A butler confirmed it and mentioned that the enchanter wished to join the Royal Academy. The king decided that they needed to assess the enchanter's character and abilities. At the Qual Royal Academy, the entrance exam begins. Jink easily solves the exam, as this exam is only more challenging by this world's standards. Japanese exams are more complicated, and besides, he had studied till he literally passed out. Also, more points are allocated to the physical exam, so he should be fine. For the physical exam, they have a high-ranked appraisal expert assessing students' skills. He confirms that Jink indeed possesses enchantment and appraisal magic. He also notes that his specialty is water magic and he has some skill in recovery magic. They move on to the demonstration part of the exam, and Jink shows off his water magic. After all exams, Jink is walking through a hall with Chris. Chris tells him that the written exam was not as bad as he thought, thanks to Jink's help. He also praises the water cyclone that Jink demonstrated. Jink had used enchantment, so the ground ended up flooded after his water cyclone demonstration. Jink assumes that the old man who assessed him, Marquis Panam, would tell the king about his enchantment, as he is a high-ranked individual. The fact that he is an enchanter might reach Rosalta sooner than expected. At the royal palace, the king inquires about Marquis about Jink's status. Marquis tells him that Jink is also skilled in swordsmanship and body reinforcement, on top of enchantment. Moreover, he also has an extra-large item box. The king of Qual, normal Qual, finds it interesting. Marquis further adds that he has also scored 96% on the written exam, which is one of their all-time high scores. Undoubtedly, Jink would place first in the magic department entrance exam. One panel member suggested they needed to win over a prodigy like him. The king asked about his personality. They had heard that he tried to poison his father, so if an influential person like him had evil intentions, he would have posed a threat to Qual. Marquis answered that he had not seen any criminal titles when he appraised him, but for someone belonging to House Norland, his spearmanship skill had been strikingly low. He believed that Rosalta had spread false information about him and exiled him unjustly. Due to this, Jink did not respect nobles and authority figures. If they wanted to reach out to him, they should have done it with caution. The king wondered why Rosalta would exile him for such an insignificant reason, such as having no talent in spearmanship. They might have had some ulterior motive. They must have exiled him without knowing he was an enchanter. The king stood up and declared that Jink was now under their protection, but they would not have used his powers for their own interest. A few days later, Chris happily told Jink that he had placed first in the exam. They were both chosen as first-class students. Jink also congratulated him for securing second place. Chris informed Jink that the king would be inviting him for an audience soon. He asked if he possessed any formal clothes because he had only seen him in casual clothes so far. Jink told him that he had sold his fancy clothes after getting exiled. They decided to go shopping. Jink had to search for a place to live too, now that the exams were over. Jink went to Qual Slave Trading Company because he needed human resources. Slave trading was very common in this world, but Jink could never get used to it. He spotted a girl with a good aptitude rank and asked about her. The trader told him that her name was Nina and she was 12 years old. The original plan was to use her for other wrong things, but she was damaged in transport by a pack of wild dogs, so now she was there as a general slave. Jink told him that he had decided to take her. The man asked Jink to put a drop of his blood on her throat to start the subordination ritual. Jink did so, and the man started reciting the ritual. When it was over, the girl bowed down before Jink and declared herself as his subordinate. Back at Count Brand's home, Jink began a conversation by asking Nina about her origins. She explained that her parents were poor farmers who had to sell her because they couldn't afford to feed her. They felt relief after letting her go. Sensing it was a sensitive topic, Jink decided to stop asking questions about it. Instead, he outlined his 5 rules for her. She had to obey him without question, not harm him, never lie to him, keep his secrets, and not put him at a disadvantage. As long as she followed these rules, she had some freedom. Even though he was technically her master, he didn't want to overwork her. He assured her that he wouldn't hurt or punish her for small mistakes, and encouraged her to talk to him directly if something went wrong. Nina then asked if it was okay for her to avoid doing any inappropriate tasks, considering her past as a damaged slave. Jink was startled by the question and told her that he had never expected anything like that from her in the first place. She argued that it was the only thing she was suitable for. She couldn't do manual labor and couldn't read or write. Her parents had called her useless before getting rid of her. She got angry while quoting her parents' words. Jink gave her an X potion and asked her to heal herself with it. Nina was surprised that he was giving such a valuable item to a slave. Jink consoled her by telling her positive points about herself. He said that he had chosen Nina for her talent in cooking, and she had room for growth in other skills too. He held her shoulder and told her he needed her help in achieving his goals. Nina had cried when someone showed her kindness for the first time, and she thanked them. After a few days, Chris told Jink that Nina had quickly gotten better at cooking. Jink looked sick, his face pale, and his stomach bloated from drinking too many mana potions. He was desperate for money, so he'd been trying to use alchemy on Junk. Their conversation was interrupted when Nina showed up with a jar of cookies. She was dressed in a cute maid outfit and all her scars had vanished. She gave Jink some cookies and then left. After she left, Jink asked Chris if he knew any slaves who were good at fighting. Chris told him about the criminal slave office, a place where violent people were kept. Jink stood in the academy hallway thinking about saving up money for a combat slave. Chris joined him and they chatted about going to classes that day. As they walked through the hallway, all the girls admired Jink, and Chris teased him for being so popular. Jink told Chris that being the center of attention didn't make him happy because those girls were only interested in his status, not him. He said if he married them, they would drain him of every penny. Chris agreed, adding that these girls seemed to be from lower-ranking noble families, eager to marry someone of higher status. Jink believed these girls should focus on supporting themselves before trying to marry into wealth. A lovely girl walked in and greeted Jink. She said her name was Najenda Qual, and she was a top student from the statecraft department. Jink was amazed to hear this because she had the title of the first princess of the kingdom. He and Chris immediately bowed respectfully and greeted her back. Najenda told them to relax and not be so formal. Since they were in the same year, she wanted them to be closer friends. Jink mentioned that he was an adventurer and would be out exploring most of the time, so they might not see each other much. Najenda replied that she would also be busy assisting her father with government matters. Jink and Chris were clearly impressed by her. Suddenly they heard a big guy bothering a student. Jink asked Najenda about the guy. She told him that the guy was Duke Ransel's heir. Back in junior academy, he used his father's name to do whatever he wanted. It reached a point where many students quit the academy because of his actions. It seemed he got into this academy as a third-class student. His father was good at covering things up, so he never faced consequences for his actions. The guy made his way to Jink and the others. He greeted Najenda, but she replied rudely. Then he turned to Jink and offered him to join his family's service, saying he would make excellent use of Jink's S-rank ability. He mocked Jink, saying that as a mere commoner he should consider serving his family in honor. Jink got upset by his words and punched him in the face. He told him that being noble doesn't matter at this school. Here, your status is determined by your class. So, if a lower-class student like him disrespects a higher-class student, the lower-class student can be punished right away. Jink left the guy there and walked off with Chris and Najenda. Najenda asked Jink if he was going to accept her father's invitation for a meeting. Jink said he'd like to, but he didn't have fancy clothes and he needed his money for other things. The princess told him to wear his usual clothes since he was an adventurer. A few days later, Jink showed up before the king. The king greeted him warmly and said sorry for the trouble caused by some of his country's nobles who kept asking Jink to make appraisal cards during his travels. Jink replied that he didn't mind because he made good money from it. Then the king asked if they could rely on him for future enhancement and appraisal requests. Jink felt happy that the king acknowledged his enchantment side job and agreed to help. The king then asked about Jink's quarrel with Duke Ransel's heir. Jink explained that he couldn't stand people who abuse their power and act selfishly, like Duke Ransel's heir. He admitted to reacting impulsively and said he'd accept any punishment from the king. The king praised him for his beliefs and told him not to worry about what might happen because of the argument. He congratulated Jink for coming first in the written exam and offered to reward him with whatever he wanted. Jink said he wanted permission to buy human resources from the criminal slave sales office. He explained that he needed slaves to help him explore Gamel's labyrinth and was worried about spies from Rosalta sneaking in. He thought slaves were the safest choice. The king admired his clever plan and gave him permission to buy the criminal slaves. Jink and Nina went to the criminal slave sales office. As they walked through different cells with criminals, Nina felt scared. In one cell, Jink noticed a slave who caught his eye. He thought the guy had potential for growth and combat skills. Curious, Jink asked the guy about his crime. The guy explained that he had a troubled relationship with his father's second wife. She tried to kill him to inherit his father's wealth, and he ended up accidentally killing her in self-defense. Nina told Jink that the guy's price was too high. Jink wanted to buy him, but it would drain all his money. Plus, he still needed to find a place to live. He wondered why no noble had bought such an impressive guy. When he asked the guard said people were scared of him because of his crime. Ian interrupted by saying that his father wanted to repurchase him, but his price was 10 times higher for family members. His father couldn't gather that much money, and he lost the courage to face his family. Nina told Jink that she didn't find this guy scary, unlike other criminals. Nina's words gave Jink the final push he needed to make his decision. He announced that he would buy Ian. At Count Brand's wife's request, King Qual gifted Jink a mansion. Chris also gathered more requests for appraisal cards for Jink. Nina practiced reading, writing, and cooking. Ian trained his wind magic and swordsmanship, and he showed impressive progress as expected. However, Jink noticed that Ian looked worried sometimes. Jink encouraged him to talk openly, but Ian didn't say anything. Deciding to ask directly, Jink and Ian headed to the market. While there, they noticed a guy in a cloak who seemed to be following them. Jink and Ian were out shopping for things they wanted. After they finished shopping, Jink reminded Ian to speak up if he had any concerns, as being forgetful could be risky during fights. Suddenly, a young boy appeared, pointing a spear at Jink. He demanded that Jink stop using his brother however he pleased and let him go, or else they would have to fight. Jink checked the boy's strength and saw it was much weaker compared to Ian's. The boy even had a title that said Ian's Leftovers. Jink mentioned he was a top-ranked adventurer and the boy wasn't in a position to fight him. The boy yelled again for Ian to be set free. Jink, getting annoyed, said he couldn't release Ian because he had bought him for a high price. Amidst the chaos ahead, Ian knelt down and said sorry to Jink on behalf of his brother. He pleaded with Jink to spare his brother's life. Ian's brother yelled at him, telling him not to kneel before someone like Jink. The people around them started talking and Jink realized he looked like the bad guy in front of everyone. Ian asked his brother how he couldn't hate him for taking their mother's life. Ash, the younger brother, said he was mad at him for that, but he found it disgraceful that he was treated like a slave. He wanted his smart and cool brother back. Their father had promised to save money to buy him, but someone bought him before that could happen. Jink interrupted and declared that he would entertain Ash as an opponent, drawing his sword. Ash charged at him with a spear, but Jink quickly cut it in two with his sword. Then he sliced Ash's cloak in half, causing him to fall to the ground. At that time, some guards showed up and tackled Ash to the ground. They were from the guild, and one of them asked Jink to come to the guild for a hearing. Jink told Ian to quickly stash all the shopping in his item box. They'd talk more later. When Jink got home, he was worn out. Nina ran to him crying and led him to Ian's room where he found Ian attempting to take his own life. Jink grabbed the weapon away from him, but Ian protested, shouting that he deserved to die for disrespecting his family. Jink argued that it wouldn't solve anything and asked for a different punishment. Jink got angry and announced that they would leave for the dungeon city, Gamel, the next day. While they were exploring, Ian was being worked like a horse, doing everything that was asked of him. Eventually, Ian made a vow that he would keep working until he couldn't anymore. He asked Jink about Ash's situation, and Jink explained that Ash had been placed in the guild's isolation cell for a few days but wouldn't face any further punishment. Ian thanked Jink for the lenient treatment and explained that Ash had been spoiled growing up. But he was still Ian's precious brother. Talking about his brother reminded Jink of Esther. He mentioned that he understood the feeling of having a precious brother and hoped that his own brother was doing well. Meanwhile, back at Nonland's residence in Rosalta, Elsa sat on a bed looking sick and exhausted with Esther by her side. Esther tried to comfort her by saying that he was sure Jink was fine, but he was worried about Elsa's condition because Jink was like a child to her. As he left Elsa's room, a butler appeared and asked him to return to the annex. Esther argued that he was still on the property and his father wasn't here, so it shouldn't be a big deal. The butler pointed out that Esther still seemed worried about Jink, the outcast. With an evil grin on his face, he advised Esther to forget about him since he was just a lowly criminal. Esther retorted that he must have been so bored now that the target of his teasing had left. As Esther started to leave, he reminded him of the times he had done petty things on the orders of the higher-ups. Esther regarded his brother as an amazing person. Esther believed that if anyone called his brother an outcast, they didn't really know him. In the past, to meet the expectations of the higher-ups as an heir, he trained with spears every day. This inspired Esther to learn spearmanship too. Jink was decent with the spear, but Esther quickly surpassed him. Whenever they sparred, Esther always won. Jink even asked Esther for tips to improve his skills. Esther knew Jink felt embarrassed being beaten by the son of a concubine, but he still treated Esther kindly. However, people's attitudes towards Jink changed a lot. His grandfather started favoring him and ignoring Jink. It was clear that rumors about Jink were being spread on purpose. Over time, the rumors got worse and Jink found himself with nobody to rely on. Esther believed he was the one who had ruined his brother's life. At the Rosalta Royal Palace, a meeting took place. Noble Nonland, the former head of the family, and the kingdom's crown prince, Elliot, were also present. The audience expressed their dissatisfaction, saying that exiling an enchanter was a grave mistake. They added that it would be very difficult to retrieve him since he had escaped to Qual. Interrupting them, the crown prince asked how long they intended to dwell on this argument. A member of the council replied that since the crown prince had supported Jink's exile, he also had to bear responsibility. The prince confessed that he had assumed Jink would be taken care of by goblins or kobolds, but luck was on his side, allowing him to reach Qual. He remarked that Jink being an enchanter was actually good news because it implied that he and his father also had the talent for enchanting. The king scolded him and tried to halt his speech, but Elliot persisted, stating that Jink shared the same bloodline as his father. He argued that since he and his father shared the same blood, they too could become enchanters like Jink. The council members were shocked when they found out. They wondered if Jink could be the king's secret son. The king looked nervous and asked Elliot how he found out. Elliot said he overheard his father and grandfather talking. He said he'd be the one to save the country. He told a guard to tell his followers. They had to find the smartest sages and wizards in Rosalta. They needed to figure out how to make him and his dad into enchanters. The king and the former king seemed dismayed, and everyone at the council began questioning them aggressively. Gordon held his head in his hands, observing the chaos unfolding before him. He had opposed punishing him with exile and had suggested granting him a viscount title instead. He understood that this wouldn't just end with him and his father. The public would soon uncover the lie that the Norland family and the royal family had desperately tried to conceal. Sacred Flame and Alec arrived at Norland's residence to meet Esther. They all introduced themselves to him, and Will informed him of Jink's whereabouts. Esther started crying at the confirmation that his brother was doing fine. Esther brought them to meet Elsa. Elsa was very relieved to hear about him too. Will told them about Jink being an enchanter too. Esther realized why Jink had asked for his blood when he saw the gifts sent by Jink. Elsa said that she did not notice Jink's enchanting abilities at all while she took care of him. She understood why Jink hid this from everyone all that time. If that had gotten out, this country would have definitely tried to steal his freedom. Will was certain because he had only heard bad things about Rosalta in recent years, and the poisoning incident involving the Chancellor's family had sparked it all. That incident had only occurred because the Chancellor's daughter had Jink, with his father being the king. Esther's eyes widened at the revelation. Will realized that he had said more than necessary, and Karen hit him for not being careful in front of Esther. Esther seemed horrified after discovering that he and Jink were not blood-related. Elsa comforted him and continued the story from where Will had left off. The previous king of Rosalta had gotten the crown with the support of the Chancellor. Shortly after, the Chancellor's daughter became pregnant with his child. If this secret had gotten out, it would have made the king's position worse. So he tried hard to keep it hidden. He had ways to handle it, but dealing with the Chancellor's daughter, who was influential, was tricky. Eventually, the pregnant lady carrying Jink was sent to House Norland, which was powerful, to marry Lord Gordon. Elsa, who used to work as a servant at the Chancellor's house, was sent with her. However, the former head of House Norland, Lord Noble Norland, didn't like this arrangement. He didn't want to pass on his family's legacy to a child who wasn't related to him. So he poisoned the food at one of the Chancellor's family gatherings. Jink didn't attend the party because he wanted to practice his spearmanship, and Elsa stayed with him. Everyone at the party, including Jink's mother and her family, met their end. Even Elsa's husband and son, who were serving at the party, were affected. Elsa was silenced by Noble and Gordon. She felt guilty for allowing Jink to be exiled just to save herself. Esther comforted her, saying she hadn't done anything wrong. The Norland family simply wanted to get rid of Jink, talented or not. Will told them that the capital was filled with criticism for the royal family. He also mentioned the crown prince's foolish behavior at the recent meeting. Chaos reigned in the royal palace. Will paid off a noble who was at the meeting to get this information. Rosalta was in deep trouble. After learning about the situation, Alec decided to move his group to Qual. Will asked Esther what he wanted to do. Esther replied that he didn't feel attached to the country or his family anymore. He demanded Karen, the leader of Sacred Flame, to take him in as her slave. He feared his family would be convicted and he'd be enslaved along with them. So, he wanted to become Karen's slave and leave with Sacred Flame to meet up with Jink later. Elsa also insisted on becoming a slave with Esther. Outside the door, the rude butler listened to everything. He decided to grab some expensive stuff and leave the place because he thought the house was finished anyway. Karen dressed up Esther in a maid suit. Esther was extremely shy and embarrassed wearing that, but Karen had fun. She justified it by saying that Esther was a high-ranked noble successor, so he was pretty well known. It would have been impossible to make it through the inspection if he didn't disguise himself. Esther still didn't understand why he had to cross-dress. Even Elsa teased him about it. They all left for the Qual Kingdom right away. Esther still felt uneasy, knowing that Jink was not his blood-related brother. Jink, Nina, and Ian arrived at Gamel. The city was bustling with people just as they expected. They gazed at the large entrance to the dungeon. Ian told them that in ancient times, the entrance used to be nothing more than a huge hole leading into the dungeon. As more adventurers began to arrive, the city started to grow. Jink noticed that Ian seemed quite knowledgeable about Gamel. Ian explained that his family had a shop branch here, so he had visited often with his father. His family mainly traded with mid-sized clans. Clans were essentially groups of adventurers. Small clans had just a few parties, while big clans could have several hundred members. Being part of a clan provided a safe base for adventurers to operate from. So most adventurers in Gamel belonged to one. Some clans even used their strength as a shield to get what they wanted, which made them intimidating trading partners for merchants. They decided to head to the guild first to gather some information. The guild was massive, feeling like one of those modern malls to Jink. As he was about to speak to the receptionist, a large drunken man interrupted him. He made fun of Jink and Nina, suggesting they hire guards if they didn't want trouble. The receptionist managed to get rid of him and apologized to Jink. Jink handed her his guild card, and she screamed when she saw his S rank. Everyone around was surprised. Some even thought about recruiting him to their group. Jink explained that his rank was because of his rare ability, but he still lacked experience. He was sent straight to the 5th floor, a place where many adventurers hadn't reached. While Jink and his team waited in the reception area, a girl named Mona showed up. She informed them that she would be their guide from now on. The guild provided personal assistance to adventurers based on their rank and skills. They could go to her for any help or advice they needed. Jink understood why other adventurers might be jealous of him. He greeted the dungeon guide and dove straight into business, asking about the necessary equipment and any important dungeon details. The guide explained that monsters would continuously appear, but the remains of those Jink defeated would vanish, leaving only a few items behind. These defeated monsters would eventually respawn. The items left behind, like magic stones or body parts, were called item drops, and they could also be found in treasure boxes scattered throughout the dungeon. Jink thought the dungeon seemed very organized, almost as if someone intentionally designed it that way. Mona advised him not to overdo things, warning that monsters got stronger the deeper he went. She mentioned that no one had made it to the deepest floors yet. Previous adventurers had said that the environment changed a lot from floor to floor. If one floor was hot, the next might be freezing cold. So he needed equipment for both hot and cold temperatures. Above all, quality footwear was necessary. She suggested he visit their guild store for the items he needed. After going over the basics, she informed Jink about a request the guild had for him. They needed him to gather magic stones. Due to a recent war, Qual was running low on magic stones, but not many adventurers were actively seeking them out. In this world, people used magic stones like batteries. They used the magic inside them to start fires and make water for everyday needs. Magic stones were super important for daily life, but low-ranked adventurers were too busy trying to survive. And the high-ranked ones didn't explore the lower levels because they were only interested in rare stuff. That's why Jink's group got the job. They were going to hunt slimes because they dropped magic stones. They went into the dungeon and found a big open space. After a bit, slimes started popping up from everywhere. Jink told Nina and Ian what to do to fight them. Nina struggled at first, so Jink had to help her, but she got the hang of it and managed to take down a bunch. Ian used his sword and wind magic to get rid of them too. When the slimes disappeared, they were left with a bunch of magic stones around them. Ian mentioned he wasn't even tired after the fight, all thanks to some enchantment. Jink explained that when you fought tough battles, your experience points went up in real time. He figured it was because the monster's energy turned into experience points. When he checked their stats, they had gone up a lot. They decided to challenge monster rooms to level up. According to the map, there were slime rooms on the 3rd floor, but only those above B rank were allowed there. Monster rooms were filled with specific kinds of monsters. Once you entered, you had to either survive for a set time or defeat all monsters before leaving. Jink told them that based on their enchantment, they were easily B rank, so they decided to go there. They reached the slime room on the 3rd floor. Hundreds of slime monsters came from all sides, more than they expected. Jink was confident that Ian could handle them, but he wasn't sure about Nina. When Nina got into trouble, he unleashed a massive water cyclone at them. The attack took out all the slimes at once. Jink had run out of mana after using the water cyclone attack, so he drank a mana potion to recharge. Nina felt sorry for the oversight and apologized to Jink. He reassured her, saying it was okay, and mentioned that both Nina and Ian's XP had increased due to his attack. It seemed that just being near the person who makes the shot could boost one's stats. Ian suggested it might be better for them to earn XP individually, so they continued battling slime monsters they encountered throughout the night. During the fights, Nina learned some shielding skills. Despite fighting numerous slimes, they didn't accumulate enough XP. They decided to move to another floor. Nina expressed her reluctance to enter a goblin room because she disliked their smell. Jink agreed, adding that goblins didn't drop good items either. The other options were kobolds on floor 9 and orcs on floor 15. They decided to go to the kobolds room because they had good item drops and their smell was also slightly better than goblins. Orcs had thick skin, so their weapons wouldn't last against them. That's why kobolds were the best choice. Nina felt happy experiencing all the things adventurers did. They headed to the kobolds room on floor 9. There was a magic circle there, which was like a kobold's respawn point. After a few moments, kobolds started emerging from the circle. Ian and Jink started fighting them one by one. Nina also managed to defeat one after some effort. Jink built a tall water wall around them, keeping all the kobolds trapped outside. They decided to take a break inside the wall, grabbing loot and weapons as they went. Ian suggested they use magic instead of constantly moving around. Nina couldn't use magic, but Jink could enchant a weapon for her. Nina was thrilled at the idea of using magic. Jink pointed out that Nina didn't have enough mana for magic. Ian said she could manage with potions, though it might cost a bit. Jink agreed and gave Nina an enchanted weapon that could only cast water balls. When Jink took down the water wall, the kobolds flooded in to attack. Nina kept hurling water balls and drinking mana potions. Jink put up another water wall after a while. After drinking many mana potions, Nina couldn't hold it anymore. Jink enchanted a box for her to pee in. Nina was embarrassed at first but eventually found a spot to relieve herself. After 3 days, they finished off many orcs in the orc room on floor 15. Ian mentioned that he had gotten over his fear of orcs by then. Meanwhile, Nina was excited about cooking orc meat later. After 3 days of continuous fighting, Ian and Nina's stats had increased greatly. Jink announced that they would head back topside after conquering the next room. The next room contained an orc general. They planned that Nina would attack with spells from behind while Jink and Ian would charge head-on, casting their own spells. The orc general emerged out of the magic circle and tried to attack them. Jink went first and landed some hits on it while Ian and Nina launched magic attacks from behind. Ian went after Jink and fought the monster with his sword. They easily managed to bring the general down with their coordination and teamwork. After the orc general was defeated, Nina collected its meat to cook later. She then noticed a jiggly round thing with a weird smell. As a merchant's son, Ian knew what it was and told Jink. Jink instructed Nina not to hold it since it was an orc testicle. Soon after, Nina cooked her special orc meat soup and served it to Ian and Jink when they were back at their camp. As they ate, an elf guy appeared, following the smell of the dish. The guy seemed to recognize Jink. The elf guy introduced himself as Luke, the master of the Elder 3 clan. He felt good to finally meet Jink, the enchanter he had heard so much about. Jink checked Luke's status and found out that he was an S rank, just like him. However, Luke didn't have any special abilities. Jink assumed Luke must have been incredibly skilled to reach S rank without any rare abilities. Luke's archery score was exceptionally high. Ian told Jink that Elder 3 was the third most influential clan in Gamel. Jink asked Luke why he was there when several people standing behind Luke approached Jink and started begging for food. Luke explained that his clan had run out of food, so they were making their way back up from the floor below. However, with all the monsters, it was taking them a lot of time. They might have starved before making it back to the topside. Luke offered to pay money, but Jink said he would like some information in return for the food. Luke agreed to the deal as long as the information wasn't confidential. Nina cooked the whole clan a good meal. Everyone praised her cooking after eating. Luke said that he never expected to eat anything other than jerky and bread there. Jink told him that he had bought a lot of ingredients and cooking items just in case. While they were eating, Luke explained the clan system to Jink. He told him about the 2 main clans in Gamel, the Depths of Purgatory and the Emissaries. Some folks referred to them as the Big 3, including the Elder Tree, but Elder Tree was much smaller compared to the other 2. Both clans used force to maintain their hierarchies. Those with fewer abilities were often used as cannon fodder in the maze, either ending up dead or insane. Joining these clans meant paying steep membership fees. Some couldn't afford them, so they left. However, leaving a clan was seen as treason here, and no other clan would accept them. That's why some people ended up in Elder 3, which prized freedom above all else. Luke wanted to help as many people leaving clans as he could, but he knew the other 2 clans would come after him. Ian confirmed that the 2 big clans had a bad reputation among merchants too. Despite this, their names still carried weight, and many joined because of their fame, only to regret it later. Jink thanked Luke for the valuable information, and together they made it to the topside. Luke expressed his gratitude for the meal and hoped they would meet again. He warned Jink to be cautious because he'd heard that the 2 clans had their eyes on him. After Luke left, Jink asked Ian and Nina about their maze experience. Nina said she had fun, while Ian talked about how effective the experience had been. Ian told Jink that he could form a clan of his own if they brought in the staff from the estate. Jink mentioned his upcoming exams, so they needed to return to the capital. He instructed Nina and Ian to take a break. The next day, Jink presented his loot from the past 3 days at the guild. Mona felt nervous seeing the amount of bags because now she would have to count them all. She spotted an orc's genitalia in one bag, and happily picked it up, knowing it could be sold at a high price since it was used as an ingredient in medicines. At that moment, a man appeared and greeted Jink. He introduced himself as Dan, the guildmaster. Dan praised Jink for clearing a boss room in 3 days. He said Jink could take his provisional B rank exam now, with Dan as his opponent. It was a test of endurance. Jink had to withstand Dan's attacks for an hour. Dan wanted to see how someone who quickly rose through the ranks with rare skills could defend themselves. Jink thought the exam was a bit unfair for those who focused on offense. Mona assured him it was just a provisional exam and wouldn't change much. Dan interrupted, warning Jink not to be overconfident because he wouldn't hold back. The man teased Jink a bit more, and Jink started feeling annoyed by the man's behavior. Eventually, Jink and Dan moved to the Gamel branch area to have the test once all the preparations were finished. Jink had enchanted every part of his outfit. Dan allowed him to use defensive spells and swords as long as he didn't actually hit him. Once the match began, Dan kept attacking Jink while Jink defended himself. Jink managed to endure 1 hour of constant attacks easily. Dan admitted that it was even tougher than Snow had warned him. Jink didn't even break a sweat during the whole thing. Dan also praised Jink for his accurate defense. Dan realized that Jink was quite intimidating during the match. Jink pretended to block Dan's attacks, but he was secretly targeting the same spot on Dan's sword repeatedly. If it had gone on much longer, Dan's sword could have broken. Eventually, Dan acknowledged his defeat. He invited Jink to the library later to talk about something. Mona had some less experienced adventurers count Jink's loot for her earlier. She told Jink about the huge amount he earned through that. Now they, along with Dan, sat in the library. Mona informed Jink that as a provisional B rank, he no longer needed an escort when traveling, although having some security was still a good idea. Dan disagreed, saying Jink could handle himself well enough. Jink then asked Dan about what he wanted to discuss. Dan explained Ash's situation. Although the guild had released him, his father still wanted to make amends, so he came to Gamel. Dan requested Jink to talk to Ash and negotiate a deal with him. He suggested that Jink could sign with a merchant he knew since Ash needed to sell goods anyway. Dan felt sorry for the man as his eldest son ended up as a slave and his youngest son was causing trouble. He hoped Jink could lend a hand to help out. Jink's opinion of Dan instantly changed after hearing this. He had thought that Dan was a self-centered, rude man, but it turned out he was actually kind. Jink said he was going to deal with that matter anyway, so he would meet him. After a few days, Jink and Ian met Ian's father. His father apologized for Ash's rude behavior. Jink said he would let it slide if he promised to keep his son in check. Jink also received a personal business contract with him. With Ian's help, they worked out the details pretty quickly. After the meeting, Jink told Ian to spend the rest of the day with his family. Maid Mamiza and Angie welcomed Jink back to his house. They handed over a letter to him. Jink opened the letter and noted that it was from Chris. Chris wrote that there were 2 slaves named Elza and Esther at the Brand's house and wanted to meet him. Jink was shocked when he read the names. Jink rushed to the Brand's residence. Chris told him that he used to be a prince. Jink's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he heard that. Chris explained that he wasn't the oldest son of the non-land family, but rather the illegitimate child of the king of Rosalta. This revelation had just come out, so the royal palace was in chaos. Will, Karen, and Bogard also appeared in front of Jink. Jink was confused about what was happening. He asked them to take him to Elza and Esther. They led him to a quiet room. Elza and Esther, wearing worn-out clothes with tired eyes, bowed their heads when Jink entered. Jink became furious seeing their condition and demanded to know who had done this to them. Karen replied that they had asked for it themselves. Chris explained that they had to do it because he and his mother couldn't treat slaves the same way they treated other servants. The servants would have caused an outrage, so they only asked to give them the bare minimum to survive. This was their atonement and apology to Jink. Jink didn't understand why Elza and Esther would want an apology from him, so Will explained everything to him. He told him about the reason he got exiled and why Elza and Esther believed that they were partially responsible for that. They became slaves, so Jink could punish them. It was all too much for Jink to take in. He first apologized to Chris and the Sacred Flame for putting them through trouble. Karen said that it was all right. She got to see Esther as a maid. Jink walked over to Elza and Esther and asked them to stand up. He said he didn't want to punish them. He was just glad to see them okay. They didn't respond, so Karen had to tell Esther to lift his head. They both immediately apologized to Jink once they looked up. Esther apologized for his family's actions toward Jink, and Elza apologized for not being able to protect him. Jink quickly told them not to blame themselves because none of it was their fault. When Esther respectfully called him Lord Jink, it made him angry. He yelled at Esther to stop and then hugged him tightly, assuring him that they were still brothers. Esther started crying in Jink's arms, and then Elza and Esther were brought inside. They changed back into their usual clothes too. Jink thanked the Sacred Flame members for everything and promised to enchant some items for them in return. He assured Esther that he would take care of him until he came of age. Jink expressed that he wanted to free Esther right away but wouldn't be able to leave him alone until things settled in Rosalta. Being associated with Karen's name was better for them, since she was an S-rank adventurer. Esther and Elza still insisted on serving Jink, but Jink shut them up. Jink's status had started showing King Rosalta's illegitimate child too. Will told them that the king and the crown prince had fallen from grace, leaving the throne empty. The queen also filed for divorce, and her home country dissolved their alliance with Rosalta. It was only a matter of time before a war broke out in Rosalta. Back in Rosalta, the former head of the Nonland family was sentenced to death, and Gordon Nonland was thrown into jail. The crown prince found himself confined within the walls of his palace. He grumbled about the nobles as he sat there until his father, the king, entered the room. Upon seeing his father, the prince turned to him, only to be struck by the king's scepter the moment he spoke. The king cursed his son, blaming him for everything that had gone wrong. He continued to beat the prince until the young man drew his final breath. In that moment, The prince realized he had departed from the world. Despite his death, he harbored a deep grudge against Jink, directing all his resentment towards him. He muttered Jink's name several times before a massive magic circle materialized in Gamel's dungeon. Jink stayed in the capital for 2 weeks and took his exams at the academy. After finishing his exams, he decided to return to Gamel with Esther and his group. Esther warmly greeted Ian and Nina when they arrived. Esther was wearing the armor that Jink had given him. Considering Esther's abilities, Jink thought it would be a good idea to spend 3 days repeatedly battling the orcs near the door, so Esther could get more practice. Jink believed that by the end of those days, Esther would be ready to join them in attacking the next floor. Ian questioned whether it was wise for Esther to start hunting orcs so soon. Esther reassured him, explaining that he had experience hunting monsters during his guard duties for House Norland, and he had also fought some low-level monsters on the journey to Qual. However, it pained him to remember that he had done all that in a maid outfit. Jink informed Esther that he had an aptitude for wind magic, so on top of spearcraft, he should also level up his magic and mana. Nina asked Jink if Esther would have to drink a lot of mana potions like her, and he said yes. Nina got excited, thinking about how she would not be the only one feeling humiliated for having to pee. They got ready to leave for Gamel. Jink ordered Anzi and Mimosa to take care of the house while they were gone. Elsa also appeared with them in a maid uniform. Jink had given Anzi and Mimosa enchanted weapons, so they claimed that they would just use those weapons if things got bad. At Gamel, Jink introduced Esther to Mona. He asked if anything had changed while he was gone. Mona's expression darkened, and she asked Jink if he knew about named monsters. Jink admitted he had only heard about them. Mona explained that it was very rare, but sometimes the souls of the dead took over monsters. These monsters were called named monsters. They kept their memories, were intelligent, and could talk. They even looked like they did when they were alive. She told him that the orc general they had defeated on the 15th floor had come back to life as a named monster. Jink wondered if the monster had gotten stronger now that it had human intelligence. Mona assured him that it was the opposite. It had actually become weaker. She guessed that the monster must have had troubles in its previous life. Predicting the orcs' attacks used to be simple, but now it was even easier. It would spot women and immediately chase after them. Many weaker parties managed to defeat it by using female members as bait. They even started calling it Dork, combining orc and dork. With the 15th floor getting easier, there were problems with long lines forming before the 16th floor. Low-level adventurers took too much time clearing the 16th floor, leading to congestion and arguments in the queues. Mona asked Jink to assist anyone they encountered. Jink reassured her that he could enchant his entire party with healing abilities. On the 15th floor of Gamel, Esther battled some orcs using magic. He cast an attack called Air Slicer, which took down most of them. Ian noticed Esther's progress and improvement in just a few days. Esther also felt pleased with his own growth and improvement. Jink admitted he had been a bit worried if Esther could do more than just thrust with a spear, but now he was even using slicing techniques. Nina wondered how Esther managed not to take breaks while constantly chugging potions. They took a short break before deciding to move on to the next floor. Esther's level had jumped from 23 to 57 in 3 days. Now they only needed to defeat the orc general to advance. Jink insisted on taking the front line even though the general was weakened, just to be cautious. He also suggested Nina stay in the back, as the monsters behaved strangely around women. The orc general appeared from a swirling magic circle chanting Jink's name. Jink checked its status and found out it was Elliot, the crown prince. Jink announced what it saw in its status. As the orc approached Jink, he said it must have been fate for them to meet like this. He declared he would handle it himself. He sent some fire attacks at it, but the orc didn't even get a scratch. Jink had expected him to use fire magic since he had recently learned it, but it seemed he wasn't very good at it yet. The orc noticed Esther and started shouting, "Woman, woman, woman!" Esther got angry and yelled that he was a man attacking the orc with his spear. Jink took advantage of the situation and attacked from behind. The creature spotted Jink and started chanting his name again. It aggressively launched attacks, but Jink dodged everything and ended it with a single blow to its head. Esther informed him that the crown prince had been dethroned as per Will's report, suggesting he was likely executed afterward. Jink commented that he'd heard souls with strong resentments were more likely to be reborn as monsters, implying Elliot must have held a grudge. Jink felt it was deserved. By possessing a monster in Gamel, Elliot's spirit would be trapped there forever. He would keep coming back, endlessly respawning, only to be defeated by adventurers for experience points and items. Jink and the others kept fighting more monsters along the way until they reached the 20th floor. This floor was the most popular within the dungeon, known as the Crystal Area. It was packed with various kinds of crystals and stones, and many adventurers were milling about. Jink mentioned that he wanted to earn some money, and from what he had heard, rough emeralds and diamonds could be found here. Nina and Esther eagerly offered to do some mining. Jink took out mining tools from his item box, and Ian suggested a specific spot for Esther to mine. Using his material appraisal skill, he could assess the geological features of minerals. Nina, Esther, and Ian dug at different spots. Nina and Esther were excited when they found emeralds. Jink found it amusing to see them having fun like that, considering they were just kids. Ian also enjoyed the digging, but his motivation was different. He was focused on selling the stones to make money. Meanwhile, Jink decided to create a golem using minerals. He had been practicing earth magic and wanted to use the golem for mining. He used mana to sustain it, but the golem couldn't last long without it. The guilds used to warn about many traps and dangers down below. That's why they'd sometimes use the golem to trick enemies. When Jink and the others heard noise nearby, the golem began mining while they investigated. Turns out it was the depths of purgatory and the emissaries. Two lower-ranked clans having a spat. Jink thought it was pretty silly. Moving on to the 21st floor, it looked more like a sunny field than a dungeon. Jink mentioned the creatures called green calves living there. Their meat was a delicacy, even better than orc meat. Jink and Esther had it back when they were nobles, but finding it in big cities was hard, so it cost a lot. Just thinking about it made Nina hungry. Suddenly, Jink remembered Mona mentioning more casualties lately. Hoping they'd stay safe, they kept going. Nearby, some huge ants were feeding on human bodies. Shortly after, Jink hunted green calves relentlessly until he was satisfied with the amount of meat he had collected. Nina then took out her knife and prepared to cook the meat, and Esther offered to assist her. The group enjoyed their meal, finding the calves' meat even better than they had anticipated. As they observed numerous white cows and minotaurs in the area, Ian realized that it was teeming with bovine-type monsters. While white cow meat tasted similar to that of green calves, their milk was exceptionally delicious. Conversely, minotaur meat was unpalatable and primarily useful for crafting, as their axes were too heavy for humans to wield. At that moment, Jink noticed that Esther had leveled up his wind magic and suggested trying out the air tornado spell he had been practicing. Esther was pissed as he could now provide support to the group. However, Jink cautioned him not to expect too much, as air tornado's range was lower compared to cyclone. As Jink decided to continue their journey, they suddenly spotted something approaching. It was a weary adventurer carrying their unconscious partner. Jink inquired about their condition, and the man urged them to retreat as well. Wondering what was happening, Jink asked for an explanation. The adventurer revealed that they had stumbled upon an ant nest nearby and were unfortunate enough to encounter a swarm of ants. When questioned about their other companions, the adventurer feared they might have already become ant food. Jink admitted to never having fought ants before and offered to help heal them in exchange for more details. While Jink and Ian tended to the injured pair, one of them described the difficulty of battling a swarm of ants, who attacked with their front claws and sprayed acidic substances. Despite their sturdy shells, the ants were vulnerable to fire. Jink realized they were ill-equipped for such a fight, as they were still new to fire magic and primarily relied on water and wind magic respectively. The adventurer elaborated that the ants fiercely protected their queen, requiring a significant number of sorcerers to overcome them. Only certain clans possessed the necessary magic. As the other adventurer regained consciousness and expressed gratitude for their help, they cautioned Jink and Ian against confronting the ants before departing from the area. Ian noticed Jink's worried expression and asked what was wrong. Jink told them to rush to the 24th floor while being careful. The whole group went around and suddenly found themselves in the middle of the area. Just as they tried checking their map, nearby cows suddenly sensed something and started running away, passing by Jink and the others. Jink heard some rumbling and wondered if there would be an earthquake. Nina, looking anxious, told Jink to look over the distance. 3 adventurers were being chased by a swarm of huge ants. The female mage tried to fend off the ants using fire magic. She managed to eliminate some ants, but some of them started attacking with acid by spewing it out. The acid hit the mage's arm and her arm started melting. Watching them struggle despite using fire magic, Jink wondered if his group could do something against thousands of ants. Esther and Nina then asked what their action should be. Ian said that they could save themselves by leaving the others to their death. Esther and Nina were shocked by Ian's proposition. Jink agreed that running away was the best option. However, he knew the kids would feel guilty soon after. He instructed the others to scatter the ants using their spells and keep their mana going by drinking a lot of potions. Jink then led the others, fully responsible for his party members' safety as the leader. Just then, the 3 adventurers noticed them and suggested running away. Jink told them to run as they bought some time for them. The adventurers called him crazy but soon recognized Jink as the famous Enchanter. Jink exclaimed they would also run away if they found the right timing. The other adventurers then ran away as they thanked Jink for the support. Jink then used Water Cyclone to break the swarm's formation. Esther then followed up with his air tornado and spear attacks. Ian also used his wind magic to scatter the ants, and Nina did the same using Water Ball. However, the ants kept swarming in and Jink chugged down more potions down his throat. He realized they were not efficient since they couldn't use fire magic. Both he and Ian had huge mana pools, but the kids didn't have much. Jink then instructed Esther and Nina to go near him, and he used Water Wall to protect the two. He told them to drink some potions and heal up. Jink then looked around as he tried thinking what to do next, hold out or go directly for the Ant Queen. He knew killing the huge ant at the back would make the swarm collapse. However, the Ant Queen was too far in the back. Suddenly, he noticed some ants that looked different, and based on his appraisal, they were ant generals. Jink then decided to take action by using some orc meat as bait. He flung the meat randomly, and the ants got distracted. Seeing that the baiting tactic worked, Jink ran toward the nearby ant general and quickly beheaded it. The ants then started acting confused, and Jink realized they had a chance of winning. Jink called over Ian and asked him to scatter orc meat chunks using his wind magic. He also instructed Ian to take out the commanders with ranged spells if the swarm opened up. Esther and Nina were also ready, and Jink instructed them to support and protect Ian. Jink counted on them as he planned to get closer to the queen ant and kill it. He dropped chunks of orc meat, and Ian flung them around randomly using his wind magic. Esther and Nina also used their wind magic to kill off any incoming ants. Ian also used his katana to slice down the ants gunning for them. Meanwhile, Jink kept using Water Cyclone to clear out the way until he reached the queen ant. He broke into a cold sweat as the huge ant monster loomed over him like a 7-foot basketball player. The queen ant shrieked in anger. Jink clenched his teeth and sword as he prepared to fight her. Jink himself believed that even though the queen's skills weren't particularly strong, it was doubtful that his blade could inflict enough harm on her. When the queen tossed acid in an attempt to harm Jink, he swiftly dodged the attack. Responding with a fireball aimed at the queen's head, she screamed upon being hit. She turned her aggression towards Jink. As she continued her onslaught, Jink evaded her attacks, finding them crude and easily avoidable. However, he still grappled with how to effectively harm her. His limitation in speed posed a challenge. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he remembered Dan's tactics. A large body couldn't maneuver swiftly within a small space. With this realization, Jink began striking at the queen's legs, aiming to break her joints and gain control of the situation. Suddenly, ants from the ant army began attacking with acid. Jink was surprised and exclaimed that they shouldn't mess with him. Then, a large number of these ants were blown away by an air cyclone. Ian held back his magic and shouted to the children to keep the ants away from Jink. Everyone rushed into battle. Everyone felt tense because they had little time, and mana and their potions were running out. Jink used magic attacks to defeat the Ant Queen. She tried to attack Jink again, but he dodged quickly. The queen tried to approach Jink, but her legs started cracking and then completely fell apart. Jink realized the armor wouldn't help her anymore. The queen fell to the ground defeated as Jink damaged all her joints. Meanwhile, the others held back the crowd of ants. The queen tried to attack Jink with acid, but he dodged and told her not to resist. He moved fast, delivering blows at the queen until he broke the horns on her head. Jink hoped that if she lost consciousness and her legs, she wouldn't be able to do anything. The queen screamed as Jink rushed to attack her, successfully cutting her armor and herself into 2 parts. The queen breathed her last breath and died hurriedly. Seeing this, the army of ants panicked greatly while the others maintained defenses around her body. The ants began to disperse, and Nina remarked that it happened after the queen was killed. Esther ran up to Jink and said his brother was doing well. Jink sighed, glad they weren't hurt, but realized if he had made even one mistake, they would have been lying in the maze. He apologized for being careless. Ian reassured Jink, saying he was glad they had survived. Esther said it was still a success, and they decided to use wind magic to pack up everything and return outside. Nina mentioned it would be difficult to calculate everything. Esther suggested that since Jink had defeated the A-rank Ant Queen, he would likely receive the temporary rank of A. Jink pondered on it, unsure because it all happened too fast. Days later, at the Gamel branch of the Adventurers Guild, Jink worried about getting a lecture for risking his life as an enchanter. Mona informed Jink that he helped B-rank adventurers and rewarded him with 3 platinum coins, which Jink calculated as 300,000 Japanese yen. He asked if it was too much, but Mona said it was the market price for saving lives. She emphasized how important their help was and expressed her concern for Jink's safety. Jink thanked her, understanding the gravity of the situation. Mona left to inform the guild head, leaving Nina to remark on Mona's worry for Jink's safety. Jink felt reassured by Mona's concern. After that, Dan entered the room and spoke to Jink. He mentioned hearing about Jink defeating the ant swarm. Dan believes Jink had overestimated himself, putting his friends in danger while trying to help others. He questioned why Jink would risk his life and not return to Rosarda. Esther jumped up, questioning Dan's audacity to speak to his brother that way. Dan brushed off Esther's concerns, stating his position as guildhead didn't matter. Jink intervened, acknowledging Dan's point and agreeing to be more cautious. Dan scoffed at the idea, suggesting Jink reflect on his actions. Dan then shared an important message with Jink. He revealed that the guild head from Korta had contacted him. Aristocrats from Rosarta had arrived unexpectedly, seeking assistance. Disguised as merchants, they sought an escort, intending to bring Jink back to Rosarta and make him king. Esther couldn't believe their audacity after banishing Jink. Jink questioned why Dan informed him, to which Dan explained that the guild prioritized legality and neutrality in international matters. Jink pondered informing the king of Quoll about this development, and inquired about the aristocrats' identities. Dan admitted they didn't know yet and asked for Jink's speculation. Jink realized that Marquis Tanir, a notorious nobleman, might be involved. Dan reassured Jink that Tanir didn't know about Jink being in Gamel and was searching for him elsewhere. This prompted Jink to consider reaching out to Chris and the Sacred Flame Party for help. Mona interrupted, expressing concerns about the recent ant encounter and its impact on the investigation. Jink assured her it didn't hinder their progress much, though they did halt mining during the commotion. Mona suggested filing a complaint with the clan heads, which Jink agreed to, noting the interference from the clans with guild affairs. As Dan expressed how troublesome it was, Jink wanted to inquire further, but Dan abruptly left, expressing frustration. The discussion then shifted to a middle-aged man in the midst of a heated rant about Jink's recent actions. He emphasized the seriousness of the situation, especially since it involved an S-rank clan. The group agreed that action needed to be taken, suggesting avoiding contact with Jink. Meanwhile, another meeting was underway. The guild had lodged complaints against their clan and the emissaries. They debated the importance of territories versus other concerns when one member revealed an order from the Kingdom of Nazar to eliminate Jink. The Depths of Purgatory was a big group of adventurers in the land of Gamel. Their leaders, who hailed from the nearby country of Nazar, sent scouts to the Kingdom of Quoll. Their mission? To eliminate the Enchanter. Queen Melissa faced a challenge getting her son-in-law to Nazar because Elliot had banished Jink. Dragging him there was tough, and leaving him unchecked posed a threat to their country. They had to act fast before he became even more dangerous. Failure meant certain death, so they needed volunteers. One of them volunteered to take action since he was familiar with the labyrinth's secrets. He knew enchanters were formidable foes. To fool Jink, he'd pose as a member of the emissaries. Even if he slipped up, Jink would think it was just an emissary's mistake. Any rift between them could harm the Kingdom of Quoll. It was a risky plan, demanding caution. Days later, the usual group gathered again. Jink reported that their recent battles had boosted their skills. Ian's magic level surpassed 100 thanks to Jinka's enchanted items. Nina, now 13, wanted to be called Big Sister. They felt stronger after overcoming the ant-infested 26th floor. From there, it was smooth sailing, but they knew the real challenge lay ahead in the cold zone, starting on the 26th floor. Jink prepared by buying warm clothes, a new experience for him. Esther questioned the need for such gear as Rosarta and Kurta had similar climates year-round, but Jink, recalling cold memories from his past in Japan, understood the necessity. This time, their priority wasn't mining or exploring for artifacts. It was survival. Together, they tackled monsters and pressed onward swiftly. They reached the 26th floor where Jink, like everyone else, felt the sheer cold. He mentioned that Japan wasn't anywhere near this wintry. They knew that stopping could lead to frostbite, so they decided to block the wind and raise the temperature. Jink made an air barrier and advised the team not to exhaust themselves because breaks would be short in the dungeon with the boss. It was tough, but they needed to hurry. While they sheltered from the snowstorm, Ian suddenly spotted approaching snow tigers. Hungry monsters rushed to attack them. Jink used water arrows to injure them, and Ian finished them off with an air cutter. Ian noted that due to the weather, they probably couldn't eat the monsters, and hunting in the cold was tough. Jink's water arrow became a giant popsicle due to the weather. Nina asked what that meant, thinking they might not know about such sweets in this country. Suddenly, he had an idea Nina might like. After some time, they reached the 30th floor, where the boss awaited in the dungeon. It took them 2 days to boost their physical strength. Jink wondered how adventurers managed it. Suddenly, Jink produced a pile of leftover metal from alchemy. Surprising the others, he used it to make a golem, which cleared snow into a barrel. Esther asked about it, and Jink said they'd find out later. Inside the boss's dungeon, Acrocanth, the boss dungeon, appeared. Jink warned everyone to be cautious as he could kill instantly with a bite. Defeating him was tough because direct blows were hard to land. They needed to dodge and attack with magic. As the monster tried to attack, Jink unleashed an air cyclone. Then he used a water tornado, considering blinding him with an arrow if it failed. Their combined magic worked and the monster fell, coughing blood. It surprised Jink, but they won. He admitted he didn't have special skills relying on his stats, but Esther mentioned how magic's power grows with level. As they got up, Jink mentioned a safe zone ahead where they could rest. Many people were camped there, possibly from the emissaries or purgatory. Someone called out Jink's name and Leon approached, reminding him that Jink once offered orc stew to them. Jink recognized him from the Elder Tree clan. Leon suggested going somewhere a bit far from the other two clans. As they cooked, Jink offered milk from a white cow, and they agreed. The children drank it and fell asleep instantly, exhausted from the cold. Jink asked how many lions there were. The guy explained they were the third squad supply, not able to leave easily as they supported the first and second squads and communicated with the surface. 3 other squads from different clans also provided support on lower floors. Jink thought that sometimes they stayed there for up to a month. He guessed they smelled bad. Leon said he got what Jink was thinking. He said there was nothing to do because drinking water was really important, so they couldn't use it to wash. Jink suggested trading some water for information about the lower floors, from the 31st to the 35th floor, where there's a tropical jungle zone. According to Leon, many adventurers get stuck in the cold zone now. Even the guilds need to learn more about what's happening. They say it's because one clan wants to sell information about this area. Jink thought that if they made a map and a guide to the jungle territories, they could make money. He handed over the water and thanked Leon. The guy wished Jink good luck. At that moment, someone was watching Jink and the others go to the 31st floor. Jink's party soon came across a jungle. It was different from the cold zone. It was hot and humid. Their goal was to explore the area, gather information, and make a map. If they sold this information to the guild, they could earn money. He didn't think it was hard and encouraged them to try. Nina said she would have been glad, but it was too hot. Jink agreed and took out a barrel of snow. From there, he pulled out a special white cow milk sherbet. The others asked what it was. He remembered Nina's words about wanting to know what sherbet was. He secretly prepared it in a safe area. Nina tried it and said it was very tasty. Ian liked it too. Jink said that for cooking you need to add sugar to the milk and cool it. The milk is already rich, so cream isn't needed. Ian said the guy could sell such a unique dish. Jink said it's a common food in that world. Esther asked about it, but Jink said he read about it in the library. He also figured out how to cool them down. You need to wrap a frozen slime jelly in cloth. If you put it in your pocket or on your head, it will cool down. Ian started thinking about how much it would cost. He was a real merchant, born and bred. They were about to leave, but they had to stick together. Everyone then explored the jungle. Suddenly, Ian stopped Jink. 2 people were cursing in front of them. They were talking about the mission to kill Jink. The king and princess also wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Jink wondered if this was the former Queen Rosarda. Suddenly, he heard that the depths of purgatory people would always know Jink's location because of the guildmaster's intel. Jink then realized that Dan had ties with the depths of purgatory clan. Everyone regrouped as Jink didn't believe the entire clan were spies, but acknowledged that some might have followed them into the maze. Mina suggested Dan could be a traitor. Esther claimed they should not trust Dan anymore. Jink thought otherwise since Dan gave him a warning and even helped with the issue with Ian's father. Esther exclaimed that Dan was just gaining his trust, but Jink wondered if that was the case. Ian then reminded them to be careful since they were being followed. Jink suggested rushing back to the guild and reporting. Dan's reaction should show the answer to their doubts. Jink cautioned them against letting the Purgatory clan know they were onto the assassination attempt. Jink knew Ian and Esther would be fine, but he worried for Nina. Nina knew she was being doubted because of her honesty, but she exclaimed that she would be fine. Upon returning, Mona was shocked to find Nazar's scouts were posing as the Purgatory clan members. Dan was also angered, and everyone watched closely his reaction. Jink questioned what they should do now that Nazar was involved. He suggested informing the state's king. Dan argued that it could lead to war. He emphasized that beyond spies, other reasons could lead to eliminating them. Despite previously claiming neutrality, Dan believed the matter should be left to the state, with them aiding in catching the killers. He volunteered to venture into the maze with them, asserting they needed more to defeat the clan and catch them in the act, with Dan as a witness. Jink suspected Dan's motives but saw it as an opportunity to distance Dan from the guild. He agreed to accompany Dan. Esther then asked if he truly didn't know anything, which Dan confirmed. He knew he was not trustworthy for now, but he wanted to prove something. They agreed to leave the next day. Dan went outside and reminisced about his brother joining the depths of purgatory and inviting him. Meanwhile, Jink finished his letter to the king and retrieved truth serum from the drawer, a family medicine from the Norland family, taking some with him before his exile. He never thought that he would use it. As a former noble, he should not worry, but his conscience as Jinkuro was getting in the way. However, he must do what he can to protect everyone. The following day, everyone gathered, with Dan's help enabling them to navigate through the maze. Disguised in rags, Dan received a bracelet enchanted with physical strength. Ian questioned if it was wise, considering it would increase Dan's level. Jink insisted they needed to proceed together, but they needed to keep a close eye on Dan. As they ascended to the 15th floor, Dan grew weary by the 14th, questioning if the group always moved at such a pace. They recalled Dan's words that he would keep up. Dan requested a break, happily enjoying the food, and complimented Nina's cooking. Suddenly, Jink asked Dan if he liked betting. Dan claimed his wife made him quit. Jink explained straightforwardly that it was a truth serum from the Norland family. meant to be used on the Purgatory clan members. He handed the bottle to Dan, sitting on the ground, and explained that it needed to be mixed with water. He claimed that they'd have a drinking challenge. Ian and Esther protested. Jink insisted they would all talk until they drank it, mentioning the side effects like anxiety and mental trauma. Despite Esther's attempt to stop them, Jink was determined to experiment, ensuring the right dosage. He mentioned they had an antidote if anything went wrong, adding that it was his first time trying it. He wagered a platinum coin and shared meals if Dan won, emphasizing his authority as the guild leader. Dan finally grasped Jink's intentions and asked if he truly believed he was involved in something beyond the guild's knowledge. Jink affirmed, willing to take the risk. After Dan agreed, he warned Jink not to underestimate him, confident he could handle anything. As everyone watched, Jink drank from the cup, his eyes widening at the unpleasant voices he heard. He hastily put the cup down, clearing his throat. The guild leader, observing, followed suit, experiencing discomfort and groaning. Despite this, Jink continued drinking while Dan began feeling unwell, eventually standing in a muddy pool of water. Suddenly, the water surrounded Dan's legs and he heard a voice addressing him as a brother, questioning why he hadn't intervened. The voice blamed him for death, and a haunting face appeared reminiscent of his smiling brother. Dan regretted not stopping him, realizing his brother's enthusiasm for the dangerous expedition. Later, he learned his brother had died exploring the treacherous maze, a fate not uncommon for those part of the Purgatory clan. Jink's conviction convinced him otherwise, dispelling any notion that it was mere rumor. Dan believed that the people from Nazar had acted cruelly. He watched as those released from confinement formed a large clan, feeling powerless to intervene. Even after assuming leadership of the guild, he struggled to address the issue. He couldn't treat those released from prison and aristocrats the same as before. Dan pondered how many lives had been lost because of him, realizing he could have saved them by setting aside his pride. Thanks to Jink, he stumbled upon information about crimes related to the depths of Purgatory. Determined not to flee this time, he resolved to protect Jink and his friends. As Dan regained consciousness, Jink and his friends watched him. He inquired if he had truly lost consciousness, and if he had done anything foolish under the serum's influence. Bowing his head, Jink apologized to Dan, admitting his foolish actions. Esther also apologized. Dan reassured them, taking responsibility for withholding information about those released from the Purgatory. Ian debunked the theory of collusion between Dan and those from the Purgatory clan, wondering who could betray the guild leader like that. Dan denied involvement, but soon suspected someone with prior ties to those from the Purgatory clan. Dan recounted an incident 5 years ago when one of them passed a rank promotion test, leaving him with a significant scar. The man vividly remembered the individual's unsettling grin. Jink insisted they had no choice but to find the killer and uncover the truth. Recalling the gift of empathy, a rare ability allowing interaction with an opponent's thoughts and feelings, they realized its potential importance in intel gathering. Meanwhile, in a jungle area, a man writhed in pain, clutching his head and demanding relief. His companions complained about his behavior. Confused, they questioned if anyone had discovered their use of empathy. The man in the hood admitted ignorance, prompting speculation that the guild leader had been mentally attacked. Concern arose over the possibility of their plan to eliminate Jink being exposed, prompting urgent action to gather all assassins in the maze for the task. The hooded man demanded that the tousled-haired mercenary calm their partner down. The mercenary said it was difficult to do so. The hooded man spoke negatively about the situation and wondered how Jink's squad could attack them mentally. Suddenly, the three mercenaries heard loud noises. They looked up and saw wyverns flying towards them. The hooded mercenary pointed to their partner and said that he should be left since they had no other choice. A mercenary with tousled hair asked if they would just leave one of them. He claimed that the crying man had an important gift of empathy. The hooded mercenary raised his voice and said that the man would have been dealt with by the opponents anyway. He asked if a man was willing to take risks for one person. The mercenaries with tousled hair swore and then decided to leave him anyway. Finally, the man with empathy continued to sit on the ground and cry. At that moment, a wyvern flew up to him and grabbed him with its mouth. All the other mercenaries fled, hoping to hide somewhere from the monster. The hooded mercenary was swearing and speaking negatively about Jink. He swore that he would capture him. At that moment, Jink sneezed, saying it was very cold on the 26th floor. He suggested that they would go as always. Dan shivered and said he was very cold and demanded that Jink summon the monster as soon as possible. Jink rubbed his chin and asked what he meant. Dan asked if he really didn't understand. Dan explained that while traveling through cold zones, you can summon a monster that is resistant to cold and able to pull a sled. Dan believed that the most reasonable idea would be to summon a fire monster like a salamander. Jink said that it was not written in the instructions. He claimed that they didn't have someone who could summon a monster. Dan asked how. In that case, Jink and his squad passed this floor last time. Jink said he would make an air curtain first. He said they needed to take lanterns for heating. Jink held up his index finger and said that their physical strength and fire would handle the rest. Dan asked if he was serious. He thought that Jink said and did all this on purpose. Jink used fire magic and a flame lit up in his hand. Dan said that recently the level of his fire magic had increased. Jink did various manipulations with fire and then said that it was not so difficult to create heat inside the air curtain. Dan adjusted his mask and said that since there was no other choice, that's all they had to do. Jink said that everything was fine. He wondered if Dan had improved compared to yesterday. He said to focus on maintaining the magic, and Dan would have to look around on the 30th floor. The team soon met with the dungeon boss. At one point, the monster took heavy damage and collapsed, motionless. Dan grinned, saying that the boss monster was an easy foe to defeat. Jink suggested taking a break to discuss further strategy. Dan turned around, questioning why they didn't head straight to the safe zone. He wasn't worried about external threats but found the local smell unpleasant. Jink explained that the monster would respawn in an hour. He believed it was worth defeating it earlier for extra experience points and loot. Dan understood Jink's strategy and the team's plan. Later, Nina offered white cow's milk and sherbet. Esther offered Dan his portion, indicating he could have it if he wanted. Dan could feel that Esther still felt bad from what happened a while ago and refused the offer since nutrition is important for Esther's growth. Dan inquired about their squad's plan. Jink explained they would pretend to explore the tropical floor to lure enemies out. Jink had scouted the area previously, considering its advantages and disadvantages. Jink mentioned the poor visibility due to the overgrown trees but noted it also hindered enemy sight. They discussed improving their radar skills for an advantage. Dan acknowledged the guild might need to learn more about the area. He recognized the strengths of the Perdigatis in surveillance and intelligence. Jink saw their situation as a test of both mental and physical strength. They decided to head to a safe zone, intending to act covertly. As they passed other dungeon participants, including mercenaries, all eyes were on them. On the tropical floor, Jink and the others decided to take a brief break. Dan was surprised they could set up a bath and other amenities in the safe zone to avoid getting dirty. They speculated whether the people from the Purgatory clan would attack but remained vigilant. Jink, feeling less like himself after a week of focus, relied on his heightened perception skills. The others guarded the defenseless Jink as he sensed 4 enemies blocking the passage to the safe zone. They hadn't encountered these foes on the tropical floor before. Jink claimed that someone from the depths of Purgatory was following them. Jink was confident they were still up for the task and the attack plan was still on. Dan suggested their conversations might be overheard outside of detention. Jink said they needed the skill of hearing for this but failed to realize that Jink's squad knew about the surveillance. He noticed the mercenaries were not in a hurry. Jink suggested they say negative things about Nazar to test the theory. Dan chuckled and agreed it was a good idea. After checking again, Jink and his squad found out the mercenaries were watching them with their eyes, not their ears. Soon after, Jink widened his eyes and looked away suddenly. Nina approached him and asked what happened. Jink replied that the mercenaries from Depths of Purgatory raised their killing intent. Jink became more determined and said they would stick to his plan. He claimed the mercenaries kept their distance and kept an eye on them. Jink thought they could outsmart them. He suggested that he and Nina could use themselves as bait. The others told Jink they were pretending to be in love. He believed it would help catch the mercenaries. Esther asked if it was dangerous. Jink said if they all hid in the shelter they would be safe. He claimed if Nina leveled up she would become stronger than Dan. Dan reluctantly admitted it was true. He said it was because of his enchantment. Jink explained their squad's strategy. He urged his brother Esther to act faster. Esther obeyed and pretended to practice water magic by pouring water. Jink decided to use a poison developed by the norland family. It was a gas that reduced thinking abilities when vaporized. The squad had all taken the antidote beforehand. Esther told Jink they would go ahead. Jink agreed and said he and Nina would cook a meal. He realized the substance they used had a slight odor, so Nina had to cook to get rid of it. They decided to spread the smell of food with wind magic. Jink understood they just had to wait for the mercenaries to show up. Jink soon noticed something strange in Nina's behavior and asked her about it. Nina said she was scared because people from the depths of Purgatory were trying to kill them. She wasn't prepared to do something beyond her principles to protect the Jink. Jink realized fighting a monster and a human were perceived differently. Jink was fine with killing and blood, but Nina was a simple village girl. Smiling, Jink stated their current goal was to capture the mercenaries alive. He insisted Nina could leave the battle to him and advised her to just defend herself. Nina thanked Jink and promised to do her best. Jink smiled, saying it was time to act. He suggested they wait a while. Blushing, Nina handed a spoonful of food to Jink, asking him to try it. After tasting it, Jink hugged Nina and complimented her cooking. He joked about marrying a girl like Nina, who pretended to be embarrassed. The rest of the squad watched their interaction, laughing. Dan asked what they were doing. Ian then claimed he was using perception and confirmed that the act was working. He implied the people from the depths of purgatory couldn't enjoy good food or hygiene like Jink and Nina. He speculated that the depths of purgatory mercenaries had been enduring bad food and isolation for days, perhaps without seeing women for a long time too. He noticed the mercenaries observing Jink, and warned that they were approaching with anger, hunger, and envy. Esther could see the mercenaries were walking toward the poison he spread beforehand. He claimed it was over for them. Dan felt bad for the mercenaries falling for a dirty plan, but still believed that they deserved it. Nina noticed sauce on Jink's face and wiped it with a handkerchief. Jink informed her that the mercenaries were very close. Ian rose from hiding and proposed attacking them from the rear. Dan ordered the squad to move forward. As the mercenaries approached, they noticed Jink. The mercenary with the eye patch warned Jink to stop showing off, threatening to take his food and the woman from him. The mercenaries from Depths of Purgatory surrounded Jink and Nina. They said it was the end for Jink. In response, Jink and Nina got into a fighting stance. The mercenaries laughed and were happy they'd finally deal with Jink. One of them was relieved they'd soon leave the jungle. Jink put on the enchanted accessories, thinking Esther and the others hadn't noticed the mercenaries yet. One of the mercenaries pointed at Nina, demanding the others not touch her, as she could still be useful. Another guy eyed Jink and remarked on his looks, already making creepy plans. But then he got startled, as if realizing something. At that moment, he thought the mercenaries had gone mad from poison. All the mercenaries rushed forward to attack Nina and Jink. Jink shielded the girl and struck out, stabbing one of the mercenaries. He felt it might be too late to fix anything. Suddenly, another mercenary appeared behind him, swinging a sword. Jink turned swiftly, blocking the attack. He conjured a magic fireball and hurled it at the mercenary. Meanwhile, another mercenary approached Jink, ready to strike, but Nina intervened, leaping to attack him. She hit the mercenary in the leg, making him scream in pain. Nina had been determined to strike again when suddenly she was grabbed from behind, causing her to scream. Jink turned around and cried out in alarm as he witnessed one of the mercenaries immobilize Nina. The mercenary approached Nina's face, demanding that she not resist and insisting that she should blame everything on Jink. He even threatened to have some fun before dealing with her. Jink had already moved towards the mercenary to push him off Nina, but Nina, with a menacing look, shouted at Jink not to worry about her. She then hit the man, causing him to scream in pain, and pushed him off her, expressing her disgust at his smell. Another mercenary appeared behind Nina, about to stab her with a sword. Nina quickly turned and launched a water balloon at the man, grabbed him by the hair and knocked him in the face. She shouted at the mercenaries not to come near her. Jink looked at Nina, amazed at how she could scare him so much. A mercenary with an eye patch screamed that Jink and Nina were just two children, unaware of the guy behind him who struck him right on the head. At that moment, Dan and Esther burst out of the bushes. Dan yelled to the mercenaries, warning them of an imminent attack. The mercenaries were surprised to see that Jink and Nina had backup all along. The Jink squad quickly surrounded the mercenaries. Esther skillfully struck with his spear, taking down several opponents at once while Dan fought with his swords. The mercenaries fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Dan grinned and felt elated, noticing how agile his body had become thanks to Jink's help. After some time, their opponents were defeated. Jink's partner approached him, asking if he was okay. Jink reassured them that he was fine and suggested reviving the surviving mercenaries. However, Nina refused, stating she didn't want to touch them. Jink insisted they could handle everything themselves. The living mercenaries were bound and lined up. Jink fixed his gaze on them, his expression fierce. He announced it was time to interrogate them, stating he had many questions. Jink promised that if they answered truthfully, they would face fewer consequences. He emphasized that it wouldn't be a problem since he didn't want to lay hands on them. Jink approached the blindfolded mercenary and told him he needed to drink the truth serum to make things easier for everyone. The man spat out the serum, causing Jink to glare at him while the mercenary just smiled and spoke ill of Jink. Suddenly, Esther rushed up to the mercenary and drove her spear into his knee, causing him to scream in pain. Esther remarked that the mercenary was silent, then asked her brother what they should do with him. He suggested they could start by tearing off his fingers one by one. Esther drove the spear deeper into the man's knee, stating that if they wanted him to talk, they could only spare his tongue. The other mercenaries looked on with disapproval at Esther's actions toward their leader, screaming at them not to continue. The man revealed that the mercenaries were trained from childhood to torture, specifically to inflict maximum pain without killing too quickly. Jink glared at the leader of the mercenaries, demanding answers about their numbers, but the mercenary stayed silent. Turning away, Jink approached the other mercenaries, confidently stating there was nothing they could do. He grabbed one of their heads, causing the mercenary to scream in fear. Despite the mercenaries' pleas, Jink revealed his ability to manipulate fire magic, threatening to increase the heat gradually. The mercenary begged for release, realizing the danger as Jink explained how the thin skin meant the skull would soon heat up. Jink's words instilled terror, suggesting the possibility of severe burns. He warned of the potential for death from pain shock, and asserted there were various ways to handle it. Looking at the other mercenaries, Jink likened them to the monsters they hunted, seeing no difference in their worth. The mercenary whose head was under Jink's hand shouted for him to let him go as the man was ready to tell everything. Jink released as the man and gives him the floor. The guy looks at his hand and wonders if it was a Jink would he have done the same. He decides that it's better for Nina not to see it. One of the mercenaries swears and shouts at Jink so that he doesn't think he can get rid of them easily. He says that the exit from the maze is guarded outside the prison. He claimed that the guy and his squad couldn't escape. Dan asks about the exit from the maze. He decides to tell the mercenaries everything. Since they didn't know, Dan says that the mercenaries have become traitors to the guild. He claims that the ambassadors of the exit from the labyrinth will judge them, and he assures them that their clan will be destroyed. Dan says that all the mercenaries will be tortured and then executed. At best, they could have been enslaved. Dan examines them and says he will be a witness in court. He says they should all keep quiet if they don't want to make the situation worse. As a result, their interrogation continued. Jink suggested that the mercenaries lack the spirit and courage to take action for the good of the Nazar country. Consequently, Jink's squad discovered they were no longer in custody. This clan was formed by Nazar to scout and steal from a stake. It turned out the merchant they targeted was also a scout. To weaken the power of the stake, they were advised to recruit skilled adventurers to their cause. However, things took a turn for the worse after completing their tasks. It was far worse than Jink had anticipated. One of the mercenaries was taken aback when he asked him about the gift of empathy. He revealed that with his assistance, they gathered information about the guild from Dan's mind. As they delved into his thoughts, Dan became tense. The mercenary remarked ironically that Dan unwittingly provided them with information about the guild and its plans. The mercenary mentioned that due to Dan's mental assault, one of their comrades went insane and had to be left behind. Jink thought about the mental assault that occurred when one of the mercenaries entered Dan's mind. He wondered if the mercenary could have somehow overloaded himself mentally. Jink recalled how he and Dan had consumed the truth serum. He suggested that it might have affected the mental assault. Dan approached the man and inquired whether one of the mercenaries had truly suffered because of it. The man responded that it doesn't matter anymore. Jink asked Dan what was happening, noticing Dan clenching his hand into a fist. Meanwhile, voices echoed from another floor where the cloaked squad battled monsters attempting to attack them. The man remarked that 2 hours would pass in 10 seconds. The entire squad assumed fighting stances, ready for another challenge. A wyvern emerged, and the squad employed magic to defeat it swiftly. As the monster fell, the squad leader grinned, pondering whether the members of the second squad had truly been apprehended. Unfazed by the unknown, the leader possessed the gift of divination and remained unafraid of the Enchanter. Stone golems carried cages containing mercenaries from outside the prison. Dan walked alongside Jink and remarked that he had finally grasped how the guy intended to utilize the golems. Jink decided to create 2 separate prison areas, each to be carried by the golems, to segregate those who confessed immediately and those who resisted. One cage was furnished with a soft blanket, while the other contained thorns. The food allocation included both smelly meat and delicious smoked meat. Additionally, the squad added a medicine from the norland family to the drinks to prevent dizziness. This way, Jink aimed to provoke envy among those in better conditions. The team faced turmoil as the mercenaries began to swear. Ian smiled and commended Jink for his meticulous planning. Jink observed that their squad comprised mostly of lower-ranking members and asserted that without his arrangements, they might have encountered difficulties. Jink had even considered the issue of restroom facilities. Although challenging, he provided them with underwear equipped with storage, which he dubbed diapers of another dimension. However, the odor became unpleasant, prompting them to employ an air curtain, which proved to be quite troublesome. Esther pointed out that his brother was special, but he insisted he couldn't come up with something like that. Jink mentioned that without a lot of mana, it was impossible to do this. He reminded the squad that they still needed to support the golems. Esther approached her brother and suggested he learn from him how to deal with bad people. Dan waved his hand, dismissing the idea as not worth learning. Jink agreed with him. Suddenly, Ian felt something and turned to Jink, who immediately replied that he also felt something strange. He warned that a large group of people with a strong desire to kill was approaching them, knowing it was the first squad. Dan looked at Jink and asked about their strategy this time, wondering what he should do. Jink listened to the prisoners and concluded that the most problematic in the first squad were the leaders Forbes and Neville. He insisted they must defeat these 2 mercenaries. They mentioned that Neville's strength was more suitable for the second squad, but he had the ability to appraise. Jink also added that they shouldn't worry since Neville could only use his ability if they were in his field of vision. He suggested they defeat him before he found out their stats. Then Jink briefed about the leader of the first squad, Forbes. He explained that Forbes could spend all his mana in a few seconds but could foresee the future. He emphasized that by using prediction, Forbes could reach the S rank. Jink suggested they take advantage of the abilities of the first squad to attack from afar, deciding to use water magic to the fullest. He assigned Esther and Nina to go ahead of the prison and support it with magic. Jink proposed they attack the enemy with his magic, aiming to defeat the magician quickly and prevent their remote attack. He handed out enchanted glasses for evaluation, explaining that the squad needed to wear them to learn the names and skills of the opponents. The first group marched through the thickets of the rainforest. Forbes noticed Dan and started taunting him. He asked if the guild, which should have stayed away, really supported Enchanter. Dan replied that the second squad had informed him about everything. Jink warned that the first squad would be in trouble if they didn't surrender. He assured them that if they cooperated, their lives as slaves would be better than the others. Jink then cast a spell and everyone waited anxiously for something terrible to happen. After a tense moment, Forbes smoothed his hair, hoping to escape the maze and live peacefully. However, his tone turned more menacing as he declared it to be the end for him. Jink, with wide eyes, used water magic to unleash a huge wave onto the first squad. Many members were caught off guard and swept away by the wave. As the wave subsided, the first squad struggled to get back on their feet. Neville cursed as he tried to rise, but Jink swiftly incapacitated him with an air cutter. Angry shouts erupted from the first squad towards Jink. Forbes wiped his face, admitting he could have foreseen it, but the attack had been sudden. He raised his sword, ordering the first squad to attack Jink and his companions. Forbes screamed that their goals were the guild leader's head and the children. Dan and Ian charged forward, engaging in combat. Jink shouted Forbes' name and swung his sword at him. Forbes skillfully dodged the blows. Jink then attempted a water balloon attack, but Forbes evaded it effortlessly. Smirking, Forbes taunted that Jink couldn't touch him before landing a strike. Realizing his attacks were futile against Forbes' anticipation, Jink recalled the second squad's advice that Forbes wasn't skilled in fencing. He resolved to wear him out and not give him a moment's rest. Jink briefly thought of Esther and Nina, who were supposed to aid him. Meanwhile, the first squad stood facing Nina and Esther. The tension rose as both sides prepared for confrontation. However, as they moved forward, the ground, wet from the earlier water magic, caused the entire first squad to stumble and fall. Confusion spread among them as Forbes tried to understand what was happening. Jink smiled, realizing their plan had succeeded. He had used a jelly made from boiled slime, which he had sprayed during the big wave. A mercenary cried out that it wasn't fair. Esther noticed that the person who wanted to attack his brother was talking about it. Esther began attacking the first squad with an air cutter. Nina raised her sword and called for an air cyclone. Dan and Young grabbed the mercenaries, forcing their faces onto the ground. Dan smiled and informed Jink that they were done. Jink continued to fight with Forbes. At one point, he asked Forbes what had happened and if the guy would help his friends. Forbes kept blocking Jink's punches, understanding that if he turned away, Jink would end him. He was trying to figure out how he could use the prediction to win the fight. Forbes found himself surrounded and froze, looking around. Jink asked Forbes to use the prediction and what he saw in the future. Forbes dropped his sword, knelt and put his hands behind his head. He chuckled and said he was giving up. The mercenaries from the second squad begged for mercy and were ready to give any information. They couldn't believe Forbes had given up so easily. Esther said they already had enough prisoners and witnesses. He asked Jink if they could tie them to a tree to be eaten by monsters, but Jink said they would need them again. Jink said they would prepare the best cage for Forbes. Forbes was put in a cage lifted by a stone golem. Jink said they were going to the 30th floor, to the safe zone, warning that it would be cold. He said he would only give Forbes warm clothes. Forbes thanked Jink uncertainly. Jink continued, saying he would give Forbes some water and he could drink as much as he wanted. Forbes chuckled and said it wasn't worth worrying about. The mercenaries in the cages swore at Forbes. The squad and the stone golems walked through the forest. Ian informed them they would arrive at the safe zone soon. He turned to them and asked how they would explain this to the other clans. Jink asked if they should just tell it like it is, saying that even if there are scouts on the 30th floor, there is still a chance they will collide. Jink said they had to show everyone that this is how it should be, suggesting they could make friends with other clans. Dan volunteered to explain everything to them, being the head of the guild. Jink thanked Dan and then turned to the rest of the squad, suggesting not to provoke the other clans. Jink met Leon, who smiled and asked what happened. Jink rubbed the back of his head and said they hadn't seen Leon for a long time, claiming it took him a long time to talk about what happened. Dan approached Leon and said he would explain everything. Leon immediately recognized Dan as the head of the guild. Dan explained that outside of detention, they hunted for Jink. Leon was surprised and asked what it meant. Dan said they had to do this because they were mercenaries and the main criminals were the perpetrators. The mercenaries watched Dan and Leon's dialogue, cursing and wondering what they should do now. Forbes stared intently at Leon, then widened his eyes as he noticed a man from the third squad. He understood that one of them had disappeared among the other clans. Forbes realized they could not allow Jink to advance further, believing that the 30th floor was their last chance. He began to think about what he would do when he was free. As Jink turned around and looked at Forbes, Forbes looked surprised. He looked at the guy intently and told someone that there was still time. Jink asked what was going on with Forbes. Forbes tried to say something, but Jink interrupted him, shouting that if he did, they would all die. In a panic, Jink asked if Forbes had been using foresight. Someone then told Jink to die, and Jink's squad was attacked by mercenaries from the Purgatory's 3rd squad. All the witnesses became ashes. The 3rd squad, which had been hiding among the people, attacked the adventurers and yelled for the witnesses to burn. The adventurers screamed in pain. Jink used water magic and created a wall of water to shield himself from the fire. The man from the 3rd squad was furious, shouting that everything had happened because of Jink, claiming that he had already destroyed their clan. Jink looked at the man and thought he was unhinged since he had burned his own comrades and the participants of the Elder Tree. Despite this, the man continued to scream. At that moment, Jink approached him and landed a decisive blow. The man's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. Dan ordered the squads to apprehend the remaining suspects. The squad immediately started capturing the mercenaries. Jink called out to Ian to heal Leon, who was lying on the ground. Ian rushed towards Jink, instructing Esther and Nina to assist him. As Jink gazed at Leon, he realized he had been too naive. He hadn't considered what a desperate man was capable of. If he had foreseen this, the Elder Tree wouldn't have been harmed, and the situation wouldn't have escalated. The mercenaries approached Dan, pleading with him to wait. They tried to convince him that although they were now free, they were unaware of the murder. They asked for his trust. Dan suggested that they had been manipulated for someone else's gain. He offered them a chance to prove their innocence by assisting in bringing the others to justice. He advised them to avoid entering the maze for the time being, instead focusing on simpler tasks like disassembly and cleaning. When the mercenaries mentioned they had no money, they apologized. They thanked Dan for the magical treatment and potions. Dan acknowledged that thanks to everyone's efforts, including the Elder Tree, no lives had been lost. The mercenaries expressed gratitude once more and apologized. Leon approached Jink, asserting that they were capable of protecting themselves as adventurers. Dan instructed everyone who had been injured to return to the surface and testify. Leon said he would help, but couldn't forgive outside of confinement. He asked what they wanted to do with the stake. Dan turned around, looked at the captured mercenaries, and said their sins had become even heavier. He wondered what kind of reprimand they would be given. The man remembered they had stolen information from them and understood there would be consequences. All the squads, along with golems and mercenaries, moved to the surface, passing through the cold floor. Jink kept the fire burning in his hand. The mercenaries also had a fire in their cage. Forbes had been sitting in a cage, freezing all this time. The knights met them at the exit. The commander-in-chief approached and asked how they had gotten there. The guy replied that it had been good and thanked them for welcoming his squad. The mercenaries cried with happiness, glad they had survived. The commander-in-chief asked if they were suspected participants outside of detention. Jink looked at the mercenaries and said they had been told they were connected to the Nazar country. He mentioned there had been a battle as a result, and many had died. He thought there were enough witnesses left. The commander-in-chief smiled and said they would take care of the prisoners and interrogate them. The man turned to Jink and asked if he wanted to tell everything in a day at the guild. The commander-in-chief said their squad was tired, so he let them rest. Jink sat on the bed and talked about how they had come a long way and gotten out of a long battle alive. Nina smiled and said that after the sleeping bag, the bed seemed even softer. Jink looked at the girl with a smile and said the whole squad was afraid of being out of custody. He assured the girl they had settled in the best and safest hotel. Ian looked at his partners with one eye and said the country had repaid them with accommodation. He said they could stay in this place for a month. Giesen said he was not against this given the situation with the stake. Esther said they didn't know they were going to be attacked. He also mentioned Dan's case and the truth serum. It seemed to him that it had been somehow inconvenient. Jink interrupted his brother's speech and said they still had things to do. He suggested they go to bed and sleep. Everyone agreed. The next day, Jink met with Daniel Funk, who had been the Duke of the Kingdom of K. He felt relieved to meet Jink. Daniel explained that he was in charge of their case regarding being out of custody. Jink felt nervous as he met this important person. He responded hesitantly that he was also pleased to meet Daniel. Daniel casually ate a cookie and remarked that Jink seemed friendly. He suggested skipping formalities. Daniel grinned and assured Jink that he didn't need to worry. Jink hesitantly agreed with him, though he thought Daniel seemed too calm and a bit rude. Daniel then shared that he and Dan were from the same family. Jink began to understand their behavior better. Dan, Daniel explained, was from a poorer branch of the family and was the 5th son of a concubine. He didn't have the money for schooling as a child and spent his time wielding a sword on the field. Daniel mentioned how, as a child, he managed things at Dan's parents' house, serving as a connection between them. Continuing, Daniel explained that Dan had always been rebellious. Despite the Funka family seeing potential in him, Dan resisted becoming a vassal. At the age of 12, he disappeared, becoming an adventurer in Gamel before starting his own business. Daniel expressed concern that Dan might be expelled from the guild and urged him to return, offering him various positions. Though Dan saw it as a good option, Jink doubted his usefulness and declined the offer. Daniel reassured Dan that he wouldn't give up on him. Jink realized that Duke Funko wanted to bring Dan back and wondered if Dan would be able to handle the responsibility. Daniel informed them that all evidence linking out-of-custody individuals to the Nadsar country had been presented in court. He asked for Dan and Jink's input on what to do with the participants. Jink suggested eliminating them to prevent any chance of revenge. Dan revealed that after torture and interrogation, the participants' assets had been seized. He believed they could sell these assets and give the money to the Elder Tree. After formal sentencing, they would be dealt with by the state court. Jink inquired about Marquis Putel's status and assumed he was still gathering information. Daniel assured them not to worry, as Putel had been captured. He explained that Putel had been arrested for trying to take their servants hostage and had spilled secrets under pressure. Unlike outside of prison, Putel didn't have any valuable information. His fate would be determined after punishment. Daniel revealed that due to Nazar's aggression and the impact of Jink and Rosarda's espionage, King Kola had decided to attack Nadsar and Rosarda. Jink and Dan were surprised by this news. Jink wondered why the attack was happening. Daniel speculated it was for show. He mentioned that Putel's body had been sent to Rosarda. Jink realized they needed to secure Gamel, the largest city, to win. With Dan likely removed from his post, they urgently needed a new guild head. Daniel approached Jink asking how he felt. He apologized for delaying the conversation, explaining that he couldn't discuss certain topics in front of Dan. Jink assured him everything was okay. Daniel mentioned he had earlier advised Dan to visit Fan's house, understanding it was a tough situation for him, even if he didn't show it. Daniel thought Dan was struggling as he was being kicked out of the guild and losing his adventurer rank. He expressed concern that without a similar position, Dan might face ridicule from unsavory characters. Jink agreed, noting Dan's combat skills and wondering why he was being let go. After some thought, Jink suggested forming a new clan, with Dan being a lower-level member as a form of punishment. They considered seeking amnesty from the king for Dan. Daniel agreed to sign the petition, believing it would have a stronger impact if their names were attached. He promised to return with the results in a few days. A few days later, Dan arrived, greeting Jink as an ordinary adventurer. He happily agreed to work for the clan. Jink stopped him, feeling he was being too formal. Daniel explained that thanks to the petition, Dan admitted guilt easily and was released from punishment, but now had to join the clan for 5 years. He added that the guild didn't want to lose someone like Dan. Dan explained he resigned voluntarily to lessen the fallout. Jink wondered if they needed a new guild head. At that moment, 2 girls arrived. Daniel announced Kami would be the interim head until a permanent replacement was found, citing her status as the wife of a famous adventurer. Jink remarked that Dana had already been forgotten, prompting Dan to angrily silence him. Dan then thanked Jink and Daniel for their help, finding his embarrassment cute. Jink asked Dan what he wanted to do, noting the clan didn't have a name. Dan agreed to help and asked Jenna to train the maids to match the capital's strength as they needed someone to manage them. Jink suggested giving them enchanted items and accompanying them to the slime dungeon. Dan agreed, recalling it was where he found many magic stones. Jink also secured a discount on a house purchase from an aristocrat associated with Dan's release from prison. Dan sighed heavily and asked why Jink needed the money. Jink replied that he was running low on funds because he kept spending it to help someone. He mentioned it might not pay off. Daniel smiled and said they needed to address the issue of being out of custody. He asked Jink to accompany him to the trial. Jink understood that the outcome seemed certain even though it was just an initial hearing. During the meeting, Jink was allowed to testify. Standing in the center of the courtroom, Jink shared that while searching the tropical maze, he accidentally overheard a conversation about a plan to capture him. The person speaking broke down in tears, admitting he was scared that more experienced adventurers would target him. He tried to convey his fear and anxiety when recalling those days. The judge remarked that such descriptions painted all suspects as ruthless individuals. Continuing, the judge announced that due to years of attacks on the Coal Kingdom, a decision had been made. The mercenaries would be punished by receiving thousands of lashes while being healed. Additionally, they would be tattooed on their faces and hands to mark their serious crimes. Furthermore, they were sentenced to a lifetime of hard labor as criminal slaves. Observers in the courtroom voiced their agreement that the mercenaries deserved such a fate. A man in armor began speaking negatively about the mercenaries. Jink noticed him and asked Dan who he was. Dan looked at the man and identified him as the master of the clan, Herbert. Dan said that Herbert was the leader of the emissaries clan. Jink looked at Herbert and wondered if his best skill truly lay in using a spear. Jink thought about how the range of their attacks was longer than his swords. Herbert realized that even if he used magic, he would still lose. But Jink had no intention of fighting him. Herbert looked at Jink, chuckled, and then told his followers to bring him some sake. They cheered enthusiastically. He then mentioned that any tears shed outside of their confinement would be a treat for him. Herbert suddenly became more imposing and approached the mercenaries, asking if they had considered their actions. He explained that he had extracted information from them. He put his hand on one mercenary's shoulder, apologizing for having to treat them roughly. He expressed his regret for hurting others. Herbert offered to forgive the mercenaries if they paid him double this month, which they agreed to, thanking him. Jink asked if Herbert had come to the trial on purpose, which Dan confirmed, saying Herbert wanted to display his strength. Dan claimed that because of Herbert, the emissaries clan had an advantage and no one would complain about him. Another mercenary was brought into the hall and Dan wearily said it was his turn. Jink mentioned that the former head of the guild, who had been fired due to a leak, got off lightly. He hoped the same for Dan. Dan turned to the guy and asked if he had enemies and if he was well liked when he led the guild. Jink argued that the punishment wasn't severe, so people shouldn't criticize him. He warned that anyone who did so would be arrested by the guards. Dan acknowledged everything. A few days later, Dan received a mild punishment. He was tied to a post in front of the guild for all to see. This was a common punishment for those who lost the trust of the Adventurers Guild. Esther asked his brother if nothing serious would happen. Jink was only concerned that Herbert might be nearby instead of in the maze. He had heard a rumor that Herbert was freeing former participants from prison. When Jink investigated, Herbert was busy with something else. So Jink gave Dan a ring enchanted with wind magic for protection. He sensed that the elder tree and the harp were involved in the case, feeling that something was amiss. Esther drew her brother's attention to mercenaries approaching with weapons. They had recently been punished by Herbert, and Jink wondered what they were up to. The mercenaries took out their weapons and Jink and Esther immediately protested. The mercenaries started hurling weapons at Dan. Dan used the ring to create an air shield, stopping the weapons just before they hit him. The mercenaries called Dan a coward for using magic and insisted he accept his punishment. Jink approached and reminded them that during a mild punishment, throwing objects was forbidden. Jink said that according to guild rules, Dan could defend himself against such behavior. He pointed out that the mercenaries were breaking guild rules in front of everyone. The mercenaries started to get angry, but Jink stopped them. Jink mentioned that the emissaries' participants had bought up all the broken weapons from weapon shops a few days ago. He asked if these were the weapons the mercenaries were throwing. One mercenary admitted they were old weapons they used when they were with the emissaries. They had taken them to sell after leaving the clan. Jink was just starting to learn how to handle different types of weapons, but he wasn't making much progress. Yang suggested he check the shops to see what gear the emissaries, the experienced fighters, had bought. Jink agreed, but he pointed out they didn't have to because they weren't like them. While assessing their skills, Jink noticed their weapons didn't match those of the mercenaries. This made the mercenaries suspicious. Jink thought if they were caught, they might be fined. The leader of the mercenaries then ordered them to leave. Jink waved goodbye and asked them to clean up their mess. Herbert said Dan had been right all along. He had thought he could take advantage of the situation. In the clan house of the emissaries, Herbert grabbed a man by the head and slammed him against a table. He suggested the man had other plans. Herbert felt disgraced in front of Jink by the mercenaries' actions. He was annoyed that Fawn would now interfere in their affairs, making it harder for him to gather supporters. The mercenaries watching thought not only the Enchanter but also the Duke and the gun shop would now support Herbert. One of them said if the emissaries intervened, they wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. Herbert got angry and threatened to torture Jink. Meanwhile, in the clan house of the Jink, Ian approached Jink with the news. He said he had been banned from a gun store in the city. Jink asked what it meant. Ian explained that when he asked about the emissaries, everyone got scared and told him to leave. Jink had thought Herbert wasn't very smart, but it turned out he was wrong. He suspected they intended to block them from restocking their weapons. He thought they wanted to corner them without the possibility of buying supplies. Ian suggested they could purchase weapons and supplies through his father's Chamber of Commerce. He believed there were plenty of big merchants outside of Gamel. He was convinced that even the emissaries couldn't control everything. Jink grew more serious and wondered if they could immobilize the emissaries. Ian had an idea and suggested asking Duke Fonker for help. Jink hesitated, still seeing Ian as a villain. The maid interrupted, bringing them tea and asking about a black aura she noticed in the room. 3 days later, news spread that the emissaries were the instigators. A crowd gathered on the street discussing the situation loudly. Jink and Ian began spreading rumors, starting with Duke Fonker. The embarrassing rumors made Herbert unable to leave his clan house. Jink also arranged for Duke Fonker's merchant to take over the gun store. He believed this would make it difficult for the emissaries to pressure him. Weapons were crafted by maids using alchemical magic, increasing their reserve. Jink decided they were returning to the capital. partly due to an invitation from Duke Fonker to participate in declaring war on the kingdom of Rosarda. Dan, now a member of the Jink's clan, asked if he should go too. Jink assured him things were calm for now, but there was still a chance the emissaries might seek revenge. Dan decided to stay in Gamel as a liaison. As they looked over the city, Dan asked Jink if he planned to go to war. He believed the country would seek his help. Jink acknowledged Dan's support and felt he didn't have to fight. Eventually, Jink arrived at the royal capital, noticing an increased presence of royal guards. The king greeted him, apologizing for summoning him so quickly after his arrival. Jink welcomed the conversation, thinking it would be productive. The king first prepared a reward for Jink's achievements in uncovering the secrets of the clan depths of purgatory. He assumed Jink had already received a reward from the guild, but this one would be from the country. A servant handed Jink a scroll, listing gems as a reward. Additionally, Jink was allowed to grant commoner status to his slaves Ian and Nina, or transition them from a slave contract to a subordinate contract. Jink didn't expect much from Duke Fonker, but he was glad Fonker did what he asked. Jink believed Nina and Ian had suffered enough and hoped to restore their commoner status one day. He planned to cancel the obedience magic upon his return and thanked the king for the opportunity. Jink wanted to request the same for Esther and Urza, but knew it wasn't the right time due to Rosarda's unstable situation. He thought it safer for them to remain as they were, being cared for. The king revealed that Rosarta and Nazar, whose alliance had collapsed, were on the brink of war. Troops were being concentrated in border cities, including Korta, ready for attack once war was declared. The border was divided by a river, and the city was heavily barricaded. Daniel assured that there wouldn't be a major battle there as Rosarda was busy fighting Nazar. Nazar had captured a third of Rosarda's territory, but there were problems within its army due to the climate and a plague outbreak. Potion consumption was high and supplies were dwindling. The vast wealth gap in Rosarta led to unsanitary conditions in some areas. The king saw this as an advantage, believing Rosarda had already been defeated by the plague. He planned to send their army to destroy both kingdoms. However, there was a problem that Jink needed to solve: a shortage of magic bags for transporting potions and drinking water. Daniel proposed mass-producing magic bags and Jink agreed. The idea of using water magic to create drinking water was suggested, but the king emphasized the importance of mana reserves in battles, especially for saving lives. Jink proposed a condition: that adventurers and merchants from Labyrinth City, not just the country, have access to the accessories. The king agreed to sell half of the produced items to the people after the war. With that settled, they shifted the discussion to Nazar, home to the Bernhard house, a family of necromancers. Daniel explained that Bernhard had existed for a long time, with a rich history closely tied to the Nar royal family, and they were feared like the trump card of the Nazar kingdom. He mentioned there were around 100 people in the Bernhard family with necromancy abilities, which is why they aimed to have many children and only raise those with a talent for necromancy. Currently, they have 8 pure necromancers. He believed they could be defeated through sheer numbers, although the king pointed out their army couldn't ignore the death toll. Jink realized fighting necromancers was tricky because as long as there were corpses, whether rotted or skeletal, they were hard to control without using magic. The only way to defeat them was to destroy the corpses or deal with the necromancer directly. However, killing one corpse often meant facing another, making it a challenging fight. An aristocrat suggested that if the king and his army could hold out, the necromancers would eventually run out of mana, but they needed to consider how many soldiers they might lose in the process. Turning to Jink for his opinion, he suggested avoiding a direct confrontation with the Bernhards. Instead, he proposed instilling fear in enemy soldiers by using fire and wind magic simultaneously to destroy their military supplies and food through burning and sudden night attacks. Daniel believed that such tactics would gradually undermine the morale of Nazar's entire army. Bing agreed, seeing it as a realistic and effective strategy. He suggested incorporating Jink's plan into their overall strategy, and apologized for wanting Jink to start making accessories immediately. Jink returned home and began crafting accessories. After a while, Jink managed to create over 1,000 accessories. Suddenly, a maid entered the room and announced the arrival of Alexander from the Dragon Tears squad. Jink wondered why Alex had come to see them. He figured the Dragon Tears squad had been stationed in the royal capital for a while now. Curious about Alex's visit, Jink greeted him and noticed that Alex had grown taller since they last met. Alex greeted Jink warmly, mentioning it had been a long time since they last saw each other. He explained he'd heard about Jink starting a clan and had come to inquire about joining. Grateful for their past interactions, Alex asked for Jink's thoughts on the matter. Jink expressed interest in expanding the clan and welcomed Alex's request. Alex mentioned the possibility of people trying to exploit their clan and suggested making a magic contract to prevent that. He offered to cover the costs, and Jink agreed to the terms. Jink inquired if Alex had encountered members of the Sacred Flame group. Alex mentioned they got along well with them and revealed their plan to participate in the war against Rosarda. However, Alex admitted he didn't personally care about the conflict, but he felt a sense of duty to his homeland. Jink noted that the Adventurers Guild was recruiting mercenaries. Sensing Alex's discomfort with the situation, he suggested delaying their exploration of the maze until later, citing ongoing battles with a large clan called the Emissaries. Jink mentioned that the weapons he crafted were being delivered to Duke Von daily at a discounted price, which boosted the gun shop's business. He assured Alex that the clan's payment would be cheaper than the market price, and offered to handle the paperwork the next day. Alex agreed, and a few days later, they met at Call Castle. The king condemned the mercenaries, accusing them of attempting to kidnap an enchanter and illegally invading the land. He declared these actions unforgivable, likening them to the invasion of Nazar Kingdom spies. The king then ordered the execution of the mercenaries and declared war on Nazar and Rosarta, catalyzing a conflict spurred by Jink's existence. Following the king's decree, the invasion of the 3 cities bordering Rosarta commenced immediately. Count Brand, who had looked after Jink before, led the state army. As expected, Rosarta's army surrendered easily, and the city of Korda fell completely under Count Brand's control. Jink arrived at Brando's mansion and was welcomed by boys from a family of knights. Jink greeted them and inquired about Chris's well-being. The other 2 brothers, Roy and Lewis, also greeted Jink. They were twin brothers from the Hughes family. Jink asked if they had encountered any damage from the Marquis, to which the guys initially admitted but then reassured Jink that everything was under control since they had secured protection. Curious about why the brothers were at the mansion, Jink inquired further. Roy explained that he saw the war as an opportunity to contemplate his future career and serve honorably. His brother added that they planned to enlist in the army. Chris then asked if Jink wanted to hear about his father's military service and court information, which was the reason he had come. Chris revealed that his father had confiscated the weapons and property of Rosarda's remaining residents. He mentioned that the nobles and landowners would face public execution once captured. Feeling disheartened by the fate of the defeated country, Jink expressed concern about the long-term consequences of enslaving everyone. Chris explained that ordinary citizens were being forced into servitude by the aristocracy of the invading forces. He mentioned rumors that children would lose their noble status as they grew up. Jink pondered the grim reality of perpetual slavery and its impact on productivity. Chris shared plans to march to Ruda, the capital, with the army of the people's aristocracy. After seizing the capital, they intended to vanquish the soldiers of Rosarda and Nazar. Chris eagerly anticipated participating in this campaign, viewing it as an opportunity for combat experience. He was pleased to be fighting alongside his father, believing it was the only way he could truly make a difference on the front lines despite potentially irritating the soldiers. Acknowledging Chris's position as the heir, Jink reminded him of the need to discuss a specific matter first. Jink had returned home and shared news of an upcoming war with Esther. He explained that joining the state army to fight against their former homeland would grant him full citizenship. While discussing, he noticed Esther becoming emotional and wondered if he disagreed. Nearby maids started teasing Jink for making his brother cry. Esther cried because he thought Jink was abandoning him due to being a burden, but Jink quickly reassured him. Jink clarified that he simply wanted Esther to achieve success independently, promising to support him later. He assured his brother that he would be with Ian in the rear guard and provide him with enchanted items. Although Jink wanted to accompany Esther, he was worried. However, Esther insisted he would be fine alone and suggested Ian stay with Jink. Jink questioned if Esther would manage alone and remembered Dan, who held a grudge against Nazar for past events with the Purgatory clan. Esther accepted the condition and vowed to make Jink proud. Subsequently, Alex and the rest of the Dragon Tier squad officially joined Jink's clan named Regalia. According to the guild's assessment, they were registered as A-ranked. Meanwhile, at Duke Funker's mansion, a group of aristocrats expressed their disdain toward Daniel for exploiting the Purgatory clan issue to eliminate his political rivals. They were appalled that he was hosting a party and had extended invitations to them. They searched for any incriminating evidence against Daniel but found none. Their frustration grew when they realized that they were not being attended to despite being guests. One of them attempted to leave the room to lodge a complaint when suddenly a massive spear sliced through the door, revealing an enraged Herbert in search of Duke Funker. The aristocrats panicked and sought assistance, but Herbert's men had already subdued the nearby servants and were now searching for Duke Funker. Herbert then demanded the aristocrats reveal Duke Funker's whereabouts, threatening them if they refused. Shortly after, Jink received reports that Duke Funker's estate had been attacked by the Emissaries clan, which left him anxious. A servant of Duke Funker reassured Jink that his master was unharmed, as Funker happened to be in the capital at the time. Handing Jink a document, the servant explained that it detailed how Herbert and his group, accompanied by some blacksmiths, had forcibly entered the estate after their attempts at blackmail failed to yield results with Jink and Duke Funker. Luckily, Duke Vonker and the merchants had caught wind of Herbert's scheme and escaped before the assault. Though Jink was relieved to hear that the Duke was safe, he remained concerned about the damage inflicted upon the estate. The servant, however, allayed his worries by revealing that the enemies Duke Vonker had invited to a supposed party were discovered deceased instead. Consequently, Herbert and his entire clan were now wanted criminals, with a punitive force set to be dispatched promptly. Learning this, Jink couldn't help but shiver at the thought of Duke Vonker's ruthless tactics, utilizing leaked information of the attack to eliminate his adversaries. He felt fortunate to be on Vonker's side. As the servant reminded Jink of his audience with the king, Jink affirmed his attendance. Meanwhile, Herbert vented his frustration by smashing wine bottles, realizing they had fallen into Duke Vonker's trap and were essentially doomed, facing the loss of their adventurer's license. Contemplating their next move, Herbert dismissed Rosarta and Nazar as viable options. Instead, he instructed his men to prepare for a journey to Yamato, despite their concerns of being apprehended at the border. Herbert then revealed a secret to alleviate their fears. The 67th floor of the Maze of Gamel provided a direct passage to Yamato. Even though Yamato bordered Quoll, it had its own uniqueness and resembled historic Japan. Herbert's men were shocked to learn that the maze was connected to Yamato. Herbert shared that there had been smuggling between Quoll and Yamato from the start. He claimed it wouldn't be easy going through the maze, but at least they wouldn't be wanted men on the other side. His men then excitedly prepared for their maze escape, but Herbert purposely didn't tell them something important for his own benefit. Meanwhile, in the Gamel maze, Chris, Lewis, and Roy showed off their magic skills. Jink praised the three for doing well. He also thanked Dan for supporting the maids. He reminded everyone that they had 1 week left. Everyone excitedly followed Jink's lead and focused on leveling up in the maze since Esther, Chris, and the others were going to have their first battle soon. Later, in the Adventurers Guild's office, Jink asked Dan to take care of Esther for the next day's battle. He also confirmed with the Guildmaster Alpha that he would join the emissary's strike force since he was responsible for the mess. Alpha reported that Herbert's First Legion had gone to the maze with him while the Second Legion had already been taken care of. Dan heard that Herbert had snuck off while everyone was asleep and doubted that he could clear the dungeon despite being S-ranked. He also assumed Herbert didn't want any deadweight. It was presumed that Herbert and his gang were already between floors 16 and 30 of the maze. Jink called them slow, but Alpha claimed it was fast enough. And on top of that, they could determine which floor they were on since no one survived meeting Herbert most of the time. Reports said that witnesses were killed in the maze upon meeting the emissary's First Legion. As for those emissaries who had been captured, they were sentenced to slavery. Dan also confirmed that Jink would receive any assets the captured emissaries had. Jink was totally fine with that. The meeting ended, and Jink noticed Alpha's sad expression as she left. Mona asked Jink what was wrong, and Jink said Alpha looked dejected. Mona explained that it was a matter between a husband and wife. Dan had been busy the whole time and didn't give enough attention to Alpha. On top of that, Dan was going to be deployed to the front line the next day. Jink felt bad since he believed it was entirely his fault. To prevent a fallout between the married couple, Jink felt responsible to do something and chased Alpha in the hallway. He apologized for keeping Dan away from her due to work. Alpha was fine with it since Dan was working for Jink. Jink didn't want to overstep, but he presented Alpha with a box that Esther had grabbed when running away from their family. Alpha then opened the box and suddenly turned bright red. Jink asked if she liked it. Alpha promised to put it to good use. The next morning, everyone assembled, and Jink wished Esther, Chris, Lewis, and Roy luck in their first battle. Esther promised not to ruin his brother's reputation. Suddenly, Jink received a punch from Dan, who was mad after Alpha received a strong aphrodisiac that hurt his back. Jink claimed he was saving their marriage. Esther tried to defend his brother, but Jink said it was fine since he was at fault. Chris then bade farewell after the preparation and left with the others and many soldiers. Jink and Ian went to the strike force's meeting place. A group of middle-aged men arrived along with a fairy named Cannon as their leader. Jink was surprised to see a fairy for the first time, and her abilities were impressive. He was worried because her nickname was Tiny Devil. Cannon shared that they had 2 routes to chase the emissaries. She suggested Jink should decide since her team could handle either path, though one was a bit dangerous. Cannon explained that there was another entrance to the Gamel maze, which was currently tightly secured. It was a giant hole that dropped straight down to the 15th floor, and they had special permission to use it as a shortcut. Jink and Ian didn't know about this, and Cannon explained that only the top leaders in Quoll were aware of it. Their other option was to climb down from the first floor, which was the safest route. Jink realized that Herbert would escape if they took too long, but it was dangerous to take the shortcut with Nina. Ian suggested they look at it first before deciding. Jink understood it was risky either way, and chose to take the dangerous shortcut. Cannon agreed but told him to let her know if he changed his mind. Soon after, they went to the shortcut and Jink couldn't even see the bottom of the hole. Cannon wondered if Jink was scared, but Jink denied it. He started climbing down and cursed Herbert for this. After some time, they reached the bottom. He was surprised at how different it was from the normal floors and fully understood why the other Strike Force members were ranked S. The members claimed they were just better at hiding their fears compared to others. Cannon shared that some would climb the hole as a challenge, but she couldn't relate since she had wings. Jink felt jealous of her and then suggested they take out Elliot, the boss monster in the area. Later, in the grasslands of the 21st floor, Ian noticed 2 wounded men. They assumed the men were emissaries, and Jink and the crew decided to capture and question them. They hid in the tall grass and slowly sneaked toward them. Jink assessed them and confirmed they were the ones who attacked the Funker estate. Cannon saw that the 2 were too exhausted and in pain to notice them. As the 2 emissaries approached, Jink gave the signal and surprised the 2 criminals. Cannon's teammates then started hitting the criminals from different sides. They quickly tied them up, and the criminals tried to struggle free. Jink then interrogated them, asking where Herbert had gone. However, the criminals wouldn't tell them anything. As a torturer, Jink was ready to stop being nice, but Cannon asked him to leave it to her. She casually summoned an Emperor Slime, which left Jink and Ian stunned. The criminals kept struggling, but the Emperor Slime slowly crept onto their arms, which immediately started dissolving. Cannon sweetly asked the criminals to start talking or she would melt their heads next. Jink now realized where the nickname Tiny Devil came from. The criminals then cried in pain and confessed that Herbert was on the 46th floor, in the volcanic area of the labyrinth. Jink felt impressed that Herbert had made it so far. Cannon said that even though they reached the volcanic area, it would still be hard to travel through it, and beyond that area was a toxic zone. This made Jink realize why the maze had not been explored deeper than the 60th floor. Jink then continued questioning the captured criminals. The men explained that Herbert had ordered them to get more food after they were beaten down. Since it seemed like Herbert had abandoned them, they decided to return and managed to survive so far with a magic bag sewn into their clothes. Jink took the clothes with the magic bag and shook it. A book fell out, which turned out to be a ledger containing the emissary's secret accounts and transactions. The man claimed it was only his personal notes. Jink felt glad he had obtained something Herbert didn't know existed and decided to give it to Duke Funker. Cannon then suggested regrouping with the other pursuing group. The criminals asked what would happen to them. Jink said they would be sentenced to slavery and Duke Funker would sell them. Cannon reminded them about the ongoing war and hinted that they might be used as meat shields on the battlefield. She suggested she could melt them with her slime before they got dragged into prison. In the 40th floor's volcanic area, Herbert ate lavishly while his men had nothing. After he finished eating, someone in the group suggested they ration the food properly since they had no contacts outside and no way to resupply. Herbert then suggested hunting the acrocanth variants on the 40th floor. He recalled that the hatchlings only dropped cores, but the pack leaders would drop meat. His men worried if it would work. Herbert exclaimed they were going to make it work since there was no going back for them. He ordered them to act like the emissaries they were. Herbert then realized that his men's speed and morale had dropped since they arrived on the 40th floor. He assumed it was the same for their chasers, but he worried that Jink would join the strike force. Other adventurers would take time, but Herbert knew Jink could easily catch up to him. He knew there was a shortcut, but he assumed Jink would not risk taking that path. Still, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Meanwhile, Jink's team continued traveling through the floors at full speed thanks to their enchanted items. They only thought about catching up to Herbert. They soon reached the area where Herbert's group had camped. Seeing that the firewood was still warm, they assumed Herbert was close by. Cannon's teammates were glad that Jink was with them, allowing them to travel quickly and relax during breaks. Cannon then asked them to stay alert, not just for the emissaries, but also for the acrocanth variants in the area. On the other hand, Herbert and his men arrived in front of the acrocanth's nest. Herbert claimed they could take on the pack leader if it was alone. If the monster got angry, it could call for its partner. Since this monster's variant also spat fire, Herbert suggested ending things before the pack leader called for its partner. He ordered his men to fire everything at his signal. However, Jink and the others had already caught up to them. Herbert couldn't help but get angry and shouted that he would feed Jink to the acrocanths. The emissaries then charged toward Jink's team. Cannon suggested they finish things fast before the acrocanth variant woke up. Cannon's teammates then made way for Jink to target the mages in the back. However, Herbert stopped Jink in his tracks and swung his spear violently. The two then exchanged blows with each other. Jink then recalled how he hated spears. Despite looking random, Herbert's attacks showed no openings. The sorcerers were also preparing to shoot their attacks. Herbert was then flipped over by air tornado and lost his footing. Cannon appeared to help Jink and pointed out that the emissaries were already being pushed down. It took a while because they were being captured alive. Herbert got up and ordered his men to fire a magic spell on the sleeping acrocanth. The sorcerer exclaimed how dangerous it was. Herbert ordered him to do it, but the sorcerer refused. not wanting to follow the orders of a tyrant anymore. Herbert then grabbed the sorcerer and threw him into the lair. Jink and Cannon couldn't believe Herbert had killed his own ally. The acrocanth variant appeared, snacking on the sorcerer. It roared loudly, getting everyone's attention in the area. Herbert laughed and wondered how Jink would catch him now. When Herbert saw the monster wake up, he ordered his men to escape. He ran by himself and told the others to run if they could. Cannon and Jink tried to stop him, but the acrocanth blocked them. Cannon couldn't believe Herbert had done something worse. Ian then reported that they had captured half of the emissaries. Jink decided to catch Herbert on his own and asked Cannon to handle the acrocanth. Cannon promised they would catch up soon. The acrocanth tried to attack him, but Jink easily deflected the attack. Jink went after Herbert, and Cannon and her team dealt with the remaining emissaries. Cannon decided to get serious against the big monster in front of her, and unleashed her wind magic on the acrocanth. The monster fell to the ground, and Cannon's teammate charged forward to confront the huge creature. He wasn't fazed by the monster's counterattack because the enchantments left by Jink were helping a lot. He then pushed back the monster, and Ian and the others followed up with their attacks. The emissaries now realized why it was hard to escape from their pursuers. Just then, acrocanth hatchlings started surrounding them. Cannon's teammates saved them while calling Herbert a mess of a leader. They made it clear that they were only disposable pawns for Herbert, as he had sacrificed one of them to wake up the acrocanth variant. Ian continued attacking the acrocanth with techniques, wounding it in the process. The acrocanth then tried escaping to the pool of lava and suddenly roared loudly. The roar was a call to get the attention of its larger partner. The two monsters then attacked with fire breath and splashes of lava. Cannon's teammates were slightly burned and called it a rookie's mistake. Cannon instructed them to lure the monsters out of the lava pool. Everyone retreated, and the monsters chased after them. While running, Ian used his healing gloves to treat the others. Seeing that it was troublesome if both monsters stayed in the lava, the group decided to separate them by focusing their attacks on the first one. Everyone then stopped running and started counterattacking. The monsters were still standing strong, but everyone was doing their best. Meanwhile, Jink was still close behind Herbert. The criminal felt frustrated seeing Jink not even sweating after their long chase. He then ordered his remaining men to slow down Jink. However, Jink easily dealt with them, taking down the swordsman first. A sorcerer tried to cast a spell, but Jink quickly knocked him out. Jink then confronted the last one standing, Herbert. He said he couldn't stand someone like Herbert, who sacrificed others to save himself. Herbert reminded Jink of someone terrible from his past. Herbert got angry, saying Jink didn't make any sense, and started attacking with his spear. At the same time, Jink threw a water ball to the side. Herbert laughed at Jink for missing, but Jink's target was actually a nearby lava pool. Steam began to fill the area, causing Herbert to lose sight of Jink. He then noticed Jink's silhouette and stabbed it, but it was just a decoy. Jink was behind him the whole time and declared that it was all over for Herbert. He used a water cyclone to send Herbert flying. Herbert was badly injured and fell to the ground. Just then, Cannon and the others caught up. Cannon noticed a pile of mud nearby, and Jink explained that it was a decoy. Writhing in pain, Herbert still cursed at Jink. Cannon ordered her Emperor Slime to drop on Herbert. The slime swallowed Herbert, and his skin and clothes started burning. Jink watched him struggle and asked Cannon if she was trying to unalive him. Cannon claimed she was only covering Herbert in slime so he couldn't fight back. She said Herbert might lose most of his skin, but he wouldn't die. She wanted to carry Herbert back and put him on display since he wasn't a decent human being. Jink was reminded again of Cannon's nickname, the Tiny Devil. Jink then suggested using his golems to transport the criminals. For now, they wouldn't worry about Herbert and his troubles. He then wondered if Esther and Dan had made it to Rosaria for the war. Esther, on the other hand, couldn't believe he would be back in his home country, as he joined Count Brand's main force. Count Brand welcomed his son back, along with the Hughes siblings Dan and Esther. He quickly informed them about their next mission, capturing Skild, which was occupied by nasal forces. Esther noticed that more of Rosarda was being taken over. Tar, the capital of Rosarda, was controlled by Quoll except for a few remaining resistances, but it would fall soon. Rosarda had become the battleground between Quoll and Nazal. The Count mentioned hearing about Jink training his son and the boys. The Hughes siblings confirmed they were in good shape and ready for deployment. Hearing this, the Count reminded his son and the boys that they were at war. He told them not to see their enemies as humans. Unlike monsters, enemies could speak and have families, but in war they must kill as many as possible. Even trained soldiers hesitated to kill and sometimes lost their minds. He would send the boys home if it became too much for them. However, Esther reassured him and thanked him for his concern. Esther soon had some free time and walked around. He overheard soldiers praising Dan for being a famous adventurer, the Hughes siblings for their talent as sorcerers, and Chris for having the presence of a young lord of the Brand House. However, they doubted Esther's abilities. Despite being the brother of an S-ranked adventurer, they thought Esther couldn't prove himself on the battlefield since he looked like a frail little girl. Dan confronted the soldiers after hearing about Esther. The soldiers got flustered and made excuses to leave. Esther apologized to Dan for the trouble. Dan told him not to let them go. Esther said he was already used to people gossiping behind his back. Since Qual occupied Rosarda, the residents had started talking bad about him and Jink. Rumors spread that the brothers lined their pockets and ran away right before the kingdom fell. Dan pointed out that Esther was a bigger man compared to the soldiers and suggested teaching them a lesson. Esther was fine with it since he didn't want to cause a scene that would ruin his brother's reputation. Dan felt bad and swore to step in if things got out of hand. Esther said that would be unnecessary since he would show the soldiers his battle skills instead. Dan agreed with the plan and suggested they visit Count Brand. That night, the two met Count Brand, who was planning to discuss something with them. He asked Esther to join his personal guards and earn valor there. He decided this based on Jink's stories about Esther's achievements and strength. He was considering Esther to be a platoon commander but knew some soldiers would disagree. He believed that was a safe way to gain valor. Dan asked if Count Brand knew his soldiers were speaking badly about Esther. The Count admitted he knew and had punished those who went too far, but it only made things worse. He worried that more penalties would lower the soldiers' morale. Esther felt sorry, but the Count blamed himself as a leader and as an adult. After thinking for a while, Esther made a request. He wanted to fight on the front line. The Count was concerned, but Esther reassured him that he was a good fighter, thanks to his brother. He believed the slander would stop if he showed off his skills with a spear. The Count worried Jink would be angry if Esther died in battle. Dan assured the Count that he would keep an eye on Esther and make sure he didn't overdo it. He also mentioned that there were no famous warriors on Nasal's side. The Count then agreed to send Esther to the front line but told him to retreat if things got dangerous. Esther was happy and thanked the Count. A few days before Esther and the others joined the Brand Company, a tired Gordon Nonland was fighting enemy forces. It had been half a year since he became a slave soldier. The capital was being invaded and his worn-out spear wouldn't change anything. He wondered if Esther was okay and worried when he heard that Esther had followed Jink to Quol as a slave. He knew the two were close and wondered if he had treated Esther badly. Just then, a heavily armored knight appeared from the side of Nasal's forces, cutting down the soldiers like flies. A Rosarda commander ordered his troops to deal with the knight. He remembered that Gordon was good with a spear and told him to fight. However, Gordon and the others knew they couldn't win because their equipment was inferior. Gordon fought, expecting to die. He recalled his life always controlled by his father and now dying as a mere slave. His own son, his only remaining family, chose to follow Jink despite not being real brothers. He knew Esther would never forgive him. Just like that, Gordon received a fatal blow. He wanted to apologize to his son if they met in the afterlife. Soon after, Count Brand and his forces surrounded the capital. His soldiers began to scale the walls as Esther and Dan made their move. Archers fired arrows at them, but Dan used an air shield to protect them. The Count's soldiers started ramming the city gates. Esther and Dan continued climbing. Esther used an air cyclone to shred the soldiers in front of him. He climbed the wall and confronted the soldiers. With his spear, he cut through the enemies like they were butter, while blocking incoming arrows with his air shield. Dan caught up to Esther and asked him to leave some enemies for him. He charged towards the enemy soldiers, cursing at them. Count Brand's soldiers were shocked to see the tiny Esther defeating enemies with ease. They felt competitive and joined Esther and Dan on the front lines. The battering ram team opened the gates and Count Brand's soldiers charged inside the capital. After clearing out the wall, Dan checked on Esther. Esther was fine since he kept using healing magic on himself while fighting. He then called out some familiar soldiers and asked if they saw Esther's fight. They apologized for making fun of Esther and thanked him, saying they didn't lose many men because of Dan and Esther. Dan was glad the gossip would lessen. He then reminded Esther to help take down the city and to take it easy. Later in the city's downtown, Esther separated from Dan and cut down any enemies he saw. He then went toward the town square and went through an alley. He heard a soldier screaming, telling a monster to get away from him. Esther turned the corner and discovered a zombified Gordon. He broke into a cold sweat seeing his father. Nasal's strongest weapon was necromancy. These soldiers were perfect because they didn't feel pain or fatigue. It was a horrifying sight for the living, lowering their morale. What was even worse was facing someone who used to be part of your own family. Esther couldn't believe they were reunited this way. Gordon then called out to Esther, and Esther was shocked to see his zombified father still had his mind. Gordon started apologizing for being a failure as a father. Just then, a familiar voice told Gordon to stop apologizing to his son. A skeleton appeared and greeted Esther as his grandson. Esther was even more surprised to see his grandfather as an undead. Gordon then asked if Jink was bullying Esther and swore to become a monster to help. Esther's grandfather claimed Gordon was too weak to possess a monster. Instead, he suggested possessing a newborn noble from a powerful house before their souls left the world. Seeing the two undead talking nonsense in front of him, Esther decided to take action. He said he hadn't forgiven the two and wasn't going to. As payment for raising him, he offered to perform their last rites. With his flame-based spell, Esther burned Gordon to the ground. His grandfather was taken aback, and Esther used this chance to take him down with his spear. The old man tried to scold Esther for being ungrateful, but Esther stopped him by breaking his grandfather's skull. After the messy reunion, Esther recalled that the necromancers were always near the moving corpses. He used perception to scan the area and heard the necromancer complaining about losing Gordon and his father. Seeing some guards with the enemy, Esther decided to call for backup. The necromancer decided to use a nearby fresh corpse as an undead soldier, though it lacked a strong fighter. Just then, Esther's team ambushed them. Esther blew them away using air cyclone. Seeing the enemies incapacitated, Esther's allies charged forward. The necromancer crawled in pain, cursing Esther. Esther didn't give him a chance to live and stabbed his throat with his spear. Seeing the enemy dead, Esther raised his spear and announced his achievement. Everyone cheered in unison. Meanwhile, Jink visited Luke, the clan master of Elder Tree. He gave him a gift to thank him for volunteering as an opponent in the A-rank advancement exams for Nina and Ian. Luke confessed that both fighters were strong. Jink apologized for approaching him right after Luke came out of the maze. Luke claimed his clan could freely run through the maze after the breakdown of the Purgatory and Emissary monopoly. It was a messy affair, but he was thankful to Jink for making Gazelle safer. He then proclaimed that Elder Tree was the top clan now, and that only Jink's Regalia clan was their rival. Just then, Luke proposed an alliance between their two clans since he had no intention of being hostile toward Jink. He hoped they would have a good relationship. Jink agreed not to bring each other down like the previous big clans did. Luke mentioned that some of his affiliates had joined the war, and if things went wrong, he needed a foothold. Jink quickly agreed to make things official and suggested having a party with the two clans. A few days later, Quoll forces conquered the royal capital of Tar. The Rosartan king and his nobles were quickly sentenced to death, and with a magic artifact called Tele-Image, Jink and the others watched the event. They were boiled alive in a big cauldron, and the king's last words were a curse directed toward his son, Jink. Despite seeing his real father die, Jink didn't feel anything at all. With that, the kingdom of Rosarda was no more. Jink's shoulders felt lighter than ever, and he only needed to worry about Esther and the others. Then Duke Fonker approached him and informed him that the sea had finally opened for Quoll, and all that was left was the nasal army. Jink realized that the main goal was to secure naval routes. Quoll initially depended on Yamato for salt and other necessities. Since Quoll now controlled the coastal parts of Rosarda, they could trade with distant lands and build a naval force. Fonker also mentioned that the Quoll king wanted Jink to take Rosarda's throne, but Jink refused. After the war, the Crown Princess Najenda became the new ruler of Rosarda in title. She led the field army in the war. Jink only asked to spare the piece of land where Rosarda's maze was. Fonker suggested Jink should be more demanding, but Jink didn't want to cause trouble. Fonker asked Jink what he would do next. Jink said he wanted to hire more people. Soon after, Jink took a fairy under his wing. The maids found her cute and asked who she was. Jink said he found Marina in the marketplace as a slave. He introduced her as a new party member because she had a talent for magic, especially summoning magic. The other servants and maids were hired for security and to run the household. Jink needed people to manage clan regalia. Jink asked Urza to train the maids and reminded her that they would get her Quoll citizenship soon. Urza thanked him and promised to always support Jink. Marina flew around and asked if Jink was sure about not caging her. Jink told her she could go wherever she wanted as long as he could see her. Nina and the maids looked confused, so Jink explained that Marina was once owned by a Gamel noble who kept her in a cage like a bug. The noble had a short temper and would beat his slaves, except for Marina since fairies were valuable. However, when he was in a bad mood, he would deny Marina her meals. The noble was related to Purgatory and needed money, so he put Marina up for sale. Nina asked about Marina's parents, but the fairy didn't remember her deceased parents anymore. Nina cried, hugged Marina, and promised to treat her like a sister. Jink looked worried but decided to leave Marina in Nina's care for now. Jink then asked Ian to take care of the boys and train them for the estate's security. He also mentioned the alliance party with Elder Tree. Suddenly, Jink felt something ominous and wondered about the weird feeling he had. Ian asked what was wrong, but Jink ignored his own instincts. He felt a rush of childhood memories, recalling how he had survived when his family was poisoned because he had felt restless and returned home with Urza. His instincts had also led him to the truth serum drinking contest with Dan, which he regretted, but it had helped him deal with the Purgatory. Although he couldn't see any specific skills linked to his instincts, he reminded himself to remain cautious. The next day, Marina received a new set of clothes from Nina. She thanked Nina, calling her big sister, which made Nina happy. However, Jink interrupted the moment by reminding Marina about her magic training. He then gave her an enchanted bangle to help with her magic and introduced her to her new tutor, Cannon. Cannon was reminded about the tutoring fees, and when Jink inquired about Herbert, Cannon mentioned that they had become slaves in the army. Cannon then focused on Marina, stating she would be a strict teacher. They went outside where Marina practiced wind magic. She was surprised when it worked. Cannon praised her talent and instructed her to keep sharpening her wind blade. Marina fired more shots and quickly sliced a wooden target. Both Jink and Cannon felt proud and happy. When Marina said she was tired, Jink explained that her mana pool was depleted, but assured her it was good practice to increase it. After practicing more, Marina was given a break to drink potions. Cannon then asked Jink for a small flask for fairies. Fairies needed only tiny amounts of food and potions compared to humans. Knowing that fairies were frugal, Jink realized he could give Marina as many high potions as she needed. Cannon then moved on to the next lesson, summoning magic. She called out a slime, and both Jink and Marina were impressed. Jink asked if there was a limit on the type or number of monsters she could summon. Cannon explained that she could summon any type and multiple monsters as long as she had the right skill. However, maintaining a summon drained MP, and stronger monsters used more MP. When the MP was depleted, the summoner's life force was next. Dying was the worst outcome in such cases. Jink realized how dangerous summoning magic could be. Cannon instructed Marina to visualize a slime and try summoning one. Marina focused while Cannon and Jink eagerly watched. Despite her efforts, Marina couldn't summon a slime. Jink encouraged her, saying she had a high aptitude for summoning. Motivated by his words, Marina didn't give up and continued trying until she finally succeeded in summoning a slime. Both Jink and Cannon were thrilled and celebrated with cheers. They soon went inside the estate, and Jink thanked Cannon. Cannon said Marina had talent and would do well with more practice. Marina, hugging the slime, wondered if she could always summon it since she had grown fond of her first slime. Cannon said it was possible as long as the monster recognized her. If she named it, they could form a contract like Cannon had with the Emperor Slime. Jink realized that Cannon had multiple contracts. Cannon mentioned it would take time to earn a monster's trust and suggested Marina take her time to build a bond. Since Marina had the MP boost talent, Cannon was confident it wouldn't be too difficult for her. Jink reassured her that they had plenty of potions. Nina joked that this would only mean more trips to the bathroom for Marina. Soon after, Jink finished writing some letters for Count Brand. He had worried about Esther being on the front line, but his concerns disappeared as his instincts kicked in with an intensity he had never felt before. It was a pure evil feeling, similar to the encounter with the Purgatory. He wondered who could hate him so deeply. He also considered the possibility of a spy, but the Quoll Kingdom was on high alert. Jink then went to Ian and asked him to do something. Afterward, he left and wandered around the city until he reached the outskirts. He pretended to practice his magic, assuming there were people hiding nearby. Despite his keen perception, he couldn't detect anyone. His instincts, however, told him he was not alone. Jink began practicing his wind magic when he noticed fireballs flying toward him. He used water balls to extinguish the fireballs but felt uneasy since he still couldn't sense the enemy. To his surprise, no more attacks came. Observing how the spells were cast, Jink realized the enemy was alone. He checked the nearby woods and discovered a skeleton with a staff. He was skeptical that an undead could use magic and wondered if it was due to an artifact. When he used appraise on the skeleton, he learned it had once been a nasal alchemist. This alchemist had been mad, researching the Philosopher's Stone, and had been executed 300 years ago for kidnapping and experimenting on children. Jink was astonished to find an alchemical artifact that allowed the skeleton to cast spells. Jink realized that necromancers were after him and wondered how they had gotten into Quoll. Ian soon appeared and reported that he had captured someone who had been following Jink from a distance. As Jink had suspected, Ian had captured a nasal necromancer. They met with the necromancer and asked him how he had entered Quoll. The necromancer confessed that he had a corpse with the teleportation gift. He then screamed in pain, and Ian guessed that the necromancer was under a spell that caused him pain when his master was harmed. Jink said there was no need to find out more since he could see the necromancer's stats. The necromancer's master was Axel Alpha Bernhard. Jink recalled that the Bernhard family had ranks like Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. The one they had captured was a Gamma, but they were not considered real necromancers. Knowing that their enemies had teleportation, Jink and Ian realized that even Quoll was not safe. Since they had attacked first, Jink decided to counter and infiltrate Nasal on his own. Jink soon told Duke Fonker about his plan. He also reported the captured necromancer and offered to sell him as a slave. Knowing he could get information about Nasal, Duke Fonker quickly offered 11 platinum coins. Mona suddenly burst in, expressing worry for Jink. Jink then asked Mona about the guild matters, and Mona confirmed they were eliminating any other enemies. Duke Fonker thanked Jink for saving many lives in this matter. Jink couldn't believe that the Bernards would attack him directly. He assumed they didn't want to see Quoll benefiting from his enchantments. Despite being neutral so far, Jink decided to join the war as Quoll's ally. Duke Fonker and Mona were worried since their guild only had a few members. Jink then explained that the enemies would teleport to Quoll again, and he was not sure when that would happen. Because of this, he needed to leave as soon as possible. Necromancers could control multiple undead at once, and if he left Quoll, the citizens would be spared since he was the main target. Mona suggested taking refuge in the maze, but Jink claimed the king and duke would be the next targets. Duke Fonker couldn't refute his city's savior's words. He said he would inform the king soon. Jink thanked him and expressed his doubts that an enchanter like him would get involved in conflicts between kingdoms. Now, Jink wanted to see Esther. Duke Fonker offered some personal guards, but Jink refused so he could travel lightly. Jink soon regrouped with Ian and told him it would be better to leave Esther and Dan alone for now. Ian claimed Esther would definitely follow Jink if he knew. Jink then wondered why many gruesome things were happening after he left Rosarda and planned to live in peace. He felt bad for dragging Ian and the others with him. Ian smiled and reminded Jink about the time he had tried to end his life. He was grateful to Jink for giving him a turning point in his life. He assured him that he hadn't gone through anything difficult. Jink was glad to hear his words. Nina and Marina soon learned about Jink's next plan. Since they directly confronted him, he had to settle the score with Nazal. He wondered if Nina could join him and pointed out that it would not be an adventure, but a war where they would kill people. As nobles, Jink and Esther were trained for war, but Nina was not, and Jink didn't want to involve her. He couldn't force Nina to join if she said no. Ian now understood why Jink looked down and worried. Nina then asked if Jink would also see the same side of war. She knew Jink needed some good food to forget the awful scene. With Jink's magic, she wanted to help him. Marina said she wanted to go too. Jink told Marina it would be different from hunting monsters and he might not be able to protect her. Marina cried, saying she would try her best because she didn't want to be left behind. Nina also asked Jink to let Marina go with them. In the end, Jink agreed but said they had to stay with Count Brand's forces. The next day they traveled by carriage. They stopped for a break, but kobolds suddenly attacked. Following Jink's quick instructions, Nina and Marina teamed up and used their magic to defeat the kobolds. Jink and Ian then went for the pack leader and easily killed it. The fight helped Marina improve her wind magic, and Jink told her to work with Nina as rearguards. He was worried that Marina seemed okay with the blood and that the fairy showed how tough she was. Marina couldn't summon any helpful monsters yet and didn't have much experience killing. Jink planned to get her some experience first. Soon after, the party arrived at Quarta, where Jink had gotten his adventure license in the beginning. They went to the Adventurers Guild, and Snow, the guildmaster, happily welcomed them. Jink felt nostalgic seeing Snow because of his exam. Snow looked different, and he shared how he had spent time on the front lines. Jink was surprised since the Adventurers Guild was supposed to be neutral. Snow explained he fought as an adventurer, not as the guildmaster, especially because it was for his kingdom. Jink then confirmed that he would also join the war and brought some supplies for Count Brand. Snow shared how helpful Jink's enchanted rings had been on the battlefield. He also mentioned that the enemies had unlocked their own magic with the same rings. Jink now understood why Nazar was wary of him. Snow then asked if Jink had seen the state of the city. Jink confirmed he saw everyone carrying weapons. Despite taking in the Rosarda citizens as slaves and treating them fairly, they still held grudges toward the people of Quoll, especially Jink. Snow reminded Jink that some escaped Rosartans had become bandits at the borders, and told Jink to be careful on the way. Jink's party soon set off but stopped somewhere along the way since it was getting dark. They met a group on the way and Jink was surprised to see someone familiar. The familiar old man was surprised to see his previous master. Nina asked who he was and Jink confirmed that the old man was once the butler of the norland house. Jink was surprised that the butler had escaped before becoming a slave. He asked what the butler was doing. The butler mentioned that it was Jink's fault the norland house fell into ruins. He was traveling in search of refuge, thinking it would have been better if the young master Esther had taken over the household. Jink was shocked. He reminded the butler how he escaped on his own while the house was collapsing, bringing some stolen family fortune with him. Jink also noticed the butler was riding Gordon's favorite horse and called the spears with them a waste. The butler confirmed he was never loyal to Jink and only took advantage of Esther for his own purposes. He called Jink a filthy dropout and hoped he would die somewhere. However, he was thankful to encounter Jink by chance since he now had a chance to get rewards from nasal officials after turning in Jink. His guards were also Rosartans who held a deep grudge toward Jink. The butler's men then attacked altogether. He ordered them to spare Nina and Marina since they would sell well, but to kill Ian. Marina and Nina got surrounded, but the small fairy easily used wind magic to cut down most of the enemies. The men dropped like flies, spurting blood. The butler was speechless. Jink and Ian easily cut down the enemies like butter. Ian got cornered a bit, but Jink was there to support with his magic. Seeing his men defeated, the butler decided to escape, and Marina noticed it. The butler couldn't believe he wasted a fortune on such useless guards. Jink then stopped his horse with magic. The butler rolled on the ground and Jink pointed his sword at his neck, giving the butler a killing glare. The butler was cornered and couldn't escape. Jink noticed that the butler had gone wild after leaving the household, committing many crimes as listed in his record. The butler then begged for his life and offered valuable information. He claimed to have some valuables from the non-land house and said he was on his way with his group to retrieve them. He wondered if he could be set free if he shared this information. With a pressuring glare, Jink asked where the valuables were. The butler exclaimed they were near the mountains and that he had a map. He asked if he could serve Jink again since he had realized his mistakes. Jink just smiled and sliced the butler's neck, apologizing since his hands were full. Jink's teammates watched their leader's ruthlessness in silence. Jink discovered that the butler really did have a map, and they decided to investigate. Jink and the others soon arrived at a cave where a stash of supplies was stored. They were impressed by the butler's collection and found many precious items inside. However, these were useless in the eyes of Jink. Then he discovered a low-quality sending box, a rare and expensive magic item that could send letters to someone far away. Despite its low quality, Jink realized how useful it would be to communicate with Country Brand. He felt bad about taking everything and decided to only take the sending box. He planned to sell the other items, donate the money, and put half into Esther's financial account. Soon after, the party finally arrived in Rosarda's capital and saw how devastated the place was. Jilk didn't have good memories of the place but still felt nostalgic. He knew Quoll would give him the things confiscated from non-land house, but Jink planned to sell them. He tried asking Esther for a second opinion through the sending box, but Esther quickly replied to sell the non-land assets. The next day they went to Pablo, where the soldiers were stationed. Chris, Roy, and Lewis welcomed them. Count Brand also appeared, and Jink reported the supplies they had brought. Count Brand thanked him and said Dan and Esther were still sleeping. Chris then led Jink to a room where he could rest. Jink recalled that Count Brand's target was the town of Dominante. Just then, Esther came into the room and Jink started praising him for his achievements, especially for taking down some necromancers. Esther suddenly became solemn and said he had something to tell Jink. He then presented two undead heads. Esther confessed they were their father and grandfather. He reported that he personally dealt with them after Nazel's necromancer turned them into undead. Jink apologized for making Esther go through that, but Esther said he was fine with it since it was his duty as their relative. However, Jink saw how sad Esther was and thought it was because of their past mistreatment toward him. Jink told Esther not to worry about the past since they were still brothers. His words cheered Esther up. Jink soon went around town with Dan and Esther. Dan said Louis and Roy would get their mark of valor soon. Dan then asked where Jink was taking the heads they got. Jink wanted to bury them in their homeland because he didn't want to get cursed. Esther thanked Dan for everything since he would soon join Jink's group. Dan wished him luck and said they would still defeat Nazar together. Just then, Jink noticed everyone looking at them. Dan said it was because of the Reaper Princess. Esther asked him not to say anything more. Instead, Esther explained it was a nickname he got after using his spear in battles. Dan said it was scary at first but became popular with the soldiers. Esther protested, saying he was clearly a man. Soon after, Jink's group, with Esther now joining them, said goodbye to Dan. Jink introduced Marina to Esther. He wanted to go directly to Nazar, but decided it was better to move with the Quoll soldiers for now. Jink and Esther buried their relatives' remains and moved on. They hunted monsters along the way to train Marina more and practice their teamwork with Esther. After some time, Jink briefed his team about their mission, which was to cut off nasal supplies going to Dominante. He then pointed out the nearby cliffside that looked narrow and dangerous despite being maintained. It was the only road connecting the two locations. Ian then murmured a plan that would leave no one alive, which made Jink suddenly feel scared. The party soon took positions on a cliff and asked Ian and Esther to use perception to keep watch over the area. Jink then used magic to push a boulder down the road to block it. They just needed to wait until the supply unit arrived. An hour later, Nazal's supply unit finally arrived. Jink's party waited until the nasal soldiers noticed the blocked road. Jink, Nina, and Marina then started their ambush attack. Some soldiers tried to escape and get reinforcements, but the path they came from was blocked by huge trees. Ian and Esther then appeared in the rear. Jink and everyone else mercilessly killed the nasal soldiers they saw on sight, leaving one alive for interrogation. The nasal soldier couldn't believe they were ambushed by scouts, especially young ones. Jink asked for the status in Sandcourt, but the soldier refused to share since he believed he would still be killed. Jink offered a quick, painless death. The soldier then shared information that Jink already knew, except for one detail. Most wells were dried up except for one well hidden in the slums. The common soldiers didn't inform their superiors about it. The soldier doubted that the nobles and officers knew about the well since they didn't want to step into the slums. Jink thanked him for the information and asked if the soldier had any last words. The soldier didn't say anything, so Jink made his death quick. Now knowing about the hidden precious well, Jink had a plan. Jink remembered there was a poisonous mushroom called Doctor's Door that grew in the area. When eaten raw, it only caused a mild stomachache, but when soaked in a potion for a day and then boiled, it turned into a poison that caused internal pain and vomiting. The vomit and excrement of those affected were also poisonous. The others knew Jink's plan, to poison the hidden well and weaken the enemy forces that way. Nina and Marina began to doubt their master's morality. Jink insisted it was the safest way for them to fight the enemy. He decided to take Esther with him while the others stayed in the area to take out any nasal forces that passed by. He believed the enemies would be searching for the supplies that weren't arriving. For now, Jink decided to forage some mushrooms and appraise them. The edible ones would be their dinner. Esther looked excited and Nina started thinking of dishes to cook. Jink and Esther went around looking for mushrooms until they found a colony of the Doctor's Door. They decided to collect everything since they had an item box. Jink suggested they camp for the night to process the mushrooms. While boiling them, Jink remembered something important. He assumed Esther's equipment was worn out and offered to fix it. Esther said it was fine since he had been taking good care of it. Jink clarified that he wouldn't replace it but would remake it. He recalled enchanting it before when he was still a low level. The higher an enchanter's level, the better the equipment. Jink remembered suggesting using alchemy alongside enchantment. He confirmed that it was possible to transmute an existing weapon into a new one and apply new enchantments, even if it had been enchanted before. Esther then asked Jink to enchant his equipment. Jink worked on it, and Esther immediately felt the effects when he tested it. Jink was pleased and told Esther to rest. The next day, Jink was happy to see the mushrooms looking dangerous. Esther was worried that the well might remain poisoned and affect their allies. Jink said he already had a plan for that and that for now, they needed to avoid getting poisoned. Later in Sandcourt, Jink and Esther saw some familiar soldiers being put on display. Jink noticed soldiers on the walls, and Esther worried about sneaking in. Jink suggested making a hole in the wall with earth magic to avoid making noise. They could target the recently repaired areas and head straight to the slums. Esther asked how he knew which areas were recent repairs. Jink explained that in Rosarda there were many slums, and poor people used holes to come in and out of town for work. Esther learned something new that day. That night, without the guards noticing, Jink and Esther approached the wall. Using perception, Esther confirmed that no one was on the other side. Jink then used earth magic to create a hole in the wall and put the eroded soil aside with his item box. The hole appeared quickly, and they crawled through. Jink had chosen the right spot. Knowing that the well was on the east side, they headed towards their target. There, they found two nasal soldiers cooking dinner and talking about a troublesome noble. Jink and Esther sneaked around and decided to wait in a nearby house until the soldiers left. Soon after, Jink brought out the mushrooms in a cage to keep them from floating away. After dropping the mushrooms, Jink and Esther left the area. Jink's group successfully poisoned the well and cut off the supply route. After 3 days, they noticed that the soldiers were already weakening. Jink suspected that some officers had antidotes, but the main water source was still poisoned. The soldiers continued to suffer from the harsh symptoms while no supplies were coming in. Their food and potions would eventually run out. At that moment, the town gates opened and the general fled on his own. Esther suggested chasing him, but Jink reminded him that their primary goal was the supply route and Sandcourt itself. Ian would be on the way to deal with the escapees. Jink then summoned a golem to collect the bodies in the town. The two went outside and apologized to the surviving soldiers. The brothers went around finishing off the weakened soldiers. It took a while to clean up and the smell turned out to be worse than they had expected. Jink was relieved he had left Nina and Marina behind. Esther then wondered how they could get rid of the poison. Jink brought out a cauldron, filled it with water and antidote, and let it steam. The mist covered the whole town. Although it was tiring for Jink due to his low mana reserves, it should work. They just needed to remove the mushrooms from the well and dump a lot of antidote in it. The golem would help clean the area, and Esther offered to assist as much as he could. That night, after a long day's work, the brothers rested in the nearby Lord's mansion. The sending box glowed, and a letter from Count Brand arrived, informing them that Dominante had finally fallen to his forces. The next morning, Jink and Esther saw incoming Quoll forces. Count Zavine then introduced himself to the brothers. Jink welcomed them and said they had already finished the cleanup. He told them to rest inside and led Count Zavine to the Lord's mansion's room. Jink wanted the Count to use the room, but Count Zavine claimed he didn't deserve it since Jink and Esther had captured the town. Jink told him not to worry, and reminded him that the commander should always stay in the best room to maintain respect among his men. He said he would leave soon to rejoin his group, so the room would end up being used by Count Zavine. Zavine then thanked Jink, who couldn't believe that someone so modest was actually a noble. The next day, Jink showed a blazing pit full of corpses. He explained that this would finish the cleanup. Count Zavine couldn't believe that only 2 people had captured the town. Jink said it was also due to luck. He explained that he had poisoned the well but assured the Count that it was now usable again. He noticed the Count looking unwell, and Count Zavine explained he had a weak stomach and was a pathetic military man who couldn't handle violence. He confessed he had been studying to be a merchant, but his older brother, the heir, had dropped out of university. Count Zavine had no choice but to become the leader of his family's forces as the family head, though he admitted he was more suited to logistics and supplies management. Using his perception skill, Jink realized that Count Zavine was trustworthy and a good leader. Jink asked the Count to work on the town's defenses and repairs, just in case necromancers came. Count Zavine promised to take care of it and make the place strong. Soon after, Jink and Esther rejoined the others. Ian reported killing some stragglers and deserters from Nazel's side. He said it was more tiring clearing the rubble on the blocked road than the actual fighting. Nina and Marina said the area had a lot of food and herbs for making potions. With no more attacks to worry about, Jink wanted to enjoy Nina's cooking. Nina quickly made some delicious food for the team. A hungry Jink ate Nina's food quickly and everyone else ate too. Ian then asked about their next move. He told them that Count Brand and Zavine would regroup soon and more nobles would join. Their team would keep pace and help clear out some enemies. Jink's party continued their guerrilla tactics and espionage. With Jink's enchanted items, forces easily toyed with the enemy soldiers and drove them back. He couldn't believe that an enchanter like him could affect a country's capabilities. He wondered why he regained his past life's memories and received such power. He questioned if people randomly got powers or if the abilities were innate. Ian showed up and was surprised to see Jink up early. He delivered a letter from Count Brand saying that about 10 messengers had gone missing in the past few days. Ian knew Nazar wouldn't take this lightly. Jink knew that Nazar had their own spies working secretly. They recalled seeing poisoned traps and broken bridges along the way. Since their numbers were slowly decreasing, Jink knew the enemy force was small. Ian assumed they were skilled enough to sneak into Quoll territory without being noticed. Jink then said that Count Brand gave them the job to take down the invaders. Later, at the national border, Jink and the others found one of the broken bridges. Esther wondered if fire magic was used, but Jink said wind magic was also used. If Nazar had such a strong mage, they could have wiped out the Quoll army easily. Jink then decided to fix the bridge so their army could cross. Nina was worried about fixing such a big bridge. Jink told her not to worry since he had golems. He then took out metal scraps from his item box and made a big pile of them. Jink used alchemy to create support beams from metal scraps. The submerged parts were coated with mithril to prevent rusting. He drank more MP potion and used his item box to summon the metal support beams, much like Gilgamesh using the Gate of Babylon. With help from the golems, Jink began building the bridge floor. In just half a day, Jink created a bridge that could be burned down. Despite looking a bit unsteady from drinking potions, Jink was satisfied and the others were impressed. Jink and his team tried to track Nazel's espionage team, but couldn't catch them. He wondered if the enemy was also using perception skills. They only found traps and dead Quoll soldiers along the way. Angered, Jink told his team to scout ahead and mark any enemy traps. Several days later, Jink and his team found a Nazel soldier who had fallen into one of their traps. Ian called him nasty for setting up confusing traps. Jink noticed that the Nazel soldier was the only one with perception since they had split up. He claimed this was a big step for them. He then asked for one last push and instructed Marina to keep using perception to the fullest. Nina also prepared for both combat and perception while Marina stuck close to her. The group charged forward as Marina noticed 4 men in black armor to the west. The Nazel soldiers were busy worrying about the missing spy until Jink's party surprised them. Jink was right with his previous deduction. The remaining enemies didn't even sense them coming. 2 vanguards over level 100 then prepared to fight. Ian faced the swordsman while Esther dealt with the spearman. Despite looking confident, the swordsman was easily sliced in half like Satoru Gojo. The spearman then charged toward Esther, calling him a worm. Esther calmly claimed that the worm the spearman mentioned would kill him. Esther dodged the sudden attack and countered, killing the spearman in the end. Meanwhile, Jink, Nina, and Marina chased after the Nazel mages. Since they were about to get caught, the 2 mages had no choice but to strike a pose for a combined magic attack of fire and wind. Jink asked Nina and Marina to back off a bit and used water tornado on the enemies, sending them flying into the sky. Soon after, Jink suggested the 2 mages talk or end up like the spearmen. The mages ended up sharing everything, from national secrets to the power struggles of the Nazel nobles. However, the most incredible thing Jink heard was the hero creation project. Nazel was actually researching how to create heroes artificially. They conducted forbidden rituals to create people with superhuman abilities. They sacrificed many slaves to their god, trying to make them remember their past lives. They believed that those who remembered their past lives would gain greater power and new skills. Jink suddenly became quiet. The plan was to use the ritual to strengthen slaves and send them to fight in battles. However, Nazal had many failures and most subjects only got a little stronger. Despite the failures, Nazal continued doing the ritual once or twice a year when the moons and stars were in a certain position. Jink saw that one person had the gift to remember things perfectly and asked him when the last ritual was held. Esther noticed that Jink was being unusually serious. The man then confessed that it was on January 3rd of the previous year. Jink was surprised. He doubted it, but it was the same date he was banished, and he remembered his past life's memories after he fainted from shock. Nazal's ritual actually worked, but it worked on him. He couldn't prove it, and it seemed like too much of a coincidence. Ian noticed Jink's interest in the topic. Jink got flustered and joked that they were lucky to know about Nazal's failures. They then decided to take the captured mages to Count Brand for more torture. Dan soon welcomed them back but got frustrated when he saw the two mages. The two used to be members of the Purgatories. Dan grabbed them and said he needed to talk to them. Jink reminded Dan not to kill them, and the angry ex-guildmaster dragged the two mages away. Jink then told the others to take a break, and Nina celebrated. Jink worried that people would find out his secret if the mages were questioned further. However, he wanted to deny that his secret was related to Nazal's hero creation project. Esther then looked at Jink with doubt. That night, when everyone was sleeping peacefully, Ezer knocked on Jink's room. Ezer asked to speak with Jink and made him read something first. On the paper, Ezer wrote that he felt something was off about Jink when the hero creation project was mentioned. Ezer concluded that Jink somehow got involved and regained the memories of his past life. He clearly noticed how Jink became gentler after being banished. He wanted to know if Jink was still the same respected brother he had. Jink suddenly got anxious and looked outside. He told Ezer to whisper instead. He apologized for hiding it from him. Jink confessed that he regained his past life's memories and gained the Enchanter skills on that day. Ezer asked if he was now a different person, but Jink made it clear that he didn't lose his memories as Ezer's brother, and only had his memories and personalities combined. Ezer was glad to hear that. Jink confessed he kept quiet about it since people would not believe his words and to avoid attention. Ezer agreed with that, but asked if Jink would tell the others. Jink wanted to one day, but the more people knew, the more the information would slip. Ezer promised to keep the secret. Jink thanked Ezer for talking to him about it. 2 weeks later, a Viscount conquered the town of Astario, marking Quoll's complete capture of the former kingdom of Rosarda. Jink told the others that they would receive rewards for their contributions and reminded them to think about where to spend the rewards. He also informed them that Count Brand's preparations were complete. The next step was to enter Nazal territory. Nina, Marina, and Esther were excited to do their best. Ian remembered they had many supplies but still suggested taking as much as they could from the enemies. Jink agreed and suggested making it look like sabotage. However, Jink wondered how to deal with the necromancers. Soon after, Count Brand led Quoll's army toward Nazal and engaged all of the enemy forces. In response, Nazal brought out undead raised from dead S-ranked and A-ranked adventurers, killing many Quoll soldiers. Jink's team continued working as a guerrilla unit, disrupting the enemies. They arrived at an unguarded spot and planned to burn the other side of the base to steal supplies. Jink reminded everyone to move quickly and stay undetected. Soon after, Marina flew into the sky and noticed that Esther had set the east side on fire. Jink, Ian, and Nina quickly moved to steal the supplies. Marina also confirmed that the soldiers were running toward the east side. Jink was glad it worked. Even though they knew Esther could handle the soldiers alone, Ian suggested they move fast. Jink used his earth magic to open a hole in the wall and once inside, used perception to scan the area. Jink quickly found the positions of the remaining soldiers and moved quickly with the others. Meanwhile, at the east gate, Esther dealt with the soldiers alone while moving quickly in the darkness. Seeing Esther move freely in the dark, the soldiers assumed he had perception. Esther took a break by a nearby tree and noticed a strange light coming from the base. Jink, Ian, and Nina gathered the supplies. Jink asked Marina if Esther was doing fine, but Marina was suddenly distracted by something. She exclaimed that 2 dead giants had been raised as undead. Jink was surprised, since this was unexpected. Marina reported that a stronger presence was with the giants. Jink wondered if the necromancer had teleported from somewhere. The 2 undead giants then started rushing toward the east gate where Esther was. Ian suggested that they help Esther right away by going through the middle of the camp. However, Jink wanted to avoid getting surrounded and planned to go through the southeast wall instead. Jink couldn't believe a necromancer had raised actual giant corpses. Esther heard the roars and kept hiding. However, the giant undead quickly discovered him and started chasing him. Jink and the others moved quickly to assist and save Esther. The necromancer controlling the undead giants kept ordering them to find the kids lurking around them. The Nazal soldiers cheered for the undead giants, and Esther was already reaching his limit running around. Just when the giants were cornering Esther, a water ball destroyed the leg of one of the giants. The undead giant fell over, which surprised everyone. The Nazal soldiers were then dealt with by Jink and the others, who arrived at the perfect time. Jink instructed Esther to run and shake off the enemies. Everyone then ran away from the undead giants and nasal soldiers. They couldn't catch them, and the necromancer was disappointed. Jink and the others then fled to safety. With her perception skills, Marina confirmed that the necromancer was still in the castle. Jink assumed that the undead wouldn't be chasing them now since they couldn't be controlled from a long distance. He told everyone to rest while keeping watch with perception. Esther then claimed the enemies had obviously anticipated their guerrilla attack. Jink realized the enemies had pretended to be distracted by Esther's show and used the chance to bring in the necromancer. One of them would have been dead if more than one necromancer had come over. Ian then asked what to do next. After some thinking, Jink said they had a chance to make the necromancer suffer. He recalled that the necromancers were using an undead skill to teleport. Knowing that there was only one and the undead couldn't use it on itself, Jink assumed that the undead would come over on foot. He then suggested trapping the necromancer in the base while stealing the supplies and destroying incoming carriages. Ian's eyes shone, knowing they would also be cutting off the supply lines, and Jink laughed creepily. Marina was scared seeing the two men being creepy, and Nina asked her not to grow up like them. Jink recalled there were only 8 Bernhard necromancers in total. He believed that if they could pin down one, it would have a huge effect on the enemies. Esther asked how they could get close to the base. Jink assured him that he had a plan. He intended to infiltrate by digging a tunnel toward the center of the base. He warned the others that the base had no cover to hide behind and was on flat ground. He instructed them to use perception while he used his golems to dig. He told them to stay alert as he planned to sneak to the enemy supplies and contact Count Brand. The golems started working and dug a tunnel. 3 days later, Jink determined they had reached the correct spot. Marina confirmed no one was above them. Jink then created a small hole in the ground and had Marina fly out for reconnaissance. She looked around and only saw horses. She stared at the horses and noticed something. She reported back and everyone expected they were under the stables. The group soon climbed up and Jink instructed them to cover the hole. He then told Nina and Marina to keep watch while he, Ian, and Esther went to steal the supplies. After that, they would get the attention of the necromancer by setting the stables and carriages on fire. During the confusion, they would sneak out. He then told them to set out, but Marina looked worried for some reason. Esther sneaked around the base and easily ambushed the patrolling soldiers. Jink finished off anyone still alive, and Ian dragged the bodies to the item box. Nina sensed something and led the group to a warehouse with loose security. Jink took out flammable items to burn everything in sight. Just then, Marina asked to set the horses free first. Jink apologized and reminded her they were at war, and there was a chance the necromancer would notice something wrong if the horses fled. Marina felt sad and Nina comforted her. Jink also felt bad and decided not to let the war drag on, but they couldn't afford to be merciful during war. After preparing, Jink and the others combined fire and wind magic to set the warehouse and stables on fire. The poor horses neighed in pain. The soldiers on the town walls noticed the attack. They wondered how the intruders got inside and decided to call for the Bernhard necromancer. The necromancer then appeared using teleportation magic. Nina reported that a strong presence had arrived and Jink instructed everyone to retreat. Jink's party continued attacking other bases until they drew a necromancer to Hessler. In the end, they managed to pin down 3 necromancers, one of them with a giant undead. At the same time, Count Brand asked Will to support Jink. After they managed to separate the 3 necromancers into 3 different camps, Jink told everyone to proceed with their next move. Knowing it would be bad if they rushed in alone, Jink decided to wait for the Quoll army to surround the enemy camp. Esther then showed a letter from Count Zavine, instructing them to return to Sandcourt. Jink quickly went back and found Will in the camp. Will explained that Count Brand had sent him to back up Jink. Count Zavine then said they would strategize against the necromancers. Despite Jink's efforts to draw out the necromancers, the enemy kept moving. Everyone attended the meeting and found out that the necromancers were planning to attack Sandcourt. Count Zavine confirmed this after interrogating some enemies in Sandcourt. The enemy was planning to get their supplies back. Will believed they would win if the enemy forces split up. Jink wondered if they were planning a siege, but Will said he was half right. He explained that Count Brand's plan was to defend and prolong the battle until the necromancers depleted their magic. Count Zavine would then pretend to abandon Sandcourt, and when the enemies flooded into the town, Jink and Will would use fire magic to burn them down. Jink was glad to hear that since he and his team didn't know what to do next. Although Jink wanted to join the plan, Ian found some flaws. Ian claimed that sieges might favor the defenders, but they would still suffer great losses. Will said they had a separate plan for that. He planned to use nasal prisoners as meat shields. Since the prisoners wouldn't voluntarily fight for Quoll, Will planned to use servitude magic on them to force them to obey. This way, Quoll would suffer fewer losses while damaging the enemy's morale. Jink remained silent but found the plan heartless and felt sorry for the enemy. He then asked what to do next. Will asked him to support with magic bags and set up the town. When he gave the signal, they would blast the enemy with fire magic. Soon after, a Bernhard necromancer was seen being carried on a palanquin after the carriages and horses were burned. Then boulders started falling on their path, crushing the soldiers. Seeing another trap, the necromancer scolded his soldiers for being useless. One soldier suggested that they surrender since everyone was getting weakened and starving. The necromancer called them fools, refused to surrender, and insisted they take back the supplies in Sandcourt to survive. He told them to eat goblin meat or he would burn their families. Days later, Will prepared the 4,000 enemy soldiers to be used as meat shields. Relief supplies also arrived from Count Brand, which would help them. Count Brand wanted them to succeed because taking down 3 beta necromancers would bring great prestige. Jink recalled Esther killing 1 beta necromancer before, and if they killed 3 more, it would be great. Jink was glad that Will came over but asked about the others, Karen and Bogart. Will confirmed he would meet with them after his task. He shared that their party, Sacred Flame, was hired by Quoll as support for nobles. Karen provided logistics support and Bogart acted as her defender. Will parted with them due to Count Brand's orders and didn't bring Karen's potions since Jink existed. Just then, Count Zavine reported to them that the necromancers would arrive in 2 days. 2 days later, nasal forces flooded in front of Sandcourt. Count Zavine was ready to rain arrows on them. The necromancer leading the nasal forces gave the signal, and the soldiers charged toward the town. Jink and the others were on standby since using magic early would put the enemies on guard. Based on what they heard, the enemy soldiers were starving, and only the necromancers kept their magic bag supplies for themselves. Under Count Zavine's leadership, Quoll soldiers defended the walls against the enemy forces. While the wall was being scaled, the necromancer in the back was heartily eating until a report came that the front gate was almost broken. The necromancer complained about how slow they were, and the soldier reported that Quoll was using their own as meat shields. The necromancer claimed the captured ones were worthless and should have just died. He then decided to step into the battle. Soon after, the front gate was broken, and the enemy soldiers flooded in. On top of that, the undead soldiers, including giants and higher-ranked adventurers, appeared to join the fight. Quoll soldiers were cut down like flies. The necromancers were excited to recapture Sandcourt. Will then reported to Jink that Count Zavine's forces were retreating. He claimed he would escort the Count to safety first, then regroup with Jink. Jink then instructed the others to move. Corpses of Quoll's soldiers were scattered, and the necromancers saw that Quoll's forces had run away. While they were planning to rebuild the base, a soldier reported that there were no provisions left in town, and the armory and stables were also empty. They only found barrels of oil, leaving the necromancers confused. Suddenly, someone shouted that they had fallen into a trap. Before the enemies could react, Jink and Will used their strongest fire magic to set the town on fire. With barrels of oil scattered around, the nasal forces easily caught fire. The necromancers used a giant as a shield against the flames. Jink and Will watched as the undead soldiers protected the necromancers while everything around them burned. The fire soon died down and the nasal soldiers were turned to ash. Count Zavine returned and was glad to see Jink unharmed. Count Zavine needed to retrieve the corpses of the 3 necromancers. The giant undead protected them from the fire but choked on the smoke and baked to death. Will was glad their faces were intact for presentation. Count Zavine sighed in relief and Jink thanked him for his leadership. Then Jink looked around and asked for time to lay the dead nasal people to rest. He knew no one would thank him, but he thought they suffered from being controlled and killed by their comrades. He wanted to at least mourn for them. Practically speaking, he didn't want to see them turn into monsters by their grudges. Will agreed to help. With the golem's assistance, the dead nasal people were buried, and Jink lit a sacred flame to wish them peace. Meanwhile, in Nasal, Duke Apon, a commander from the Quoll army, cursed as he was ambushed by nasal forces. He managed to escape and ordered the slave soldiers to fight and delay the enemies. The slave soldiers were familiar faces: Herbert and his gang of emissaries. Arrows rained down on them, and Herbert did his best to deflect them. However, they were overwhelmed by the numbers, and Herbert began to wonder why he was dying in such a way. As he lay on the ground covered in arrows, he could only think of Jink and grumbled about him. In a nasal camp, Gilbert, a necromancer, was praised for leading yet another victory. He instructed his men to gather bodies to raise as undead soldiers. The elders looked forward to Gilbert's command since he hadn't lost a fight yet. Gilbert called them shameless because he knew they wanted him dead. He then left the tent for a short break. Meanwhile, Jink heard about Duke Apon's significant losses. He then talked about Nazal's new commander-in-chief, Gilbert. Gilbert had been a top scholar at the age of 10 and was seen as a genius, but he was also Nazal's illegitimate son. The crown prince and the second prince had been fighting for the throne, and somehow Gilbert had caused conflict within the royal family. As a result, he had been imprisoned until recently. Ian was surprised that a prisoner was now serving as commander-in-chief. but Jink explained that this was Nazal's way of banishing Gilbert while still wanting him dead. Ian worried that someone as talented as Gilbert might pose a threat to Quoll. Suddenly, Jink considered having Gilbert join Quoll's side instead. He realized that Gilbert was similar to him and thought that if Gilbert had a grudge against Nazal and was treated well by Quoll, he might switch sides. Ian agreed it was a good idea but doubted Gilbert's personality. Jink believed it was worth trying and decided to tell the king about his plan. Days later, Count Brand informed the king and the council weighed the pros and cons but ultimately left the decision to Jink. If successful, Gilbert's safety would be ensured and he would receive the title of Marquis. Jink's only concern was how to persuade Gilbert to join them. Karen and Bogart finally arrived and called Jink's plan bold. They decided to approach Nazal's commander-in-chief at night and asked for her team's support. She wondered if their attempt would be successful or not. In the dead of night, an arrow flew near the commander-in-chief's tent. The arrow had a letter tied to it, and Karen's team quickly left the area. Bogart worried that other soldiers might find the letter, but Karen believed it would actually show that their commander was in contact with Quoll. This, she thought, would weaken his position in Nazal and make it more likely for him to switch sides. She said it was now up to Gilbert to decide. When Gilbert received the letter, the soldier who delivered it worried that it might be a trap. Gilbert crumpled the letter and said it wouldn't affect his loyalty to Nazal. The soldier was relieved by Gilbert's response. Gilbert then went back to his quarters, sat down, and summoned a bat. Jink soon received a letter from Count Brand that confirmed Gilbert had been interested in switching sides. Ian wondered how the letter had left Nazal's camp, and the reply confirmed that Gilbert could use summoning magic. To escape from Nazal, Gilbert planned to lead his troops into a trap and then flee. Esther worried that Gilbert's defection might also be a trap. Jink argued that Gilbert had his own reasons and on top of that had shared valuable information with them. It turned out that 20 Gamma Necromancers were planning to attack Quoll bases soon. Jink reminded them that facing that many Gamma Necromancers would be tough, and guessed that Nazal had panicked after losing 4 Beta Necromancers. Since Count Brand needed their help, Jink and his team decided to reinforce the allied bases. Using Gilbert's information, they set up signal fires, dug moats, and installed pitfall traps around the bases. Gilbert kept in touch with Quoll and soon reported that the attack would involve 1 Necromancer per base. The attacks began with undead soldiers leading the Nazal forces. Jink instructed everyone that Gamma Necromancers couldn't control undead from a long distance. His team quickly dealt with the main forces and the Quoll soldiers followed their lead. Soon after, Jink received a report that Quoll had lost 100 soldiers in the attacks, but none of their bases had fallen. Jink realized the situation could have been worse if Gilbert hadn't warned them and proved trustworthy by not tricking Quoll's side. Jink decided to repay Gilbert for his help. Later, the Nazal leaders held a meeting after their significant loss. The Crown Prince, Mikkel Alpha Bernhard, decided to use Nazal's trump card against Quoll and instructed the Second Prince's forces to hold the fort. The Second Prince's forces started complaining, and Mikkel asked if they had any alternative plans. He said he would handle things personally and asked them not to expect him to act like the ineffective Gammas. Mikkel promised to use their clan's secret to reduce Quoll's numbers while buying time for their own forces. Gilbert noticed that the Second Prince's factions had nothing more to say as their lives were at stake. At that moment, Mikkel asked Gilbert about a letter he had received from Quoll. Gilbert admitted that he had received a letter from the enemy, which claimed they were trying to weaken Nazal by sowing distrust among them. Mikkel wondered if Gilbert was planning to betray them. Gilbert explained that Quoll might take the opportunity to rest after their recent victories. He wanted to directly engage the enemy and, as proof of his loyalty to the Kingdom of Nazal, offered to launch a surprise attack on Quoll's royal army base. He asked if that would satisfy Mikhail. Gilbert quickly gathered his forces and announced that they would attack the Quoll base, which was 10 kilometers away in the forest. He raised the soldiers' spirits and everyone cheered to see their commander personally leading the charge. Gilbert's platoon then moved through the dark forest. A soldier confirmed that the Quoll were unaware of their approach. Gilbert decided to go ahead with the attack. He felt disheartened riding in a palanquin, as he had no horse. Being a bastard child despite his royal status, Nazal soldiers soon attacked a nearby camp, causing the Quoll soldiers to flee in fear. The Nazal soldiers laughed as they watched the enemy run away. Gilbert ordered them to pursue and they marched quickly. Unbeknownst to them, Karen's archer unit was waiting on a nearby cliff to ambush them. At her command, arrows rained down on the Nazal soldiers. Gilbert realized it was his cue. The Nazal soldiers panicked and wanted to retreat. The palanquin was overturned and Gilbert fell to the ground. He tried to escape but was struck by arrows in his leg and arm. In pain, he saw Karen aiming at him. Despite his suffering, she fired an arrow that pierced his heart. The Nazal soldiers watched him in agony as he knelt on the ground. Just before he lost consciousness, Jink and the Quoll soldiers surrounded them, and the panic among the Nazal troops intensified, resulting in spilled blood. Gilbert then recalled the painful memories of being bullied as a bastard child. Everyone had wished for his death, but now he found himself waking up in the Quoll base camp. Jink and Karen were pleased to see him awake. Jink welcomed him and Karen was relieved that she hadn't killed him with her arrows. Gilbert smiled, satisfied that his plan had succeeded. His strategy had been to attack Quoll, get captured, and even have Karen shoot him to make the situation convincing. Knowing that the plan was risky, Jink came along to offer support and was happy to meet Gilbert in person. Gilbert had heard about Jink, and Karen had warned that meeting Gilbert might be a step closer to danger. Jink wondered if Nazel knew that Gilbert had betrayed them. Gilbert thought Mikhail might be suspicious of him, but he believed Nazel couldn't do anything about it now. Jink then suggested Gilbert should get more rest and thanked him again for supporting their cause. Jink and Gilbert soon met and discussed the secret strategy Mikhail had, but Gilbert knew nothing about it and couldn't come up with a counter strategy. He recommended staying alert and claimed that Nazel was already cornered. He thought that dealing with the Bernhards would make things easier afterward, and promised to help as much as he could in gratitude for helping him escape Nazel. At that moment, Gilbert noticed some commotion. Jink explained that Nazel's farmers were selling them flour and vegetables. Gilbert was surprised. Jink clarified that they approached the citizens in a friendly manner to gain their cooperation in capturing Nazel territory. While plundering and burning were common in war, that approach would only turn the local people against the invaders. Quoll's goal was to overthrow the Nazel royal family, not harm the people. Jink also mentioned that they paid above the market rate, which encouraged the Nazel citizens to work with them. Gilbert thought it was an excellent plan and hoped that Nazel's battle-focused nobles would learn something from Quoll. Gilbert then asked about Rosarda, having heard that Quoll had enslaved them. Jink admitted that the Rosartans were deeply corrupt and that Nazel hadn't reached that level of corruption yet. Jink then said goodbye as he had some support work to do, and Gilbert reminded him to ask for help if needed. After that, Gilbert helped Quoll with battle planning and contributed to their significant victories, earning a reputation as a prodigy. One day, Marina approached Jink looking worried. She said the forest had been feeling uneasy lately, and she sensed something bad was going to happen soon. Jink knew fairies were very attuned to nature and believed that danger was on the way. He told everyone to stay alert and move cautiously. Soon after, the nearby forest fell into chaos as monsters appeared in large numbers. Ian quickly told Jink about it. Jink was concerned that the monsters might be coming toward them, but Ian confirmed they were heading north. Using her perception, Marina verified that orcs were also moving north. Esther remembered that the north was where the populace camp was located. Jink wondered why the monsters were moving together. He realized it might be a monster stampede. Nina asked what that was, and Jink briefly explained that when animals are frightened, they often run in the same direction. Nina recalled seeing bulls do that after encountering a monster. Ian guessed that a stronger monster might have triggered the stampede. Jink agreed that it was possible and decided to inform Count Brand. If they couldn't reduce the number of monsters, it could turn into a massacre. Days later in Nazel, Michael learned about the monster stampede and agreed with a plan made by someone named Axel. If they couldn't stop Quoll, the Bernhards would be wiped out from history. Mikhail planned to use the monster stampede to his advantage to defeat Quoll, but was worried about Jink and the other high-level adventurers. He still felt pleased imagining the Quoll people being torn apart. He ordered his men to have the commanders retreat while leaving the replaceable peasants behind. Mikhail then raised his hands and formed a magic circle. Count Brand and Dan soon learned about the monster stampede approaching them. The Count asked Dan to lead the adventurers in battle. Dan agreed to do so. Gilbert, Will, Karen, and Bogart also heard about it and planned to go monster hunting. However, Gilbert seemed to have something on his mind. Soon after, Jink and his team confronted the monster stampede. The monster soon fell to Jink's blade. Esther easily took out many enemies with Air Cyclone, making the soldiers cheer for his feminine nickname. Jink was relieved that the goblin horde had been defeated so easily. However, Marina reported that orcs and ogres were heading towards them. Nina felt that the monsters were growing stronger. Jink remembered that monster stampedes occurred when a group of monsters sensed a stronger one and got scared. Stronger monsters were territorial and took longer to lose their pride before fleeing. He explained that was why the stampede began with the weakest monsters. Just then, the orcs and ogres appeared, and Jink wondered how long the stampede would last. He hoped Dan and the others were doing well. In the pugilists' camp, Dan led the adventurers against the stampeding monsters. The adventurers charged forward with confidence as Dan gave them instructions. He reminded them to collect any useful or edible materials from the monsters since supplies cost money. In the Royal Army's main camp, wyverns started appearing in swarms like flies and mosquitoes. Under Karen's leadership and with Will's magic, archers shot arrows at the flying creatures, causing them to fall like insects. Gilbert, however, found the stampede unnatural. When Will arrived, Gilbert was relieved to see him unharmed. Will reported that each wave of monsters was growing stronger but hoped things would calm down soon. He also mentioned that people from Nazal kept pouring into Quall's bases for safety. Will complained that Quall's progress in the war against Nazal was halted because of the stampede. Gilbert then speculated that the stampede had two origins based on the reports. He argued that it was strange for two stampedes to occur and only target Quall's bases. Will realized that Gilbert was suggesting the stampedes might have been planned deliberately. Gilbert revealed that he had attended a war council with the Nazal leaders and only knew that Mikhail had the ability to stop Quall's advances. Gilbert had a strong feeling that the Crown Prince was behind the stampedes. Will thought the idea of a man-made stampede was ridiculous but hoped to find some clues. Gilbert asked Will to inform the other bases and leaders, especially Jink. Meanwhile, Jink began to suspect that Nazal necromancers were involved. He thought they might be raising and controlling the corpse of a dead monster, and that these necromancers were stronger than those who appeared during the stampede. However, he didn't sense any corpses like that and wondered why Nazal would hide something so powerful. At that moment, Nina and Marina arrived to report that a wave of stronger monsters was approaching. They didn't consider the cause further, and focused on fighting off the increasingly powerful monsters. Jink noticed that Nina was getting tired, but she insisted she was fine. Even so, the mixed monsters were very exhausting for her. Jink agreed, but suddenly had an idea. He gave Nina some rings and asked her to cast a water magic buff for him. Jink then used a water ball to encase a monster's head, making it suffocate. He explained that this method could also be used to handle water-resistant monsters. Ian and Esther continued to deal with the weaker monsters. Suddenly, Marina felt a powerful presence and a dragon appeared, a much stronger S-ranked monster compared to the others. Jink suggested they ignore the dragon for now and split up to attack the remaining monsters. Jink recalled that the dragon's weakness was water magic, and planned to fight alongside Esther as his support. He instructed Ian to team up with the girls and deal with the A-ranked monsters while he and Esther faced the dragon. Esther quickly followed Jink. Jink wondered what kind of monster could have made an S-ranked dragon appear. He told Esther to move quickly before other S-ranked monsters showed up. As they approached the dragon, it breathed fire, but Jink used a water shield to block it. He pushed forward with the shield, redirecting the fire breath towards the other monsters in the area. He then told Esther to perform a pincer attack. The dragon used its tail to separate them. Esther noticed the dragon's thick scales and planned to attack the joints instead. He targeted and sliced the ligaments with his spear. The dragon focused on Esther, but Jink temporarily blinded it with water magic. The dragon became enraged and began stomping around. Ian and the girls saw that the other monsters were weakening. Esther then aimed at the dragon's other leg, and Jink praised him. At that moment, the dragon took flight, and Jink guessed that it was planning to burn them from above. As the dragon prepared to unleash its fiery breath, Jink instructed Esther to help bring it down with him. Jink used his water fountain ability to throw off the dragon's aim, while Esther controlled the air around the creature to stop it from flying further. With this opening, Jink continuously shot water jets at the dragon's mouth, preventing it from breathing fire. Seizing the opportunity, Esther struck at the dragon's left eye with his spear. The dragon writhed in pain, showing it was losing its will to fight. Jink told Esther to leave the rest to him, then pulled out a hammer to finish the job. Just as he moved closer, the dragon tried to fight back. Jink dodged its claws, retrieved the spear embedded in its left eye, and hammered it with all his strength. The spear drove through the dragon's head, ending its life. Seeing the dragon fall, Esther cheered, exclaiming that even a dragon couldn't survive with its brain destroyed. Jink noticed their stats had risen significantly, and Esther reminded him that a dragon was an S-ranked creature after all. The two soon regrouped with Nina and Ian, who were with the other soldiers. Jink assured them that they were unharmed and asked how things had gone on their end. Ian reported that they had taken down many lower-ranked monsters, and that the soldiers were handling the remaining threats. Jink announced that they'd all be having dragon steak for dinner, enough to go around. Nina volunteered to handle the cooking. Esther then turned serious, pointing out that the stampede wouldn't end unless they took out its source. Jink agreed, suggesting they follow the trail of monsters back to its origin. However, he advised that they take breaks or retreat if needed, as pushing too hard could be dangerous. If necromancers were behind this, they couldn't let them escape. Jink suspected that the necromancers might control something even more powerful than an S-ranked red dragon. They'd need to hunt more S-ranked monsters to level up first. Otherwise, Nina and Marina, being the weakest, might not survive the first few minutes of a larger battle. Jink's party marched toward the source of the stampede. Days of constant fighting left them exhausted, but it also gave them a great chance to take down many S-ranked monsters and level up quickly. They even defeated a chimera together as a party for the first time. Ian mentioned that lower-leveled monsters were starting to avoid them. and Jink concluded that the monsters must be sensing their increased strength. Nina joked that the monsters were treating them like they were monsters themselves. Since they couldn't sense any nearby threats, the team took a break. While they were having dinner, they received a report from the main base which said that only goblins had been seen recently. Esther realized they had successfully thinned out the stampede. The report also included Dan's update that there were no casualties among the high-ranked adventurers. However, Gil's deduction had been correct. There were actually two sources of the stampede. One was where Jink and the others were heading, and the other was near Nazar's capital. The monsters advancing toward the populated camp were stronger than expected, and the base believed S-ranked monsters would likely attack, so they might need Jink's party to help fight them off. They were the only ones capable, but they couldn't just head over immediately. Fortunately, they weren't too far away and could still return to their original path. Jink told the others they would go there if they received an official backup request. With that, their dinner meeting came to an end. Soon after, in a town in Nazar, monsters were feasting on the corpses of the townspeople. Jink's team found the scene horrifying, and they could only conclude that the town had fallen victim to a stampede. Nina struggled to hold back her disgust, while Marina prayed for the dead. Esther couldn't believe that the necromancers treated their own people as mere expendable resources. He couldn't forgive the enemy, and Jink shared the same anger. Jink then told the others to at least burn the bodies since they didn't have time to give the dead a proper burial. This way they could prevent the rise of zombies. Jink swore to hunt down the Bernhards for what they had done. Meanwhile, a member of the Bernhards stood before a majestic dragon. He commanded the ancient dragon to unleash another wave of monsters. The 10,000-year-old dragon struck at the necromancer, who found it amusing that this once great ancient dragon was now nothing more than a puppet corpse. He controlled it and could use it to intimidate S-rank monsters into stampeding. The dragon was his key to a hidden technique he called the fake stampede. The dragon then called the necromancer a fool, warning that his borrowed power would soon vanish and that he'd burn in hell. The necromancer felt the weight of the dragon's words but continued to control it, though the effort drained most of his mana and left him needing a potion. Even dead, the ancient dragon was still a double S-ranked monster. He then asked his subordinate for reports from Axel. He was informed that the stampede at Axel's location was progressing smoothly. Though the old man didn't like a youngster like Axel leading them, he had to admit Axel's power surpassed his own. For now, he would work alongside Axel to build up the Bernhard's reputation, but he secretly planned to take Axel's place. He would savor the moment of Axel's humiliation. Taking precautions, he remembered an S-ranked Quoll adventurer named Herbert, who had ties to Jink. The necromancer knew that the zombies of those who died with strong grudges would seek out their grudges' targets, so he decided to assist Herbert in taking revenge on Jink. Jink shivered with a sense of dread. Marina reported that a powerful enemy was heading their way. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and an enormous turtle appeared. Normal animals scattered in fear. Jink couldn't believe he was seeing a diamond turtle in real life. The diamond turtle was a massive S-ranked monster known for its unbelievably high defense. The materials taken from it, especially its diamond-like shell, sold for a fortune. Ian remembered hearing of someone who defeated a diamond turtle long ago and ended up living comfortably for 7 generations. Jink agreed, but he also knew that a lot of backstabbing, fights, and even murders happened over who got the most gold. They set aside talk about money and focused on dealing with the giant monster before it crushed their base. As they got closer, they saw that the turtle looked like a moving mountain. Jink struck it with his sword, but it had no effect, and he wondered how anyone had defeated such a creature before. Ian mentioned that history books claimed the hunters used a massive amount of poison. However, they didn't have any on hand, and even if they did, using poison would reduce the quality of the materials. Then, Jink had an idea, and asked Esther to use his wind spell to fly and jump up to the monster's mouth, lowering a rope from one of its teeth. Since attacks from the outside weren't working, Jink thought they should try attacking from the inside. Nina was worried about the monster's acid melting them, but Jink reassured her by saying they'd go for the lungs instead of the stomach and cut their way to its heart. He was confident they could kill the giant turtle that way. Nina complained about how gross and smelly the plan was, but Jink reminded her it was all for money and experience points. Esther got ready and Jink gave him the signal to go. Esther used his wind magic to fly up toward the turtle's mouth with a long rope. When he needed more lift, he cast another burst of wind magic to jump higher. He managed to grab onto the turtle's mouth and tied the rope securely around one of its teeth, drawing cheers from the group. After confirming the rope was tightly secured, he tossed the other end down. Jink instructed everyone to climb up one at a time and regroup in the turtle's mouth. He told them to approach the creature from its blind spot, underneath the belly. The group understood and Jink climbed first, followed by Ian, and then Nina with Marina cheering her on. Soon, they all successfully gathered inside the turtle's mouth. As they started moving toward the lungs, the turtle began thrashing violently. Jink quickly ordered everyone to kill it as fast as they could. Eventually, the group reached a dark pit. Feeling the intense heat of its breath, Ian guessed they were at the entrance of the lungs. They decided to wait and move forward after the turtle's next breath. As they advanced, the pathway grew narrower and more confined. Given the tight spaces, Jink suggested cutting through the organs to make their way. He reminded everyone to use wind magic to create bubbles of breathable air, as there wouldn't be enough oxygen otherwise. Once they had their air bubbles, Ian started stabbing into the turtle's insides, noting how much softer they were compared to the outer shell. Gooey fluids poured from the wound. Jink cleared the path ahead, saying they were close to the heart. As they continued through the narrow passage, the turtle began reacting to the discomfort caused by Jink and the others. Jink then spotted a thick vein leading to the heart, which they followed until they reached it. Recognizing the heart as a valuable resource, Jink instructed the group to avoid damaging it. To safely extract it, they severed the connecting blood vessels. The diamond turtle soon came to a halt and collapsed. A few minutes later, Jink's team emerged from the turtle's mouth, carrying its heart. They were drenched in its saliva and other fluids. Jink suggested giving any parts they couldn't use to the Quoll Kingdom, as the turtle could be sold to fund their war efforts. The team had already gained plenty of levels from the mission, and Jink admitted he was grateful to the necromancers for once. Nina, however, wanted a bath before anything else. Esther mentioned a nearby river, and Jink decided they would set up camp by the river for a well-deserved rest. As night fell, Nina and Marina enjoyed the bath first. Meanwhile, Ian switched into merchant mode, explaining the value of the materials from the diamond turtle. Jink realized that the massive creature was like a walking treasure chest. Esther then brought over a letter that had just arrived. Jink became serious as he read it. The letter reported that others couldn't handle the stampede anymore. A group of adventurers led by someone named Samjay was asking for help. Jink decided they would set out in the morning. The next day, Samjay and his team were fighting large scorpion monsters. From a distance, Jink and Ian watched as Samjay's group struggled. Knowing it would seem rude to intervene, Jink hoped Samjay would forgive him just this once. Jink ordered his team to join the battle and help. Samjay noticed their arrival and thanked them. In no time, Jink's group used wind magic to cut through the swarm of monsters. Once the fight ended, Jink apologized for disrupting their harvest of monster parts, but Samjay assured him that their lives mattered more. Ian and Nina used healing magic to tend to the injured adventurers. Samjay expressed his gratitude, saying that without Jink's help, they would have been killed. He admitted their group lacked mages who could exploit the scorpion's weakness to fire and wind magic. Jink then shared enchanted jewelry with plus 70 strengthening effects, which could be bound to the wearer with a drop of blood. He explained he didn't usually share or sell them, but since they were at war, he made an exception. Samjay appreciated the offer but politely declined. When Jink asked why, Samjay admitted they were tempted but had recently bought new equipment and were completely broke. Realizing it was a money issue, Jink proposed renting the enchanted items in exchange for 10% of the profit from the monster parts they sold. Samjay, surprised by the fairness, countered with 60%. Jink hesitated, knowing Samjay's team worked in a high-risk area. But Samjay's teammates were already praying he would accept the deal. In the end, they settled on sharing 30% of the profit with Jink. Jink's team temporarily joined Samjay's group, assisting in battles against monsters. While Jink's members, Dan, Roy, and Louie, were far stronger in firepower, Samjay's team had an advantage in experience, which gave them an edge in tough fights. However, Jink noticed a glaring weakness. Samjay's team didn't have any mages. While scouting, Marina spotted something from above and reported a mother slime in the southern part of the forest. When they found it, Samjay expressed concern, warning that physical attacks would only result in their weapons melting. He agreed with Jink's suspicion that necromancers were behind the stampedes. Since the slime forest was 3 days from the capital of Nazar by foot, it seemed likely that a necromancer had provoked the mother slime. Jink ordered his team to use only fire magic. They surrounded the slime, using fire to corner it and wind magic to amplify the flames. Together, they unleashed powerful fire attacks. The mother slime retaliated, shooting acid that melted the ground like hot butter. Esther narrowly dodged one of the attacks and warned everyone to stay alert. Nina, understanding the danger, increased her fire magic's intensity. As the fight went on, the mother slime began shrinking. Jink told his team to finish it off, and they continued attacking until the mother slime shriveled up and dried out. After the battle, Jink remarked on how effective fire magic was, though he noted the mother slime wasn't as strong as a red dragon. Samjay thanked him again for saving their lives. Just then, Marina called Jink's attention to something unusual. The mother slime's body had completely melted, leaving behind its crystal core. Everyone was amazed seeing a huge slime crystal for the first time. Marina wondered if her pet slime, Marimo, would eventually grow as large as the mother slime. Jink said it might be possible, but only in a few hundred years. Samjay asked who Marimo was, and Jink explained that Marina had a pet slime thanks to her summoning magic. Suddenly Marina sensed something and told Jink that Marimo wanted to see the crystal. With Jink's permission, Marimo appeared. The slime had grown larger thanks to the monster parts they had been feeding it. Curious, Marimo touched the magic crystal before starting to swallow it. Marina tried to stop it and quickly apologized to Jink. However, Jink didn't mind, saying it was fine as long as Marimo leveled up. To everyone's shock, this wasn't an ordinary level up. Marimo began glowing brightly. Jink immediately instructed everyone to back away. Moments later, Marimo grew to the size of the mother slime they had just fought. The group was stunned except for Marina, who cheered and celebrated Marimo's evolution. Jink couldn't believe Marimo had evolved into a mother slime so easily after absorbing the S-ranked crystal. However, he reminded them that summoning an S-ranked monster would drain a lot of the summoner's mana. He asked Marina how she was feeling, but the cheerful fairy claimed she felt fine. Jink then wondered if Marina could still control Marimo. To test it, Marina asked Marimo to lift her high into the air. Without hesitation, the slime obeyed. She then told it to spin around and jump, which it also did eagerly. Marina beamed with pride while Jink looked puzzled. Marina's mana hadn't dropped significantly, which was unusual. Jink guessed it might be because Marina had named Marimo and had a strong bond with it. Ian worried about the large slime taking up too much space, but Jink reassured him that high-level slimes could adjust their size at will. Marina asked Marimo to shrink back to its original size, and the slime complied effortlessly. Samjay complimented Jink for having such a capable team that could control a mother slime. Jink thanked him but said Marimo's evolution was just a lucky fluke. With the S-ranked monster defeated and the stampede dwindling, the group decided it was safe to return. Jink expressed his gratitude for fighting alongside Samjay, and the veterans shared the sentiment. The two teams decided to head back from two sides, thinning out any remaining monsters along the way. In a ruined town near Nazar's capital, mantis-like monsters swarmed the area. However, their invasion didn't last long as a horde of zombies led by a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Herbert, now a zombie, was still searching for Jink. Several days later, Jink's team took a break after clearing out some goblins, pushing the stampede closer to its end. Since they had already eliminated several necromancers, Jink wondered how much lower the Bernhards could sink. Ian guessed their enemies might use the monster responsible for the stampede to launch a direct attack. Esther added that the Bernhards might abandon their own country and flee to safety. Jink dismissed that idea, explaining that the Bernhards were too prideful. He also noted that many countries would target them for their advanced magical techniques. Suddenly, Nina caught a foul smell and quickly pointed it out. Jink joked that it wasn't him, but Nina insisted the stench was coming from the woods. Realizing what the smell meant, Jink identified it as the odor of corpses. Moments later, a horde of zombies emerged, led by Herbert. Jink was stunned to see him, along with the rest of the emissaries now undead. The team couldn't believe the Bernhards had raised their former allies as zombies. Jink hesitated to use fire magic, worrying it might damage the forest. Instead, he suggested Marina use the opportunity to train Marimo. Marina released the mother slime, which charged at the zombies, crushing them with ease. When Herbert tried to attack Jink, Marimo intervened and absorbed him along with the other zombies into its body. Afterward, the slime flexed its arms, mimicking a bodybuilder showing off muscles it didn't have. Jink thanked Marina and praised both her and Marimo for their efforts. Marina then shared Marimo's thoughts, explaining that it enjoyed eating the zombies. Jink told them to leave Herbert's head untouched while the rest of him could be consumed. Ian remarked on how gruesome the scene was, while Nina, looking disgusted, covered Marina's eyes. The brothers, accustomed to torture, were unfazed. Jink also reminded Marimo not to melt the equipment, as it could be useful for alchemy. After finishing its meal, Marimo spat out the equipment and Herbert's head. Herbert began cursing at Jink, but Jink quickly silenced him by putting the head into his storage. He decided to deliver Herbert to Duke Fonker. Meanwhile, in Nazar, the old Bernhard was enjoying a meal to celebrate his supposed victory, which he owed to the Red Dragon, Diamond Turtle, and an S-ranked adventurer zombie. Just then, a soldier rushed in, prompting Bernhard to ask if Jink was finally dead. However, the soldier reported the opposite. He revealed that everything the old necromancer had sent out had been defeated by Jink, and Quall's forces were easily slaying the monsters and pressing forward. The old man refused to believe it, certain his plan was flawless. In denial, he went outside and summoned the zombie of a fortune teller. She had once foretold Nazar's downfall and was executed as a witch, though her predictions had always come true. Bernhard asked the zombie to predict the Bernhard family's future and insisted everything happening was a mistake. The zombie silently laid tarot cards on the ground. After a pause, it blindly picked up one showing the image of a reaper. Enraged, the old man kicked the zombie aside like a rag doll. The soldiers around him tried to calm him as he fumed. The corpse of the ancient dragon silently watched him from a distance. Realizing the situation was dire, Bernhard considered fleeing the country. However, without his family's support, he knew no nation would harbor him. and he'd be captured before reaching the borders. The soldiers then suggested commanding the ancient dragon to attack the Quoll forces, even offering their lives for the sake of Nazar. Eventually, the old Bernhard regained his composure and apologized for his outburst. He agreed that Quoll's army stood no chance against the ancient dragon's might. Not long after, as Jink's party made their way through the woods, the brothers felt a chilling sensation, suspecting it came from the source of the monster stampede. Suddenly, something massive emerged from the dense forest. When they ran to investigate, they were stunned to find the ancient dragon, a creature of legend they never thought they'd see. The old man's voice echoed as he greeted Jink for battle. Jink immediately wondered where the necromancer was hiding. Nazar's soldiers raised their swords to engage Jink's team, but the ancient dragon stomped on them without warning. Bernhard coldly commended the soldiers for their loyalty and demanded they offer their souls to the dragon. Jink was horrified, unable to believe the necromancer would so easily sacrifice his own men. Everyone fell silent for a moment until the rest of the Nazar soldiers began running for their lives. The old man's voice echoed from the dragon, warning the soldiers about desertion and threatening to punish their families. Jink couldn't believe how desperate the old man was to even kill his own men. The old man then claimed that Jink hadn't won yet, as he hadn't stopped the stampede. He said necromancers could use a powerful forbidden spell to offer the living up to fuse their souls with the monsters. He added that the knights should be grateful for the ancient dragon's increased power. Jink warned the others that the dragon was about to fire a fire breath. The ancient dragon then burned everything in front of it with a single breath. Jink and the others managed to dodge the attack. He checked on Nina, who had only burned part of her clothes. Nina said they would need all the S-ranked adventurers in the world to defeat an ancient dragon. Jink agreed but reminded them that a zombie was still a zombie, and if they could defeat the necromancer, the dragon would stop. Ian then reported that he had located the necromancer using perception and claimed the old man was hiding inside the dragon's nose. Jink worried that wind magic might be needed to reach the necromancer. To bring the dragon down, Jink instructed everyone to aim for its legs. Esther then used Air Tornado to flip the dragon upside down. However, the necromancer exclaimed that it was useless and controlled the dragon to swipe everything down with its claws. Ian and Esther were in danger. Ian suggested jumping over the dragon's claws using wind magic. The two successfully dodged the attack, and Jink ordered them to hide behind anything they could find. They all hid in the thick forest where the old man couldn't see them. However, he shouted that he could just burn down the forest. As the dragon torched everything in sight, Jink and his team ran. Ian asked if they were retreating. Jink remembered that necromancers could only control a zombie for 30 minutes at most and wondered if they should wait it out. However, he noticed the zombie dragon's movements were rough. He suspected the necromancer's power wasn't enough to fully control the dragon. Jink then asked Esther if she noticed the same thing. Esther confirmed that the dragon didn't have animosity in its eyes or expression. They couldn't sense the zombie's emotions with their perception skills, but it was obvious to the brothers. The legend said that ancient dragons were so intelligent that they could speak with humans. If the dragon still had its consciousness, maybe they could communicate with it. Jink wanted to try speaking with the dragon but wondered how he could connect with it and if it could even understand him. Just then, a faint, weak voice called out to Jink. It mustered its strength and asked if he could hear it. Jink was surprised. The dragon was relieved that its voice had finally reached him. It introduced itself and explained that it was using its remaining power to speak directly into his mind, so no one else could hear them. The dragon instructed Jink to pretend they were still fighting while listening to its words. It revealed that it was being controlled by Mikhail and expressed its displeasure at attacking someone like Jink with no choice. The dragon was even fighting Mikhail's control as it spoke. Jink now understood why the attacks had been missing. The dragon confirmed that Mikhail hadn't noticed it yet. Jink thanked the dragon and expressed his surprise at being able to converse with it. The dragon explained that, in the past, it was unthinkable to fight alongside a human. However, now, with human souls mixed with his, it was starting to consider it. The dragon wanted to make a deal with Jink. If Jink granted its wish, it would fight Mikhail with him. Jink asked what the dragon wished for. The dragon confessed that it wanted to sleep, as it could no longer bear the disgrace of having its empty shell used. Jink promised to bury the dragon's body after the war in a place where no one would dare step. The dragon thanked Jink and swore to relay Mikhail's next attack orders to Jink, creating an opportunity for him to strike. Jink understood. Esther asked what had happened, and Jink explained that he had just spoken with the dragon. Esther was surprised that his brother could do such a thing, but Jink corrected him, saying it was all the dragon's doing, not his. He explained that the dragon wanted to help them take down the necromancer. Jink decided to draw Mikhail's attention, and the dragon would warn him of the coming attacks. Esther understood and would inform the others. Jink then charged toward the dragon. Mikhail had already reached his limit as his MP quickly drained, the ancient dragon's corpse being too powerful for him to handle. Still, He had MP potions left, and he couldn't let this fight end, as he had no future left after it. Esther and the others joined Jink in the attack. The dragon agreed that the fight could be prolonged until Mikhail ran out of mana, but it also noted that the old man might catch on to Jink's plan, so it would be best to strike as well. The dragon told them not to hold back, explaining that its body had been dead for a long time and it wouldn't feel any pain or discomfort. Jink dodged the dragon's attacks and hid, preparing to use his wind magic to send Mikhail a surprise. He decided to use some of Nina's cooking spices. He grabbed the jar, took a handful of spices, and put them into pouches. He then instructed Esther and Ian, who were skilled with wind magic, to blow the pouches into the dragon's nostrils. Jink released the pouches into the air, and Ian and Esther used their magic to blow them toward the dragon. The dragon helped by breathing the pouches in. Mikhail was taken aback when the dragon acted on its own. The pouches entered its nostrils and burst on contact with Mikhail. He began coughing and tearing up from the strong spices, screaming as his eyes burned. The dragon confirmed that Jink's plan had worked. Nina and Marina quickly made more spice bombs, and Jink thanked them. However, he had a bigger idea. He pulled out the equipment they had recently salvaged from the zombie adventurers that Marimo had eaten. Ian and Esther reported that the dragon had stopped attacking, so Jink instructed them to send the stinky equipment next. The two followed his orders and sent the foul-smelling equipment flying. As Mikhail regained his sight, he saw the smelly equipment right in front of him. His nose soon became the next target. With the dragon's help, the flow of stinky equipment kept coming. Mikhail started screaming and vomiting, and it went on for a while. When things finally went quiet, Jink asked if it was over. The dragon confirmed it, saying it had regained control of its body. It told Jink that Mikhail had passed out from the stench and was grateful that its sense of smell had been dead from the start. The dragon then pulled Mikhail out of its nose with a sneeze, flinging his body to the ground with a loud crunch. The dragon declared Jink the victor. The dragon thanked Jink for freeing it and, as repayment, offered its scales when the time came for it to rest. Although the scales were precious, Jink refused to desecrate the ancient dragon's body. The dragon laughed, saying it could see Jink's true thoughts. Embarrassed, Jink asked how the Bernhards managed to subdue and control an ancient dragon. The dragon explained that centuries ago, it had given its children territories and then prepared to sleep and die. However, it woke up under the Bernhards' control. Jink concluded that the Bernhards' ancestors must have either found the dragon's corpse or bought it from someone. The dragon clarified that it had died of old age and would have been humiliated if it had been defeated in battle. The dragon's sudden seriousness made everyone tense. It also corrected Mikhail, saying that sacrificing humans for their souls had no effect on it. The dragon then collapsed, claiming Mikhail had completely drained its magic. Saddened, the dragon said it had enjoyed its conversations with Jink despite the short time they spent together. When the dragon fell silent, Jink wished it peace in its eternal rest. Jink instructed Ian, Nina, and Marina to clean the dragon's nose and remove any filth. Meanwhile, he asked Esther to assist him with something. Together, the brothers turned to glare at Mikhail, who had just regained consciousness. The old man, his bones broken, couldn't believe he had been defeated by commoners. Jink told Mikhail that his defeat was inevitable the moment he started the monster stampede. He admitted that they had panicked initially, but Gil revealed it was man-made. Thanks to the monsters, they gained levels quickly. As an enchanter, every level Jink gained enhanced his allies' strength, which meant the stampede had worked in their favor. It was like handing them victory on a silver platter. Mikhail realized Gilbert had betrayed him. Jink confirmed that Gil was safe at their main base and mentioned that the dragon claimed the human sacrifices were pointless since the souls were too weak to affect it. Jink mocked Mikhail for being a necromancer who didn't even know such a basic fact. Mikhail trembled as the realization hit him. Axel had tricked him. When Jink pressed him for details about Axel's hidden powers and zombies, Mikhail refused to talk. Esther stomped on his leg, breaking more bones. Mikhail screamed as Esther continued his torment. Jink coldly remarked that they had plenty of time to break every bone in his body if necessary. Meanwhile, Ian, Nina, and Marina finished cleaning the dragon's corpse, choosing to ignore the horrifying actions of the torture brothers behind them. The group used various methods to torture Mikhail until he revealed the truth. They discovered that Nazar's resources and soldiers were being wasted, yet the royal family was still happily fighting their succession battle. The royals even caused a monster stampede to destroy the lands of their political enemies, dragging their soldiers and citizens into their selfish struggles. In the end, Mikhail confessed everything and even begged to join Jink's side. However, Jink refused and coldly told him he would die screaming soon. Mikhail was knocked out and later woke up tied to a tree, surrounded by mantis-like monsters. He couldn't do anything as the creatures swarmed him, tearing him apart like a snack. Nearby, Ian used his perception skill to confirm that Mikhail was dead. Jink recommended double-checking and told the others to stay ready to leave. When Jink and Ian returned, they saw that Mikhail had been completely devoured by the monsters. Ian asked if they should have delivered Mikhail to Count Brand instead. Jink explained that the Count only wanted information from Mikhail because transporting a prisoner would have been too much trouble. Now their real concern was Axel, the current head of the Bernhard family. Axel was the strongest necromancer alive, and his secret weapon was a fallen angel. Ian jokingly said Axel only needed a black notebook to complete his villain look as he stood beside his zombies. Earlier, Mikhail had explained that nearly every leader of the Bernhard family had formed a contract with a fallen angel, and Axel had one since childhood. Jink had asked what powers the fallen angel had, but Mikhail couldn't share everything before they left the scene. On their way back to their base, Jink suggested they take some time to rest. Ian brought up what Mikhail had said about the fallen angels, and Jink admitted they would have been in serious trouble if they hadn't learned about them. He decided they needed a countermeasure since fallen angels likely had abilities they hadn't seen yet. Ian agreed, noting they would have to prepare for this new threat. Just then, Nina announced that they were close to the fortress. Later, in Timai of Nazar, the city was filled with cheers to welcome the heroes. Esther remarked that the crowd's excitement was mostly for his brother. Jink felt awkward, unused to receiving such praise since he was more familiar with being hated. Nina assured him it was a victory parade. Ian reminded everyone that they had stopped the stampede and killed the necromancer, which earned them this celebration. Jink recalled how they fought non-stop during the battles, which boosted their stats and earned them some strange new titles. Jink's stats had improved significantly, earning him various nicknames. Ian's stats were also impressive, though he was slightly behind Jink. Nina's progress was looking good too, while Marina showed improvement after successfully commanding a mother slime. On the other hand, Esther gained another nickname based on a female air spirit, as those spirits were known to be exclusively female. Esther was frustrated by his growing reputation as a warrior with feminine titles on the battlefield. Jink reassured him, saying he still fought like a man in combat. The next day, Jink met with Count Brand and they exchanged polite greetings. Jink then shared the information he had received from Mikhail. After reading it, Count Brand confirmed that it matched the chaotic internal conflicts and petty power struggles he had previously heard about from Gil. Jink remarked that their enemy's pride made them believe they were invincible. Count Brand agreed and explained that he already had plans to persuade the Nazar nobles to switch sides, aiming to weaken the country's foundation. When Jink asked about the soldiers, Count Brand mentioned that the materials Jink had delivered helped pay their salaries. However, the costs of rebuilding the towns were putting them in debt. Even so, the benefits outweighed the expenses as the factions had grown more united. By acting as decoys, they had allowed the royal army to advance. Brand also shared how Gilbert's strategies led the royal army to win battle after battle. With the stampede stopped and most necromancers eliminated, the end of the war seemed near. Jink felt relieved to hear this. Count Brand assured him that their side would not be defeated, especially with Jink's leadership. He urged Jink and his group to rest until their next mission. Jink asked to be informed immediately if anything urgent happened. Meanwhile, in Nazar's royal palace, the king received news of Mikhail's defeat. Axel, representing his family, knelt before the king and admitted his disgrace. Leorio, the king of Nazar, couldn't believe that the Bernhards, known as the country's fierce spear, had been so easily defeated. He called them pathetic and debated whether to strip them of their ranks or demand that Axel and his family redeem themselves. Axel promised to crush their enemies next time, but Melissa, the princess of Nazar, reminded him it was the same thing he had said before. She ordered him to turn the tables and bring back Jink's head. The king added that Axel's apologies were meaningless unless he showed sincerity. Making a money sign with his hand, the king implied his demands. Axel was disgusted by the king's greed, knowing it was his constant demands for bribes that had driven away true talent and leadership and allowed incompetence to thrive in the kingdom. To appease the king, Axel offered the rights to the Lorente mines to the royal family and agreed to expel Mikhail from the Bernhards. Satisfied with the offer, the king decided to forgive Axel, warning him not to disappoint again. As the king left, Axel overheard him asking for wine in the middle of the day. Muttering to himself, Axel called the king an idiot, knowing the mine he had just offered had been empty for 200 years. The lazy and illiterate king wouldn't know the truth. Leaving the throne room, Axel felt a pang of regret. He wished he had continued undermining Quoll from within instead of letting the selfish princess start a war just to settle a personal grudge against Jink. He could understand her feelings though. Her son with the Rosartan king was an incompetent orc, while her illegitimate brother had become a source of endless wealth. Mikhail's removal didn't bother Axel personally, but it weakened their military strength. Nazar had won many battles, but Quoll was stronger now thanks to their Enchanter. The once proud Bernhards were reduced to Axel alone, while the nobles had dwindled to Zaiza. He questioned how long the kingdom could survive. As he passed some maids carrying food, Axel couldn't help but curse the king's indulgence in wine and laziness. He had even considered poisoning the king and putting the crown prince on the throne, but it seemed Nazar was on the verge of collapse anyway. Realizing the futility of staying, Axel decided it was time to defect. He climbed into a carriage and left. But where would he go? The next morning, a woman kept pestering Axel for a sapphire ring for her birthday. Without hesitation, Axel tossed her a pouch filled with enough gold to buy one. The woman clung to him and suggested they buy wedding rings together. Annoyed, Axel clicked his tongue and reminded her that all he wanted from her was her body, nothing more. She brought up the passionate night they had shared before, but Axel coldly ordered her to cry elsewhere and stop nagging. He warned her that if she didn't, he would demote her father's rank. After shoving her aside, Axel thought to himself how ridiculous it was for a second-rate woman skilled only in the bedroom to ask for marriage with him. He decided to hand her off to some low-ranking noble instead. Axel soon headed to his office and instructed his men to recruit more soldiers. He knew the Quoll forces would likely attack now that the stampede had ended. Once the soldiers left, he began planning his next move. He needed to secure funds and decide on a destination that could give him an advantage against Quoll. One option was to use the teleport zombie, but it could only take him to places he had been before. That's when he remembered a viable choice: the demonic continent. He had visited the edge of it once and knew the demons there didn't involve themselves in human conflicts. While they had no love for humans, Axel had a fallen angel on his side. With that advantage, no demon could stand against him. He also started thinking about the benefits. With his wealth and talent, he could gather a harem of stunning demon women. Human women had begun to bore him, and he found the idea of being with demons exciting. However, before leaving, Axel decided he couldn't let Jink go unpunished after the humiliation he had caused. He vowed to kill Jink before he departed. Meanwhile, Jink was taking a bath when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He had a strong sense that someone was plotting to kill him, though he could think of many suspects. When he stepped outside, Nina approached him, saying she had nothing to do. After resting, she wanted to help him with anything he needed. Jink asked her to join Esther in preparing orc meat for the populists. He mentioned he needed to clear some space in his item box, since it was already holding the body of an ancient dragon. The next day, everyone enjoyed a meal of orc meat. The soldiers and adventurers ate with such enthusiasm it felt like a feast after a hard-fought battle. Esther and Nina took turns serving more food to keep everyone satisfied. Ian watched the lively scene and felt it was a refreshing contrast to the grim reality of war. Jink, noticing the relaxed atmosphere, commented that everyone deserved a break. He also admitted he needed some approval since his recent actions had been rather unconventional. Ian then mentioned that a letter had arrived from Count Brand and Urza. In her letter, Urza reported that the training for the new recruits was progressing well. Jink decided he would send her a thank you letter later. Meanwhile, Esther eagerly drank some fresh white cow milk, prompting Marina to worry it might upset his stomach. Esther then turned to Nina and asked if she had noticed something. When Nina asked what he meant, Esther exclaimed that she had grown taller than him while they were at war. As someone who wanted to appear taller and more manly, he was visibly disappointed. Nina reassured him, saying he was still in his growing phase, but Esther impatiently wished he could grow immediately. Suddenly, Ian sensed something familiar. Moments later, Dan and some familiar faces walked in, returning from their mission. Dan greeted them and remarked on how lively things had become. Jink welcomed him and shared some of the orc meat that Nina and Esther had prepared. Jink then asked about their mission, and Dan said it went well, thanks to Jink's enchanted items. Their companions quickly joined the meal, devouring the food like wild men and praising Nina's cooking. Jink reminded them to eat with proper table manners since they were nobles. Dan joked about how the once sheltered boys had turned into rugged men. Chris chimed in, saying he was happy to have earned so much money from monster hunting, as he needed it to develop his estate and lands. The brothers were working hard to gain military distinctions and eventually earn land and titles. Dan commented that the boys were already approaching the level of high-ranked adventurers. However, he added that managing them was easier compared to handling Esther, who tended to run wild on the battlefield. Jink apologized for Esther's reckless behavior. Dan then inquired about Count Brand's next plans. Jink explained that the immediate priority was reconstruction, aided by golems. Afterward, they planned to escort refugees to safer locations, away from the front lines. Although it would be ideal for the refugees to return to their hometowns, Mikhail had turned many of those places into wastelands. Dan struggled to find the words to express his disapproval of Mikhail dragging his own people into such devastation. Jink remarked that Quoll would need to thoroughly purge and purify the land before it could be governed again. Once the preparations were complete, they planned to coordinate with Gilbert and the royal army to advance toward the capital. Soon after, Count Brand led the Quoll army. They arrived in a town called Nazar and were attacked by zombies of various species. The morale was high, and the Quoll soldiers confidently fought back, targeting the zombies' legs and burning them with fire. Meanwhile, Jink and Ian were playing chess, and as usual, Jink lost. Ian didn't hesitate to flick his master's forehead as punishment. Nina praised Ian for being so clever at the game. Jink asked Ian to go easy on him, and Esther offered to help her brother. With a smug look, Ian told Jink to take a potion and give up. As they continued to banter, Marina asked if it was okay for them to be playing games while the soldiers fought outside. Jink reminded her that Count Brand had ordered them to take a break after doing most of the work in fixing the base. Since the stampede was over, only lower-ranked monsters remained, and as long as no A-ranked monsters or stronger ones appeared, the soldiers should be able to handle them. Esther then commented that it would take a lot of time and money to restore the land infected with undead. He couldn't believe Nazar had allowed such damage to their own lands. Jink said the enemy only cared about winning and the leaders only cared about themselves. Distracted, Jink lost to Ian again in another round of chess. Later, Count Brand's forces set up camp and he apologized to Jink for making him come along to greet the royal army. Jink was impressed to see how much the populist army had grown, and Brand claimed they now had nearly 100,000 men. However, it was reported that the noble forces had suffered heavy losses and were pushed back to the borders. They were now blaming each other, knowing they would likely be punished for their poor performance. Jink saw the noble forces as a hindrance in the war. According to Brand's informers, King Nomal was using the situation to take power and land from the gerontocracy and give it to himself and the populists. Jink wondered if there was a reason they were so weak that they couldn't even defeat one necromancer. The royal army finally arrived. A duke named Mebius greeted Count Brand and praised him for surviving the stampede. Count Brand said it was all thanks to Jink. Mebius quickly recognized him and mentioned that the king was also sending his thanks. He then said they would need their strength for the upcoming siege, but the plan had been delayed a bit, leaving everyone confused. Mebius explained that they would discuss the details later, but in order to take the capital, they first needed to capture the towns of Amag and Komaj. These towns would be their supply points for the battle. They planned to attack the capital soon, but Nazar would likely launch an all-out assault on these bases with whatever forces they had left. Jink understood that Nazar would probably try to cut off their support. Mebius told them to rest for the night, as the plan would move forward the next morning. After the briefing, Jink decided to visit Gil. Karen and Will greeted him and Jink was happy to see they were doing well. Alan mentioned that Gil was with Bogart and led the way. As they walked, Karen talked about how fate worked in mysterious ways. She shared how they had first met by chance and now they were fighting together in a war. Jink apologized, saying he was the main reason for the war. Karen didn't mind. Even though she didn't like fighting, she was glad to meet new people and experience new things, making her world bigger. If Jink hadn't kept fighting, her world would have stayed smaller. Just then, Gil appeared, riding a horse. Jink was surprised that he could ride, and Gil explained that he had been practicing. Alan and Karen said they would rest in the tent and left. Gil then assumed that Jink had come to ask him about taking over Nazar's capital. Jink agreed, but he wanted to know more about Axel first. Gil grew serious and explained that Axel had the blood of the Bernhards and a cold, cunning mind. He described him as selfish and narcissistic, someone who valued himself above others and saw royalty as mere pawns to further his own plans. Knowing Axel, Gil believed Axel would defect. Jink thought Axel would likely be gone once they reached the capital, but Gil disagreed. He said Axel had too much pride and would use any method to take down anyone he saw as an enemy. Gil was sure that Axel wouldn't run away without trying to kill Jink first. Jink expected a counterattack and Gil warned him about Axel using the teleport zombie. On top of that, there was the fallen angel. According to Mikhail, the fallen angel hunted for the blood and suffering of the living and enjoyed torturing and killing. By obeying Axel, it could satisfy its desire, unlike the ancient dragon from before. Jink reminded Gilbert that they had postponed meeting Axel because they needed to capture 2 towns first. Despite that, Gilbert decided to join the battle. Meanwhile, at the Nazar troops' campsite, Zaiza Alpha Bernhard received a report about the 100,000-strong Quoll army. Knowing how overwhelming their numbers were, he realized the capital would soon fall. He hoped Axel was around, but deep down he knew Axel would abandon the royal family at any moment. Just then, a soldier reported that another force of Quoll's noble army had been annihilated. The soldier celebrated, proud of their country's victory. Zaiza, however, realized that he couldn't go down with the sinking ship. While he enjoyed his current status, he knew that if he was caught trying to escape, he would be executed on the spot. He then recalled that the Quoll nobles had been calling men from their lands to replace those Zaiza had killed, leaving their territories unprotected. Since their lands were near the border, Zaiza came up with a bold plan to slip past them and escape into Yamato. Days later, Jink and Chris were practicing swordsmanship. As usual, Jink won, but Chris thanked him for the great training. Gil reminded them that they would set out the next day after some final preparations. Dan agreed that it was necessary, as they had many men to organize. Ian then reported that Duke Mebius wanted to meet Jink immediately. Jink went to the tent where a briefing was being held and asked about the situation. Duke Mebius shared that the nobles had reported that Zaiza had withdrawn from the battlefield. Jink assumed Zaiza was returning to the capital, but Count Brand suggested that Zaiza was likely fleeing instead. On top of that, it seemed Zaiza was trying to hide within Quoll. Alan and another commander mentioned that, with the nobles' lands left unguarded as their forces advanced, Zaiza might try to slip past them. However, Jink doubted this plan, thinking it would be a poor move. Mebius then suggested that someone might be helping Zaiza, possibly a spy among the Quoll forces. Knowing there might be a spy among them, Mebius suggested not making any major moves. The march was scheduled for the next day, but the situation with the spy complicated things. For now, he told them to keep quiet about it, but their prime suspect was Gilbert. Jink said he would also be punished if Gilbert turned out to be the spy. Alan reminded Jink that he had the appraisal skill to check. Count Brand asked Jink to find the spy for them, as their other appraisers had limited MP. Jink volunteered, believing it was for the best. Soon after, Jink and Alan met Gilbert. Gilbert asked how things were, and Jink confirmed that Gilbert was not the spy. Alan, using enchanted goggles with the appraisal skill, also confirmed it. He found the goggles very useful. Jink said he would make a few for the people he trusted. Gilbert wasn't offended by the suspicion, saying it was natural for him to be the prime suspect. He even offered to be locked up until the real spy was found, but Jink assured him there was no need for that. However, it would still be difficult to appraise everyone in the army. Alan confirmed he had checked the people they had passed by and hadn't noticed any other spy candidates. Just then, Gilbert had an idea. He explained how everyone could see the dire situation Nazar was in, which was why Zaiza had run away. Gilbert doubted anyone would willingly obey him now. Jink asked what he meant, and Gilbert reminded him how necromancers would easily dispose of their subordinates. If the spy were one of them, they would have already turned on him. So if someone was still serving Zaiza, it meant they were being forced to do so. Jink realized Gilbert was talking about slaves. Gilbert admitted it was a possibility, but added that it was a clue. The two went to appraise the prisoners and soon found Zaiza's slave Douglas. Jink was impressed by Douglas's high stress resistance and his item box skill. He hoped Douglas hated Zaiza enough to help them. Jink quickly asked if Douglas would work with them, and Douglas glared at him but nodded. Ian confirmed it was a yes. Jink then asked how many spies Zaiza had planted in the Quoll army. Douglas started to respond but suddenly screamed in pain. Seeing how painful it was, Jink and Ian realized Douglas had been cursed. Ian suggested they get a mage skilled in servitude magic to remove the spell, or Douglas wouldn't survive. Jink agreed and decided to take Douglas to the Duke later. After the spell was removed, it took a day for Douglas to tell them everything he knew. Jink thanked him and gave him some water and jerky, which Douglas was grateful for. Mebius realized things were worse than he had thought. Brand couldn't believe that Zaiza had so many slaves, even among the nobility's servants and mercenaries. This explained why the noble forces had been defeated so easily each time. Douglas had been using his item box skill to send detailed reports of Quoll's movements to Zaiza. That's how the necromancers knew that the royal and populist armies had joined forces, forcing Zaiza to flee. What surprised Jink more was that Axel didn't know about Zaiza's many slaves. Jink assumed that Zaiza had decided on his own to run. They wondered where Zaiza was heading, sneaking through their backyard without fear. Count Brand then guessed that Zaiza's destination was Yamato. He remembered that some remnants of the Purgatories had escaped underground and figured Zaiza would use them to get away. He hoped they could capture Zaiza while he was still in Quoll, but he knew it would be difficult. Mebius also suggested that the nobility clean up their house, but it was likely that Zaiza's slaves had already escaped with him. He decided it was best to focus on marching toward the capital. That night, Jink told Chris and the brothers that they needed them on his team. Dan and Gilbert would join as well. Jink remembered that the three boys needed some achievements under their belt, and he was confident he could support them. He also asked Gilbert why he volunteered to join when he usually focused on logistics and strategy. Gilbert said he needed his own accomplishments and that paperwork was tiring him out. He also had personal reasons for wanting to fight and promised to tell them eventually. Dan then asked where they should go first. Jink said they would head to the town of Komaj next, as they needed information on the enemy. He asked Gilbert if he knew anything about the town. Gilbert explained that it was governed by a greedy and indecisive count named Major. Since the town sat on a tall hill, the archers there would make an assault difficult. Dan realized they needed to move quickly, or more men would die on their side. Jink told everyone to save the discussion for later and get some rest for the night. The next morning, the team quickly encountered a hobgoblin and some goblins along the way. Gilbert showed off his summoning skills, and his summoned wolf easily took down the smaller goblins. The hobgoblin charged at him, but Gilbert slowed it down with an air arrow. To finish the monster off, he used Air Cutter to slice its neck. Jink praised Gil for handling the fight on his own. Gil said it was thanks to the equipment Jink had enchanted for him. Jink then suggested taking a break and everyone agreed not to venture too far from the camp. Knowing Komaj was nearby, Jink asked Gilbert if he had any plans for attacking the town. Gilbert replied that he had a few options in mind. Soon after, the Quoll army laid siege to the town of Komaj. The town's archers felt confident that their arrows would stop the Quoll army before it could reach the walls. Jink then told Marina to carry out Gilbert's earlier suggestion. The two suddenly appeared above the Komaj archers, startling them. Despite their surprise, the archers managed to fire arrows at Jink and Marina. However, Marina used an air shield to block the attack, causing the arrows to fall back onto the archers. While they were distracted, Jink summoned iron pillars and sent them crashing down onto the town walls. As the walls crumbled, Jink declared the siege had begun. Gilbert planned to have Jink fly over the walls and drop the iron pillars he had alchemized. Once the walls broke, the soldiers charged forward using the fallen pillars as a path. The Komaj archers kept firing arrows, but the Quoll army's mages used air shields to block them. Jink regrouped with the others and said the plan had worked. Gilbert admitted it was unexpected and believed it would catch their enemies off guard. Dan realized it was their turn to act. Jink reminded his usual team to play a supporting role since Dan, Gilbert, and the others were the main focus. He didn't want to sound arrogant, but he explained that their levels were too high for this battle. He asked the team not to overshadow the others and instead use perception to protect the soldiers. Gilbert noticed their army had entered the town. However, Komaj was divided into sections, each protected by thick walls. At the highest point stood the leader's mansion. To reach it, they needed to break through 3 more walls and cross a steep cliff. While it was an excellent defensive area, it was also a dead end where they could trap the enemy. Dan led his group into battle. The Quoll soldiers took down the archers on the walls and advanced into the streets of Komaj's first section. Chris faced off against a large enemy soldier. Despite the soldier's size, Chris moved quickly and managed to cut all of his limbs. The soldier collapsed, leaving Ian stunned. Chris explained that Dan had taught him to target tendons, adding that he wasn't on the battlefield to look pretty. Ian felt reassured by his confidence. When they reached the second section of Komaj, Dan and Esther led the charge. However, they had to slow down as a sniper began taking out Quoll soldiers. There were no visible arrows, only sudden bursts of blood. Dan realized the sniper was using magic. He and Esther quickly took cover, with the twins following their lead. Roy said they could shoot back if they could locate the sniper. Esther offered to help the brothers, saying he could use his perception to pinpoint the enemy. He was nearly hit by a shot and dove behind a box. Once safe, Esther focused and used perception to locate the sniper. He sensed a mage inside a tower with a flag on the second-floor window. The brothers prepared their shots, agreeing to fire as soon as the mage appeared. When the mage finished chanting his spell and showed himself, the brothers fired, hitting him straight in the face. They asked Esther if the mage was dead, and he confirmed the kill. Esther then instructed them and the soldiers to press forward. Komaj soldiers informed Major, a Nazar general, that Quoll troops had broken through the wall. Major immediately ordered his men to prepare that thing and told them not to be afraid, knowing Quoll wouldn't have more iron pillars. Confidently, he declared they would win using long-range attacks and decided to bet on that strategy. He went out to watch the town from the inner walls, convinced they could eliminate everyone in one strike if the enemy came closer. In Komaj's third section, Quoll soldiers remained cautious, staying on guard for snipers as they checked houses. Jink and Gil entered a home and found a terrified family trembling with fear. Gilbert hadn't expected to see civilians in the third section. Though it was wartime, they hadn't been evacuated and were likely being used as laborers. A woman begged them not to harm her child. Gilbert saw her crying uncontrollably as she hugged her son tightly. He knelt down and reassured her, explaining that they were there to fight the Nazar military and its leaders, not to hurt civilians. However, he told her they would be taken in as prisoners. As long as they didn't resist, Quoll wouldn't harm them. Jink backed him up, promising they would share supplies and release them after the war. Gilbert asked the woman to take care of her child. Jink noticed the sadness in Gilbert's expression but stayed silent as he walked away. The civilians thanked them afterward. The Quoll forces successfully took control of Komaj's third section. Suddenly, massive boulders rained down on them, throwing their ranks into chaos. From the safety of the inner wall, Major laughed mockingly. Since Komaj was a mountain town, they had plenty of rocks to use as ammunition for their ballistae. Dan was horrified, realizing civilians were caught in the crossfire. Jink saw the ballistae behind the wall and suggested flying over to disable them, but Gilbert warned it was too risky with the rocks flying around. Instead, Gilbert proposed holding their position for now and sending detachments to cut off Komaj's supplies, planning to starve them out. Meanwhile, Major used his scope and spotted Gilbert. Confused, he asked why the commander of Nazar was working with Quoll. One of his soldiers explained that Gilbert had been captured earlier and had turned traitor. Hearing this, Madge saw it as the perfect opportunity to teach Gilbert a lesson. He felt insulted that someone as frail-looking as Gilbert held a higher rank than him. Madge decided he would claim Gilbert's head and earn a promotion upon his return to the capital. Rocks continued to rain down from the last wall. The ballistas never stopped firing, crushing most of the advancing Quoll forces. Realizing they were losing men, Mebius ordered a retreat. As the Quoll forces disappeared from sight, Major couldn't help but laugh. He told his soldiers that reinforcements would arrive by nightfall, and they would launch a pincer attack on the invading Quoll forces. He then asked them to prepare his head for him. Meanwhile, Jink commented that they would reach Major's manor once they passed the final wall. Dan realized that starving the enemies would be difficult, and he reported that some Nazar reinforcements were approaching. It seemed like they had known a siege was coming and had set out on time. Gilbert realized they were running out of time. On top of that, the enemy had positioned themselves in a way that allowed them to see every move they made. They needed a way to blind them. Hearing this, Jink got an idea and commented that the wind was perfect. The others looked at him in confusion. He planned to enchant some pendants to buff water magic. He mentioned taking the barrels lying around and placing them under the wall. He warned them to stay out of the attack range, then said they would fill the barrels with water and something would happen. The sun was already setting, and both forces hadn't moved at all since the last siege. Major was still laughing, knowing that reinforcements were coming. As he told his men to get ready, a huge water explosion suddenly erupted behind him outside the walls. He and his soldiers were surprised as thick fog rolled out from all the streets near the wall. Mages with water affinity, like Chris and Nina, used a spell called Mist to create the fog using the water from the barrels. Major's soldiers panicked as they were covered by the smokescreen. Major looked over at the third section of the town and saw that it was completely hidden by mist. The soldiers reported that they had lost sight of the enemy. Major ordered them to stay calm as the Quoll forces couldn't see them either. He told the catapult squadron to get ready, as the mist would clear soon. He instructed them to make sporadic attacks to keep the enemy in check. Just then, a soldier noticed something above them. Major froze as he watched iron pillars appear out of nowhere. He realized he had lost another bet in life. The wall where he was standing was crushed and crumbled as the iron pillars crashed down on them. Jink didn't stop pulling out iron pillars and quickly destroyed the catapults. The soldiers panicked when they saw Major was dead. They assumed that the Quoll forces no longer had iron pillars. As the mist cleared and the Quoll forces pressed forward, the enemy was still confused. The twins were curious about using the mist spell for the first time. Chris commented that it drained his mana. Jink landed back on the ground and told the others that his part was done, and now it was their turn. Gilbert thanked Jink and swore they would capture the manor. Night fell, and the Quoll forces didn't stop. They charged into the manor, searching for the town's leader. In the last room, they found Madge trembling on the floor. He couldn't believe his eyes. Gilbert, who he had thought was dead, stood before him. Madge couldn't believe their commander-in-chief had been alive all along. Gilbert admitted he was now working with Quoll and preferred it to working with Nazar. Madge exclaimed that Gilbert had Nazar royal blood and asked if he had no pride. Gilbert glared at him and in a chilling voice said he woke up every day hoping that the Nazar royal family would die. Madge was left speechless, breaking into a cold sweat. It was the first time the Quoll soldiers had seen such an expression on Gilbert's face. Gilbert then ordered the soldiers to display Madge's body over the gate as proof of their victory, so the Nazar reinforcements would know they had won. That night, the siege of Komaj ended in Quoll's victory. As the sun set, Nazar reinforcements gathered in front of the gate, but they were outnumbered. Seeing the town leader captured and the catapults destroyed, the soldiers lost their will to fight and quickly withdrew. After things settled, Quoll soldiers distributed resources to the civilians. Everyone was relieved to be alive and grateful to receive help from those they had once seen as enemies. Seeing the town untouched by the recent stampede, Jink realized the people would survive well. Their next target was Amog, and Jink turned to Gilbert for his strategic genius once again. Gilbert assured him to leave it to him. Jink reminded him of the time he had questioned why Gilbert fought on the front lines despite his past achievements. He asked if the war truly mattered to him. With a cold voice, Gilbert replied that he wanted revenge. He knew Jink understood his situation. Jink only knew that Gilbert had been shunned because he was seen as a threat to the line of succession. Gilbert revealed he was also a bastard child, so his shunning was understandable. However, the royal family had deliberately murdered his mother. It had looked like a carriage accident, but Gilbert knew it had been planned by the current queen and her relatives. He explained that the House of Haughty ruled over Amog, which was the queen's birthplace. Though the queen had died from illness, her relatives were still alive. Thanks to Jink, Gilbert was determined to take his revenge and wouldn't let the chance slip by. After a brief silence, he asked Jink if his true goal seemed petty. Jink, eager to help, swore that Gilbert would have his revenge in Amog. Days later in Nazar's palace, the Bernhard family learned that Gilbert was alive and working with Quoll. They regretted not locking him away forever and began calling him the curse of their family. With Komaj now in Quoll's hands, they feared Amog would be the next target. They worried that the queen's hometown would fall. One of them ordered Axel to send soldiers to Amog, but Axel confessed that they didn't have enough manpower. They decided to send Zaiza and his forces instead, only to learn that Zaiza had gone missing. While others panicked, Axel remained calm, hoping that the House of Haughty would fight well enough to slow down the Quoll forces. That is the end of the recap at Chapter 51. Please read the pinned comment about the next part.